Hey, and good morning, everybody. I'm about 15 minutes late. Sorry about that. You know, nature calls. You got to take care of business. And yes, whoever posted the question on YouTube, yes, I need a TV for my bunghole. So good morning, everybody. And I am fighting a little bit of a cold, starting to try to come on here. Been a rough week for me. You cover one event, then you get thrown into doing a bunch of weather classes for the week for the AMS for the convention I was supposed to go into Houston, and then get thrown into our next winter event. Yeah, just been a little bit crazy out there. So we're just in getting things going, folks. It's early start, so got to pace ourselves today. Got to do all that good stuff. Now, got some goals set here for today. Obviously, we've gotten our YouTube counter up there. We're going to try to get that to 8,500 today if we can. We'll see what happens with that. Why 8,500, you may ask? Because that's what my first YouTube page is currently sitting at, 8,500, about like that. So trying to get to that number. And then on the Facebook side, that one's probably going to be a little bit harder, I think, and we'll give it a shot. We're at 66,209. I'd like to try to see if we can get that to 70,000. We'll see. I think that'll be a long shot, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, hope you guys having a great morning. We're getting some reports of the snow coming on in here. And what's going to happen today, folks, as it's snowing? The cold air, the real cold stuff's aloft. So what the snow is actually acting as, it's actually bringing that cold air down to the surface. So again, we got truly Arctic air. And the snow is going to be not very wet, not wet snow. It's going to be very fluffy, very blowy around and stuff. It'll be picking up in intensity here if the models here are as we've been tracking here for days, are correct. Now, I couldn't help but notice we are getting a little bit of the snow already showing up back off toward our west. We're seeing some of that already. And I don't have everything up here, so I'm just going to have to just do a little of this on the fly. There we go. Just got to turn my pens on here. So you got to see some of the snow back here across parts of Alabama here coming in. So again, all this is coming to the southward. And as it does so, the temperatures are going to be dropping. As we mentioned, folks, the temperatures, your high temperatures officially, were going to be at midnight. And I kind of told folks not pay attention to it. Hey, Bryson Potts, thanks you for coming on here. He's now a Jim Cantori member on YouTube. All right. Appreciate you there. So, yes, we do have both memberships going, by the way. Make sure we got the memberships are now up on the YouTube side of the things. And of course, we do have our regular subscription services on YouTube, is our Facebook as well, so you guys can help build the channel, shall we say. I'm gonna tell you, folks, I keep repeating this. I'm going to, because we get a lot of audience turnover. This look is gonna look so much different a year from now. It really is. It's gonna be, you'll have a 24-hour channel that'll be up. It'll be going. When we get ready to do a live coverage like this, you don't have to wait for me to come on, because the channel will already be on. It'll be rotating through and going all through its normal programming. Then I'm going to flip the switch, and then boom, we're going live. And we just jump right in. So it's going to be a little bit different. I'm excited about how that's going to look. And, it's for me, it's all about, man, now I got to get the people together, who got the technical expertise to help put this stuff together. Because I'm not the most technical guy in the world. I can figure out some stuff, but as far as like wiring and studio stuff, that's going to be a little bit of a stretch. So anyway, let's go into our interactive mode here on our first radar here this morning. And we'll take a look at things, how things are looking right now. And we're going to zoom in a little bit closer here. Check out these temperatures. I mean, they're falling. We got 21 degrees up in Blairsville right now. It's 22 degrees over there in Dalton. It's 25 over in LJ right now. So you kind of get a good see here. So here's 21 there, up here. No, it's still 31 degrees down here in Gainesville, but that temperature is going to be falling. Same over here at Cornelia. We got 25 over here in Ball Ground, 27 over here in Calhoun. Rome's checking in over there at 30. So everybody's temperature is coming down. Here's Toccoa sitting at 30 degrees over here. Yeah, it's so hard to see it. Stupid little pin. It's like a little itty-bitty thing for me to kind of figure out where I'm drawing at. So anyway, the snow's picking up. The areas that are going to get hit the most, folks, again, is going to favor these eastern zones, okay? So everything here in the east is where the heavier snows are going to be. They basically going to taper off the further to the west you go. Good day, Randy Bean. Yeah, very important, guys, since we're doing social media. Now, with Facebook, I've not figured out how to keep you guys as an audience when we're doing this. YouTube, it's all about interaction. That means y'all doing subscribers and commenting and keeping a thumbs up. Both of y'all doing that. But Facebook, it just seems to drop off and it just flattens out. And then the only way to get it back is to stop it and restart it, which I might do. If it gets down to a low enough level, I may cut it off, bring it back up. I've not quite figured out how to keep the Facebook algorithm fed. YouTube's easy. Facebook, I ain't figured that out yet. But anyway, I digress. So anyway, let's look at our current watches. We want to see if there's been any changes there. Nope, everything's there. You got the wind advisories over there in Alabama. The only thing they did add last night, if you didn't notice, was they did add a few of these winter weather advisories into Alabama itself right there. Let me get that. All right. Hey, we got a donation of $3. Thank you, thank you there. Appreciate that. All right. Is that Dingalolingless 9039? I'm so afraid I didn't butcher that too bad. Yeah, look, the reason why they keep changing the snow totals, and I was always concerned about this, there's a reason for that, is because a part of what's going to be the enhancement of the snow area was really reliant on an upper level disturbance that's embedded in the polar vortex flow between that and the low developing off the coast. In the exact track of that, we're talking within tens of miles. It can shift a few miles. And so maybe Buford doesn't get the heavier snow. We're kind of in nowcast mode now, guys. So we just got to have to wait and see and kind of watch to see how this goes. I want to get this arrow out of the way because it was in the way of this. Let me see if I can grab that real quick. Not that one. There it is. There we go. Yeah, just move this back here a little bit. So I'm sitting on the blue. There you go. So anyway, so that's the reason for that. And we're going to live and die on it now. Here, another thing I do want to show y'all is as we go to the regular radar mode, that snow's not going to get picked up very well. So we're not going to be using this radar here that we would traditionally be using a lot. It does, again, this stuff's very low to the ground. So this in traditional radar mode, you're seeing this stuff coming in from the north, but you can't see it very well. Go over here to the South Carolina radar a little bit, can't see very well. So because it's very, very fine snow and not very high water content. So we'll be looking at the composite radar here a lot, but I will be going over here a lot just to kind of take a look at the cameras. Like there's Raven right there. You can clearly see it snowing good there. As you can see there, looking pretty good. And we'll be looking at all these cameras across on the Radar Mega site to see what's going on with the snow. So we know it's snowing. It's 26 degrees up there in Tiger, Georgia. Got some pretty good snows there. Let's see what it's looking at. See if it's got Pickens. Yeah, we got it snowing pretty good there too. So here it comes, folks. Get ready. It is going to be cold. It's going to be windy, and it's going to be snowy. It's a very fine snow. It's going to blow around a lot. Somebody was asking me about, I had put on the YouTube teaser yesterday talking about blizzard. And it's not blizzard. Blizzard has nothing to do with whether you got 100-mile-per-hour winds or everything. It actually has nothing to do with it. Blizzard is certain criteria for a blizzard has to do with the wind speed, visibility, whiteout type conditions. And so as far as in different states, just like we have different definitions per area for like winter storm warnings from state to state and winter advisories from state, blizzard's the same thing. So when I said blizzard-like conditions, I'm not kidding. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about here. As you can see here on the cameras, if the snow gets heavy enough, you're not going to be able to see squat out there. So, yeah, I think I'm going to stick by that blizzard-like possibility there for today. I think we're going to see a little bit of that. So that's up there. Let's go check over here in Chesapeake County. It's snowing there too. So we're getting really close here. Yeah, I'm just kind of checking out some of these cameras here. There's the other Pickens County. Yeah. One thing about nighttime stuff, you can see the snow pretty easily. Let's check over far west here. There, Bartow County's going. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you for the stars. Yeah, I tell you, I'm gonna tell y'all. Like I said, every cent, every membership, everything, 100% goes back to the channel. I'm retired military. I got a good pension. I'm just trying to build a business. And one thing about Uncle Sam that lets you allow to do, at least it lets you, so you're not taxed to death on it, is that if you put it back as a business investment, which is what I intend to do with every last dime I earn for 2026 to building this channel out, my tax rate will be 0. So I don't want to pay any taxes on any of this stuff. So it's very important that every dime goes back into the channel. So let's see how far south this snow is getting here. There's Crystal Falls Golf Course. Let's see. Yeah, it's it's a very fine snow. Very, very fine. Let's see how far south it's getting here. Let's look up to the Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, it's starting to snow. Yep. It is definitely further south than what the radar's showing, that's for sure. Let's go all the way down to Roswell. Is it down to Roswell yet? Up, just starting. Getting a few flakes there in Roswell. See it in the lights down there toward the Chick-fil-A in Roswell. So we're just getting, that's in Alpharetta. So we're getting there. Let's talk Cartersville. See Cartersville, can we see anything? Got a few flakes there too, but not as much. It's just kind of flirting with the area there. So again, we got all those cameras. We get to check in there. We got other cameras too that we're looking at. I'll let these reset here a little bit, and you can kind of see what's going on there. Check out Blairsville. Yeah, look at Blairsville's camera. Boy, that looks pretty good this morning. We're getting it down there in Blairsville. Look at the roads, and that's going to be a concern, folks. I'm going to tell you right there. That is going to be a little bit of a concern. And let me reset this camera real quick because this camera should be working because the other one's working. So I just got to refresh it here. There it goes. These roads are going to get pretty icy pretty quick, pretty snowing. And the reason why, with the temperatures crashing like they are today, and a lot of folks staying off them, a lot of these roads are going to look just like that. And they're going to stay that way through tomorrow because a lot of areas are not going to get above freezing and then linger into Monday. So I suspect a lot of schools are going to be closed into Monday. Like I was telling everybody going into this, that you need to batten down the hatches because it was going to be a long weekend. Cabin fever definitely setting in, and to be ready for this. So this is the type of conditions. Look at they got a pretty good amount of snow already there in Blairsville. So again, when you're dealing with the other problem we're going to have here, guys, is which makes it a little bit tricky as a forecaster because we're not used to the snow period and snow in the south period is the higher ratios. We're not exactly sure where the ratio is right there. So when it's a wet snow, we're talking 32 degrees, 31, 32 degrees. The ratio for like just over a half inch will get you 3 inches of snow, 5 to 1. The standard ratio is 10 to 1. 1 inch of precipitation will get you, 6 inches of snow. But when you get into the colder temperatures, like we're talking about today, lower 20s and then teens, the ratio really spikes, goes 15 to 1. So a half inch will get you, almost 10 inches of snow. So that ratio figure is going to play a factor here. It is possible there is that do get the heavier snow. The amounts may be higher than what we are forecasting because the model underestimates it because that ratio is so high. So that is a possibility. I'm not saying it's an absolute. I'm just saying it is definitely a possibility there. So let's look at some of these other cameras. Let's look around there a little bit. We'll play around, look around here. That Sky Valley don't look like it's doing much there right there at Sky Valley just yet. Let's look out here to Lake Lanier. This will reset here in a second. Yep, already getting snows there at Lake Lanier as well. Seeing a little bit. Again, this will get a bit easier once the sun comes up there. Let's go to Dalton, Georgia. This will catch up too. Already got a little light dusting there in Dalton as well. They were getting some snow falling up there when I went to bed last night, so we knew they were going there. Probably not quite over to UGA just yet. I got to reset this. Stand by for a second. Yeah, these cameras have to reset, so I have to refresh them. That's the word I'm looking for. So yeah, it's just dark there right now, but I'm sure we'll get some there. And let's look at the Dahlonega camera here. Yep. Got a little bit of a whiteout going there a little bit in Dahlonega, so starting to snow there as well. So we're just getting started. The snow's going to last for a few hours, especially this morning. So definitely going to be getting kind of crazy out there. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out here on the chat. We got a lot of folks out there talking. And hey, B-Borb, thank you. I appreciate you guys joining us here. I'm very grateful. For those who don't know, I originally tried to start a YouTube channel called Weather Nerds. You still see the logo down in the corner. And I was trying to do like a national title. I was trying to, be not exactly competition for the likes of The Godfather up there in Kentucky, but I wanted to do a similar channel. I thought I could find that audience, and I never did. And it took 2.5 years for me to get to 8,500 subscribers. That number you see up there that's rolling up there, I was posting every day since March of local weather up until before the previous storm. It would be 2 weeks this Monday. And I had about 369. and it's really taken off. So YouTube, the algorithm finally took off, found an algorithm, found a family. So you guys here across North Georgia are getting this into your feed. So we're finally found our audience, and we're going to pass in 2 weeks what took me 2.5 years to build over on the channel. Just couldn't find my audience over there, and now we found it over here. So, and we're building on the YouTube channel. The Facebook channel. We've had 20 million views this month. 20 million. You know, I got some great stats to go into, you know, reliable heating and air, car company, maybe a lawyer's office, somebody who'd like to be our big sponsor here. And I need that bigger, I'm making enough money to pay the equipment upgrades. I'm going to get new cameras. I'm going to get new stuff in here, microphones, which I just got this one. I need a wireless one. And lights. I'm going to get an interactive TV bought. I can buy a lot of the set stuff, but the heavy hardware stuff, that stuff's a little expensive. The weather computer's like 15 grand, and the streaming services monthly is like 4,000 a month. So I'm going to need a little help, a little capital, give it a little kick there. So hopefully we can find that. Anyway, what I'm suspecting, looking at the radar here, and thank you for the stars. I thank you very much. Let me see who's doing the stars donations here. I'd like to say hello to you guys. Kay, thank you very much. Appreciate it there. And we got Gilmer County saying they got some snow coming down there. Snow game is on. Cartersville reporting snow. I got 50 cents there. And Patsy, somebody's asking about Ken. Well, let's go over to Ken. I got Ken over here. Let me check their camera out real quick. That's over near Cherokee County. Not showing much right there. Got a little bit of a gap right there. I'll show you the camera here real quick. So there's Canton right there. They got some. That camera's pretty quiet here for the moment. So I think you got a little gap in the snow right there. Yoga Tom. Hey, welcome aboard, Yoga. Appreciate you. All right, so that's what we got. Let me go back to the weather tab here. So we got a little bit of a gap there in Canton. As you can kind of see the snow, not quite in that area right there, just to your south there. So just right there, Canton's right there. So a little quiet there for the moment. Hopefully get some snow in there. Now you guys in the west, I'm not exactly sure how much snow you guys are going to get in that area because again, the heavier snows still were favoring to the east, and that's where the heavier bands. Hey Ashley, that's my daughter's name. Appreciate you guys. That's where the heavier bands will set up here for this morning. So anyway, we're gonna be doing this for a while. So I'll be going back and forth here. I'll try to answer y'all's questions if I can. You know, one thing that kind of inspired me to get this going, one thing I heard repeatedly was a lot of North Georgia, Jonah Oliver joining us, is that they felt that a lot of North Georgia was being ignored by the city, so as a result, there was a lot of interest is pretty high in this endeavor. So I still want to include Metro Atlanta a little bit because we do have a lot of folks who are watching out of the metro area, but it will still always be North Georgia centric. All right. So I'll make sure we got that as well. So anyway, I hear somebody was asking about Walker County. That's up across Northwest Georgia. It's showing up there. You clearly see up there Walker. You got a little snow in the area there. Whoops. Let's get the right draw tool here. Mike O'Neill. Thank you guys. And I'm gonna tell you, the way the YouTube algorithm works, the more you guys subscribe on that channel, the more the audience goes up. That's how that works. So y'all rolling that thing up like an odometer is a good thing. Is a very good thing. So you got to take advantage of these opportunities. And you guys on Facebook, of course, Facebook's going to always be our hub because that's our big audience over there. That's where. But a lot of folks do prefer the looking from the other channel. So what I'm going to be doing here, and I'm still setting stuff up here, by the way, just so you know what I'm doing. A lot of folks do prefer to watch their stuff on their smart TVs. You know, Facebook's really not really set for TV, but YouTube definitely is. So what I'm going to do here for you guys over on Facebook, in case you want to watch from your own TV here, just stand by here for a second. I'm going to share with you guys the actual channel. Let me get it over to the channel. There we go. All right. So let's go back over to Facebook. Here we go. So for you guys here on the channel, I'm going to go ahead and put in the link there. So there, I just put in the chat. There's the link to the actual page for the YouTube channel. Now, you guys over on YouTube, you guys are special too. Now, That's going to happen here. So what I'm going to do for you guys over here on the YouTube side, here goes the Facebook page. I'm going to put this over here, and I'll do this routinely throughout the day. So you guys can cross, if you're watching over on YouTube, go over to the Facebook page and make sure you hit the follow button. Very important, hit that follow button. Do you guys realize that 78%, I just looked at the stat last night, 78% of that 20 million that I had the last month are not followers. I'm like, man, if I get that number to come up, well, that'd be amazing. So I just cross-shared it for you guys. You guys can do that. So if you guys on Facebook don't want to watch on your phone, you want to watch on TV, you can watch on TV. Dudley Camp, thank you for coming on board. Now we can go over here and look at some of the model data here. I don't know how accurate at this point the model data is going to be, but we're going to look here at I do want to look at the high resolution snow totals here. It's really kind of a snow total thing now. So this is the 6Z. I'm going to pull this up here, make sure I got it. And yeah, not overly high. I'll be honest with you. It's definitely backed off significantly. I can see why if somebody was saying the Weather Channel had backed off there. So this was one of my concerns with this, but we'll see how this materializes. So here is the latest model run. Okay. So again, it's 2 to 3 inches here for everybody up in here. You see there's a 6 right there. There's a 4. There's a 3 up near Lake Lanier. So tapers off to about an inch over toward Atlanta. What made the Weather Service nervous yesterday was that it spiked to like a 3 here on the NAM into the metro area. So they expanded those warnings westward. And I was warning everybody yesterday that not everybody's going to get the same amounts of snow. Some are going to get more than others. Some are going to be disappointed. Some are going to say, wow, look at all this snow. Because it was such an atypical setup for this thing. And it wasn't like we were tracking a low pressure along the Gulf Coast, classic O running. Last weekend when we were doing our ice coverage, the GFS model kicked out this Gulf low down in the Gulf, and it kicked out like 30 inches of snow in Rome, 2 feet in Atlanta. It was just through the roof. I was telling everybody, it ain't going to happen. Ignore it. Don't worry about it, because that particular snow event was going to be an issue. And this one is completely different than what that model was showing. This is a very unique setup. One, and be honest with you, in my recent memory, I can't remember this kind of setup for this kind of snow event here across our area. But that's what we're looking at. And that's what we're going to be dealing with here for this morning. So we're going to be doing a lot of looks at cameras and look at this stuff like Blairsville. That looks like something off a postcard, don't it? And we're getting snow there in Helen too. Let's go down to the Helen camera here. So with the Christmas stuff still up there and the snow coming down in Helen, but look at the powder, man. It's just very, very, very fine. It's not very high there, to say the least. But we will see how the snow checks up here, and we'll see what those coverages are as we're coming up on 6:40 this morning. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out on YouTube. Keep doing those subscribes. Again, right now I'm showing my average. It's finally showing me my average time. It was not showing that to me last week. I was like, where is that? So right now we're averaging about 5 minutes per turnover. And the same rules apply on Facebook. So if you're doing the hit and run and you're going to come back later, just make sure you give us a thumbs up, leave a comment, make sure you subscribe and follow. You do those things, we'll keep that audience turnover from coming back at us, all right? So very, very important to do that. Let's see. I'll check out the Dahlonega camera here again. And definitely I'll look at, it's a pretty good, decent, moderate snow they're falling in Dahlonega right now. I haven't even looked out my own door in Brazelton. The model, looking at the radar doesn't show it should be in my area just yet, but I might need to look out the door real quick. See how it's doing in my backyard. So, but that's what it's looking right there. Let's go back to the radar here. No. Let's look at the satellite picture here. Let me get this. Of course, this is all. I got to reset this real quick. So let me get this going. Enable. And there it goes. Yeah, there's the big old mass just kind of coming on down. It's got part of that polar vortex just coming right on down the pike here. And they're talking about snow. I mean, this snow could track. It's going to track all the way from Savannah all the way up the Carolina coast. So all these coastal cities that don't usually see snow at all, they're going to get it. They're going to get dumped on. The model here is kicking out about an inch of snow even into Savannah. So amazing. We'll see how this works out While y'all looking at that, let me put it back on the radar real quick while I'm looking at the model here. There we go. Let's go look back over here to a model. I want to look at some stuff here for comparison here. Let's see what the European's doing. Yeah, European's still generally the same. Not really changed much there at all. I'll show you the European model run here. This is the latest and greatest that just came in. So I'll show you this is my model. This is my preferred model of choice. Let's pretend that everything here on this model is correct. All right. So again, get my pen turned back on here. And so we're showing almost 7 inches there in Blairsville, and judging by what I'm seeing on that a live shot there wouldn't shock me. Got 5.5 over there in Toccoa. Here is 4 inches there in to Gainesville, 3.5 down here in Lawrenceville. Seeing 5 inches over there in Winder. Looks like a little over 4 inches over near Athens. Hartwell looking at 5.5 over here. 3.5 down here in Washington. But really drops off there in Atlanta. Again, you got a very fine line here between the halves. Here, this halves, have-nots. And it's kind of funny. I've been kind of teasing that the whole way today that we were going to get that. So like the airport may not get much, Atlanta itself may not get a whole lot out of this. So like I said, when they upgraded that warning yesterday, there might be some folks in Atlanta. You said we were going to get snow and we were going to get all this, and they don't get much there at all at Atlanta airport. I mean, I understood why they did it yesterday. I got that, but hey, what are you gonna do? Let's look at the Atlanta. I'll look at the Atlanta cameras out there. Let me see if they get this to come up here. Assuming it comes up, it was they may be getting a little overrun there. There's the Atlanta cameras there, so I'll have to move this down so I can rotate through these. And so don't look bad there in Atlanta right now. There's Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Yeah, nothing's got down into the Atlanta metro area just yet. I'll try to see at the King and Queen building. There's Six Flags. Gonna go. There's the airport. ISIS there. It looks like I'm trying to see if there's anything going. Atlanta air traffic looks like it should still be going. Early morning flights. I'm waiting to see if a plane takes off there or not. We'll see. Hey, Mindy there in Dahlonega. Looks like a beautiful and sticking. Yeah, it's good. There's gonna be no question on any of the snow sticking today, my guys. I mean, the ground temperatures here. There's the King Queen building there in Atlanta. So not looking bad there right now. So we'll check on the Atlanta cameras from time to time too. But yeah, there's absolutely no question whatsoever of any of this stuff hitting the ground, not hitting the ground and accumulating. It ain't gonna be melting off. It's definitely plenty cold. Ground temperatures are cold. It's been cold for weeks. The other thing we're gonna be tracking here throughout today, and let me look over this, is going to be the road temperatures. You guys remember Snowmageddon in 14. So in the aftermath of that event, what happened was the DOT, they said, you know what, we're going to buy and install a network of sensors that basically look at the road temperatures. All right. So what we can do here on this map is I can go anywhere across North Georgia. We'll start up here where we know we got snow falling pretty well. So the road temperature here is sitting at 24 degrees. So yeah, that's not melting. Okay. That's down to 24 degrees over there. How about over here at Raven County? That's sitting just a little below freezing there. That's sitting at almost 30 degrees there. Let's go over here to Hall. That one's above freezing. That's at 441. So all these ones up north, they've definitely gone below freezing. That one's dived. You got to get an idea when the precipitation started in an area, but just looking at the temperature diving down. That's down to 30, and these will continue to fall because the air temperature is going to fall with it. So all these places where we see the temperature, that was just a little above, not much there going on. That one's dropped off. That one's sitting down 24 degrees. So as the snow starts to fall, everybody's roads are going to get below freezing. There's no question about that whatsoever. There's going to be icing all over the place. If you remember last week, we were tracking this, and it was very borderline. It was getting a little bit below freezing. This is so cold. There's no borderline with this stuff. It's going to drop it down big time. So we'll continue to look back at that. We'll look at these road conditions to get an idea how cold they're going to get and how frozen they're going to get. The question is going to be how much snow does an area get that's going to cause problems? How much precipitation are we going to actually truly get? Because the precipitable water, because the air is so cold, won't be that terribly high. All right. Let me close that down here. Go back over here to the radar. Here we go. We'll be watching that very closely. Again, it's going to be very tricky to see. I would suspect what we're going to end up seeing. Like I'm looking in here, looking at the radar. You see this darker blue in here. This is some heavier snows right up in here. You definitely see the heavier snows up in here. So again, we're just getting started on this. The heavier snow period was going to be coming in between 8, 9, 10 o'clock this morning, if I remember correctly from yesterday. And don't worry, I got plenty of sodas, guys. I got some breakfast sandwiches in the fridge. I can stick in the microwave and nuke here for this morning. Be ready to rock and roll. Let's see here. What we got? Let me go back over here to the social media page here. I got to get this back over. Let's go back over here. There we go. Hey, Sabrina, thank you. I appreciate your great job there on Facebook. We got Coetta watching. We got Ball Ground. Ball Ground getting some snow right now. You guys are on the western edges. Ball Ground probably won't get as much as other areas are going to get. We got Franklin County in the house. Jessica's reporting some flurries there in Gainesville. Janet says it's snowing and coming. We got James Black over on YouTube says, glad I found your channel. You do an excellent job. Well, thank you. I've been doing this for a little while. And I do, for those who don't know, I do freelance at Fox 5. I'm a freelancer. I get to fill in with it. One thing I made it very clear when I really want to call it an interview, there were guys, hey, you want to freelance? I'm like, sure, no problem. I just made sure they didn't have a problem with this business endeavor. They said, no, we ain't got a problem with that. I'm like, okay, good. Because I feel like when I fill in there, I bring people that don't traditionally watch Fox 5 to their channel. So as we grow this channel, they benefit a little more than the other way around. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have been, as the channel has grown in my own backyard, I probably have had maybe not quite a dozen folks who recognize me, not from filling in at Fox, but because of the YouTube channel or because of Facebook. The digital platform is where it lives. That's where it's at. So that's where we're hoping to pull off here. We got Woodstock says bone dry. Yeah, it's just missing y'all. It's just y'all's north right now. Again, you got a little bit of a dry slot in here. I was warning about this yesterday. I posted about, I said it all depended on where the band's set up, but there's a definite little dry slot. You got snow over here. I got a snow band here, but nothing in between there. So I was warning the fact, I said it all depended on where the snow band's set up for this. So like I said, there are going to be some people who are going to be disappointed, and there are going to be some people who are going to be very happy. It all depends on where you're at. All right. So Ball Ground, it should be snowing there now, at least looking at the radar. The radar says it should be snowing there, but we'll see. We'll see. Actually, I'm going to look out my door real quick. Let me see if I'm getting any flurries here. I'm right near Braselton, so hold on 1 second. I know as soon as I opened that door, I knew it hadn't started snowing here yet, just because it wasn't very cold yet. Like I said, when it starts precipitating and starts snowing, that temperature is going to drop like crazy. So it's showing. I was just checking my home thermometer. It's 30 degrees. So I got a little thermometer over there on the HVAC side. So, hey, thank you for the stars there, Patsy. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. And I'm scrolling down here. We got, Christy's in Braselton. Not seeing anything here just yet. We'll get there soon enough. We got Christy Graham just gave $2 over there and over there on the channel. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And let me be very clear. I want to be upfront about this. So if anybody asks, Fox 5 does not endorse this, nor do they sponsor this, nor do they have anything to do with this endeavor. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I just want to make sure. I want to put that out there. Now, if they want to have a partnership deal with me later, once I'm fully functional and I'm on operation, I'll be more than happy to entertain that with those guys, maybe with their digital platform. But right now, they got absolutely nothing to do with what we're doing here. All right? Be very upfront about this. Hey, we got Rack Stoneby watching from Douglasville, Georgia. Hey, good morning. Good to see you there. We got Kevin in Blue Ridge. It says it's snowing there at Blue Ridge. One of my favorite little towns. We love going to Blue Ridge, my wife and I. We were actually going to try to do something yesterday. I wanted to go to Dahlonega. There's a great Irish pub there in Dahlonega I wanted to go to, but because of the weather situation, what was going on, I didn't get a chance to go. And my poor wife, God bless her, she's been really supportive. Basically since the last weekend in December, the weekend after Christmas, up until this point, I've been working every single weekend, either Fox 5, last weekend, this weekend, doing this stuff. I didn't get to go to my weather conference. Virtuals are terrible. I will never do a virtual conference again. I had no choice to do it this time. But it's been very tough. So we're going to take a weekend coming up. We're going to go, I think we're going to try to see if we can go down to, I'm retired military. And so we're going to try to go to Shades of Green down in Orlando, down at Disney World, and spend a weekend, maybe spend a day over at Epcot. We love Epcot, so we might go down. We ain't been there in a few years, so spend a weekend, go down there, get away for a little bit. May turn off the social media I'll still post a little bit, but not like I normally do. I'm a weather geek. Can't take the weather geek out of me completely. That's why I had the Weather Nerds channel. So anyway, we'll continue to see. We're gonna go do something later this month. Next weekend I got to work at Fox 5. I'll be working in the morning, so I'll be working 5 to 8:30 in there on Saturday, Sunday. But after that, I think the rest of the month I'm clear. I'm good to go. So appreciate you guys. So you guys keep it going. Again, I do want to let y'all know. Like I said, we just got the monetization on YouTube just started up a few days ago. If you want to become a member, there's 2 different categories in there. One is the same category as the subscriber service over on Facebook. And then I have those who really want to help with the channel. I call it, so it's the Brick Tamlin. Of course, that's named after the guy from Anchorman. And then my buddy, Jim Cantori. He doesn't endorse this product, but Jim's an old buddy. Worked with him at the Weather Channel years ago. We call him Chief, and there's a whole backstory on that. But he's, anybody's ever seen him get excited about the lightning weather. If you ever go to YouTube and you can check that out. Put Jim Cantori snow lightning. You put that in there, it'll blow your mind. He gets so excited about this stuff. So those are the 2 levels there on YouTube. I didn't want to get too fancy with that. But you guys, the subscriber servers on both channels are going to serve a big purpose. We are going to launch our weather app on March 1st. I signed the contract this past week with Barron Services out of Huntsville to help develop the weather app. So we're going to get the weather app going here. And until I get a sponsor for it, I was going to use the membership and the subscriber fees collectively to help cover the data fees for that service. So that's how, maybe you might think $1 is not a lot or $2 is a lot, but you know what? If you collectively get $2 all over the place, it can round up pretty good. So not a bad thing. And that's the big thing trying to do this, man. It's you say, wow, $4,000, that's a lot. Well, in the grand scheme of broadcast, it's relatively cheap. So we're talking about your monthly weather data fees, your streaming data fees, the app data fees, and then my operational accounts and stuff like that. All that about $4,000 a month. So that's what we got to try to get. And then hopefully once we get the channel up and going, I can get a, hey Todd, good to see you on board. Thank you. Hopefully we get Todd, I get a salesperson on board. I'm going to give him 12% commission. I was like, hey, go sell this stuff. Because I don't like doing the advertising stuff too much. And I'll be highlighting our advertisers here from time to time as well. So you'll be looking for those. So we will be, what I probably need to do is I need to get all their stuff on a page, but I'm still kind of learning a little bit on what I'm doing here. Oh, what are you doing, man? I swear. I just opened up a Word document and the thing just blew up my entire screen. Hello. Thank you there for the new subscriber. I think I was on member services. Hold on a second. I can't see the screen right now because Word just pucked up this huge. I got a 49-inch monitor, which was the first thing I bought with my earnings, and gave me a whole lot more workspace. But it doesn't help when it takes up the whole screen. I can't see nothing. Like, hello. There we go. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, we got Brick Tamlin level here. Welcome to Have You Called Pink Floyd? Ooh, I love Pink Floyd. Oh, I can listen to off the wall all day of the week. You can't tell me those guys weren't on drugs when they did that album, but boy, that was an awesome album. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about our sponsor for this first hour coming up. This is Family Tax Prep is our big sponsor here. You know, we're getting ready for tax season coming up here, guys. And these guys are advertising with us. They're our Weather on the Go sponsor, which, of course, we didn't do this morning because we're going to live coverage. But you go to familytaxprep.com and use the code word Majestic, and you get $30 off on your tax services for this year. So if you're getting those W-2s this week, which I'm sure you guys are, if you need help with your taxes, check with Family Tax Prep. They're a locally owned business, which is a good thing with our business to help local businesses. So, advertising here is not that expensive, at least not yet, right? So check them out, familytaxprep.com. And again, use the code word Majestic, get $30 off on your service. All right. There, I got my first advertising out of the way. All right. Let's shut that down. All righty. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. What we got going on here? Let me go back over to the channel here. Again, I like to say thank you to everybody. That's the best I can here. Try to keep up with the scroll. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Hey, I got such positive feedback yesterday. For those who didn't see my video yesterday, if you're over on Facebook, on YouTube, I did a video, and it's a clip from White Christmas when they're talking about snow. I did this an intro to the video. It got pretty well received over there on the YouTube channel. So check that out if you get a chance. So thunder snow. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any thunder snow out of this. Hey, Robert Seymour, good to see you there, my friend. Mike Dunbar over on Facebook says it's snowing in Helen. Yeah, we were just looking at Helen a while ago. Let's take a look at Helen back here a little bit. Go back to the Helen stick there. Again, very dry snow, but you can see it covering the roads. And I tell you, with the temperatures getting cold, you see how wet that road is. And if the temperatures plummet as low as it, that is going to turn into one big giant sheet of ice. I mean, really, really bad. Especially that black asphalt. That stuff's going to ice up very, very quickly. So you guys don't get on the roads today. Don't get on the roads tomorrow, for that matter. We do get above freezing going into Monday. And then actually get near normal for a little while, then it cools back down again. I haven't looked at the long range model stuff, but again, very important y'all stay off those roads. They're going to be really, really bad out there. So you got that Blairsville, boy. That's just looking. That's what I want to see. I want to see that. I want to see more of that. That's my show of hands. Who likes that? Who likes that Blairsville video right there? Does that look like something out of a postcard? You still see people around in their 4-wheel trucks out there. Of course, you're not going to keep the Mountaineers out of their doing their business. That is a beautiful, beautiful picture there. Hey, you talk about the weather. Wow. We always get one guy that wants to complain. Sorry, man. I'm here for the long haul. Anyway, here goes. Go back to that cam again. Telling you folks, it's going to be have and have nots on this coverage. Radars, because that snow is so fine. That's why I can't use the regular radar. It's going to be interesting to see where these heavier bands on it. Right now, it's definitely favoring here the middle of the state here. This has definitely got some nice snows in here. And you see the heavier snows up across. We just saw that camera up there near the Blairsville area. Some pretty good snows up that way. Let me pull back out on this camera real quick. Let me pull back out here. Now, I want to talk about this because we're talking about the polar vortex. We're talking about the polar vortex. This is some extremely cold air. We're talking temperatures just a few thousand feet, a couple thousand feet up, below zero. I'm not talking below freezing. I'm talking below zero. So that kind of cold air, when it comes crashing down, and that's what it's doing. It's crashing down with the snow. Any moisture in the atmosphere, it's going to squeeze the atmosphere truly like a sponge and shake out and snow. That's what we're seeing here. We're getting flurries back here, even into Alabama near Birmingham. Again, not expected to accumulate a lot coming here across West Georgia. But again, it's going to be setting up to where I see this dry slot here in between. Like I said, the western counties, you're not going to get that much over there, guys. Really, I'm not worried. But anywhere from Blue Ridge down to Atlanta to the east, if you wanted to ask me where I thought this thing was going to set, if you're this way, you're looking pretty good. If you're the other way, probably not nearly as much. It's going to drop. That's where all the miles been pretty consistent in that. It's shifted a little bit, a few miles here and there, but it's been in that ballpark all week. Hasn't really changed all that much the last couple of days. So that's what you're going to be looking at. Like I said, there's going to be some folks disappointed. Now, if you go to the Facebook page, I did post this. You have to scroll back through, but I did post a map here of all the Georgia counties. If you're not exactly sure where your location is, Joe O'Bart, thank you there. Just joined us on YouTube. Check that map out. It'll help you out if you're a little geographically challenged. I mean, I know a lot of the counties in Georgia, but not all of them. So I definitely need to look at the map myself. You know, as a guy who's looked at the state of Georgia map for years, I still don't know all the counties. That's for sure right now. One thing I want to point out here as well, let me zoom back in here again. Let me get back over here. Another thing I want to point out here is, I want to look at the dew points here and see how these change a little bit. Now, notice up there in Blairsville where it's 20 and 16. That means that air is fully saturated. Obviously, it's snowing really good there. We know that's not a problem. But these other areas out in head are a little bit drier. So it's going to take a little while for that air to get saturated. Like down toward Atlanta, it's like 28 degrees, but dew points is 18, 19. So it's a little bit dry. But it looks like the flurries are starting to get their way down into Atlanta right now. We're getting some pretty decent snows here. Let me zoom in here a little bit. So it looks like Alpharetta, heading up toward Freeholm, Cumming, Coal Mountain, Silver City, Dawsonville. I mean, you see this darker blue in here. Amico Falls, probably getting some in there, heading into Dahlonega. We know it's snowing in Dahlonega. This is starting to drift to the east a little bit. So Hall County, Oakwood, Flowery Branch, up to Claremont, and eventually getting over to me. Should start seeing some snows. This is starting to shift a little bit to the east now. Starting to show some movement on this. And it looks like the snow field is starting to expand. So what the models were showing yesterday was that this stuff was going to start coming down, start intensifying, starting in the morning, and then really kind of continuing into the early afternoon hours. So this snow field is expected to expand a bit as it continues to evolve this morning. So that's what we're looking at. And again, you see all this really heavy snow up here in Tennessee. I mean, these temperatures are in the teens. Anyone you see as a zero is a stick that's out, by the way. It's not 0 degrees up there in Morristown, for example. But you can see they're up here in the mountains, they're going to get blasted, man. They're probably going to get close to a foot of snow in those areas up that way. But we're more interested in what goes on here in our backyard. Let's go look at some more cameras here. Let's go look at some more cameras. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. And I'm going to bounce around here a little bit. Let's look at some cameras here. All right, that was in Canton. Canton's 24 degrees. It's still not, they're still in that dry slot. Still nothing there in Canton. So I'm sorry for you guys over there in Canton. Now we go over here toward the Hall County line and near Dawsonville. Yeah, it's coming down and it's accumulating. You're seeing the ground there turning white there. Looking pretty good there with the snow falling there. And let's go over to, got a lot. The company that Radar Omega is at is actually in Dawson County, so they've got a lot of cameras there. Wow, look at that! It's near the Motor Speedway there in Dawsonville. Yeah, that's coming down very good. And I'll zoom in a little bit closer so I can look at all these here. There's downtown Dawsonville City Hall. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. That's a good picture right there. That's what. And again, this stuff's gonna. And as it continues to fall, the temperatures are gonna fall. With the dew points at 22.9. So as you can see, just it's falling 28.6. It's gonna continue to fall with that snow falling into the area. There's the high school. Can't see that camera. That camera's getting ice. Some of these cameras might ice up, so that's going to be a bit of a problem on some of these. Let's go over here to the Crystal Golf Course. Camera's shooting down, probably to try to keep the lens protected there. But you see the snow accumulating there. 25 degrees there. Here's right Cumming, Georgia. That's somebody's house, I believe. Oh, wow, that's coming down. That is coming down. Good snow's coming there. I'm looking forward to that. It looks like that whole line's drifting my direction. So, and then here in Cumming, not as heavy, but coming there and coming as well. Getting some white snow accumulating there. Again, it's 23.6 degrees there. Wow. So again, this is a very dry snow. I don't know how successful the snowman making is going to be with this stuff. There's the Chick-fil-A again. I moved the camera back up. So sun will be coming up here shortly, so we should be able to see a little bit more as far as what these are looking like here. But those cameras there. And yeah, Brasstown Bald, we're not going to see much there. They're up in those clouds and soup. Not going to be able to see that camera very well. Look at Sky. Oh, Sky Valley's finally, the sun's come up and up there. There you can see the snow's accumulating there. Sky Valley, Blairsville, Helen, all three cameras there, looking at the snow just coming on down in those areas. So quite a bit. All right. Appreciate you guys checking us out. Make sure you give us, let's see how we're doing over here on the likes. We got 316 likes over on Facebook. Please hit that like button if you can. Make sure you hit that follow button on our main page. And you guys over on YouTube, you're averaging about 6 minutes. I wish Facebook did this. Facebook don't do that. YouTube does, but not Facebook. As far as the average view time, YouTube does it. So, but again, to help our turnover, give us the likes, give us the comments, give us the subscribes. Feed the beast. Eventually, we'll get big enough we won't even have to do that anymore. So, James Harris, thank you very much. I appreciate you. But it is all about interaction. Joy Lavender says, woke up to a powder sugar dusting there and still coming down in Hill City in northwest Georgia. Yeah, northwest Georgia, probably not going to get all that much. Go back over here to the radar here. I'm going to pull that up here again. Stand by. So, and there's a big gap in that precipitation field there. That was the big thing I was worried about. Some people, people getting it, and some people not. But Northwest still getting some up there, but not with the heavier stuff falling. Okay, so that's what we're seeing there. All right, let's go over to. So I'm looking through the chats here, guys. So Nathan Polo says stepdad says it's snowing at Lakemont near Clayton. So up near Clayton, up there, northwest Georgia, yeah, and they could get some heavier snows up there. Yeah, not quite gotten into Lawrenceville yet, folks, but it's getting close. Hey, Cindy Castro just became a member. Thank you. She's a Brick Tamlin member. Thank you. And you guys go beginning on we just cracked 8,000 subscribers. Woo! Thank you. Beginning on Monday for you guys subscribing on the. I have not started posting the weather report briefings over there yet. That'll start on Monday. So it's the same report that I do on Facebook. I will be posting for members only over there on the YouTube channel. All right, Marcel Barth, thank you. But Lawrenceville, you guys are going to be getting this. Michael Joyner says it's snowing pretty good here in Sardis area near Gainesville. So yeah, I can definitely see that. And that's all drifting to the east here. So again, looking here at the radar, you guys here in Gwinnett and up toward Hall County, starting to get a little bit here and down into Metro Atlanta here, starting to show up here a little bit as well. But these counties going into our Banks and heading up toward the north here. Obviously, we got it already falling in White County right now, and Jackson County. It's starting to drift that way, but this looks like a heavier band starting to show up in here. This blue is starting to get a little bit darker. When you start seeing that blue get a little bit darker in its intensity, that's a pretty good indication that the snow amounts are starting to pick up there a little bit. So watch out for the snows. It's 30 degrees in Gainesville. Watch what happens to that temperature once it starts precipitating, and the temperature is going to start to fall. It's going to, as that cold air aloft comes crashing right down to the surface. So, and boy, look up here to the north, up here across northeast Georgia. Wow. I mean, we're talking Sky Valley, Mountain City, over to Hiawassee, going over to Young Harris. What's that? Wilk Store. Again, these darker blues, the whole area there, that is some probably good moderate to heavy snow showing up here across these northeast counties going into Raven County, so, and into White County. So pretty good snows there. Very good there. Let's go over to Facebook real quick. Trying to stay up on the, I tell you, I had a great program called Chat Ninja. It was so awesome. And it's not supported by the dangum app anymore. I had the ability to pull up y'all's comments on the bottom of my screen. I have not got a replacement for it yet, but I'm going to be looking for that because I think it's so important to be able to pull you guys by name up on the screen and identify you guys. Very important. So that's one of my things to work on. Michaela says it's snowing in Rome. That's good to see there. She's over on Facebook. Brian says, I'm close to Vogel State Park, and we've got about 1 inch, and it's still coming down. Well, thank you, Brian. Ducktown reporting snow. Athens, you guys will get in the snows later. It's moving y'all's way. Amber is reporting snow there in LJ. All right, we got a new member there over there on YouTube. We got Las Poon. Just became a Jim Cantori member. All right, way to go there. All right, so here we go. That's our famous weatherman. Snowing. Brenda's saying it's snowing in there in Alto, Georgia. So Michael is saying wind is really blowing hard here in Talking Rock, Georgia. Oh, that's something. Now that's important. That's something I need to point out. That's a very good point about that wind here today. Let me go over here real quick. Well, first of all, let me pull this radar back out. Yeah, we'll go back. Not that close. All right. So let me do this. There's something I do want to point out here today. I think it's kind of important. So I'm going to put this in studio mode for a minute so I can go over here and make sure I get on the right data here. Hold on 1 second. Why it's on there, I have no idea. Let's go. I get the right state here. Georgia up here. Georgia. Okay, I want to go over to a couple things I want to point out for you guys here. That's just important. Very important. I know the kids are going to want to get out in this today for obvious reasons. So, let's see. Right now, it is what time? It is 7 o'clock. So here's your 7 o'clock temperatures right there. Okay, so here I want to show you this here. Let's transition. Here is the model here. Look, these are current temperatures as of the 7 o'clock hour here on the model. Okay, now what I want y'all to pay attention to is watch what these temperatures are doing here throughout the day. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're falling, okay, throughout the day, all day, just dropping. So we're dropping temperature all day, all right? So that's problem number one. Here's problem number two. We're going to have wind with this stuff really increasing from the west. So check out the wind chill factors. You see that gray area up there? That, my friends, is below zero feel-like temperatures. So as you see here at 1 o'clock, we're dropping into the single digits and below zero here across parts of North Georgia. So this is important. I know the kids are going to want to go outside and play in the snow. All right? Make sure they dress warmly. Do not have any exposed skin as best you can with these kind of wind chills, okay? Hats, gloves, scarves. If they get wet, get them back inside or tell them to come back inside because in this kind of weather, with only the snow, but also that wind, which is going to be pretty howling out there, could cause hypothermia problems. So please be careful with this. And then it's going to be very cold here. Once the snow even starts, I mean, this wind's going to stay up here because you got a big low off the East Coast. You got a big high to the west. You got a pretty strong pressure gradient there. And as a result of these wind chills, I mean, look at these down minus 12 there at 4 o'clock in the morning up there in Blairsville. We got -1 down into Gainesville here. Very, very nippy here. So toward tomorrow morning, we got wind chills down near zero. That's why we have the extreme cold weather warning here for tonight because of these wind chills. So folks, just please be careful out in this cold. That is definitely a must here. All right. Let's go back over to the weather tab here. And don't worry, I'll be saying that a lot today. A lot today. All righty. I think we're going to make I think we're definitely going to hit that 8,500 there on YouTube. I think it's pretty good bet. Pretty good bet we're going to get there. So let's go back over here on Allison's reporting some flurries there in Lilburn now. So we're getting that into Gwinnett County. Snowing in Alta, Dahlonega. Somebody's asking how's Dahlonega looking. Well, let's take a look at the Dahlonega camera here. Pull it up real quick. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, clearly got some snow coming down there, snow accumulating. Normally on that shot, you can see the mountains off in the distance when it's a clear day. But clearly, no, we got snow. Looks like a snow globe, don't it? Looks like a bit of a snow globe coming on there. And Athens, you guys haven't got it yet. Snow, the sun's coming up. Hasn't started in Athens yet. That'll come in later this morning. And Athens area is one of the more favored areas for some decent snow, so watch out for that. So be careful out there. We got CC Peak watching us from Claremont, Georgia, and she says she's enjoying the channel. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Now, the other thing we're going to watch here closely is the cameras, is the DOT cameras. We're going to have to watch this as well here for today. I see they got a little warning here. It says, yeah, so they got this up saying winter storm warning and advisory up for all their cameras. So, we could go in here and check some of the cameras going up 85 and going up Cobb. We could kind of check these out. The only thing that really stinks, I wish, thank you, Wally D. I wish that Georgia had better camera access. You use the DOT cameras down there, like in Florida. It's live streaming, man. All of them. You can see on there. You go in there. You can stream any camera. And most of the cameras on our DOT network either don't work or they're all static shots. Here goes. There you can see this is over near Cobb County cam. You can see some of the snow there falling there a little bit. So we can also look at the DOT cams, but they're not as fun. Not as fun as the other cameras. We'll pull up the Dalton. Here's Dalton up there in northwest Georgia, getting a little snow as well. A little bit going there. So that's where we're currently sitting. Now, again, they update you there. These have not changed. These are your latest winter storm warnings. Now, again, there's a gap in that precipitation that's like riding right in here, unfortunately. So, like I said, there might be some people that are in the advisory or warning that think they're going to get snow. They may not get it. They may not. I was so worried about that. And what makes you worry about that kind of situation when you see something like that is that folks in a specific area don't get anything or get very little. And then when the next storm comes along, they go, well, you said that last time and nothing happened this time. Let's not do anything. This past weekend, when we had the ice storm, a lot of folks, well, ain't nothing happened. Well, for a lot of people, it didn't happen, but for about 5 counties here in Georgia, it was significant. 100,000 plus people without power. It could have been a whole lot worse. We were so close, guys. I don't think you guys realize from a weather standpoint, if I was going to tell you, it was like by that much. That last bit of precipitation, which was the heaviest group that was coming in, fell predominantly as sleet. The cold air was just thick enough at the lower levels to refreeze that stuff as sleet and not freezing rain. Had that last bit of precipitation come in as just rain, if it didn't get a chance to refreeze, the power outage issue would have been significantly higher, and I mean quite a bit higher. So to say we missed it by that much, we did. And I don't regret staying all over that one because we hadn't had a major ice storm like that or that potential in about 20 years. It'd been a long time. So I don't regret anything I was saying on that endeavor to get folks prepared for that thing. There goes 2-0 burgers in a row. There's our Simi SOT. He said 2-0 burgers there in Marietta. It's you still got some snow coming your way there, Marietta. Again, not expecting a whole lot. Never did, even from the get-go on this, was I expecting that because the models were never showing a lot of significant snows to the west. Everything was east. That's how it was going to be. Someone's asking what's the difference between sleet and freezing rain. Okay, very simple. Freezing rain is nothing more than rain. It's raining, but it's freezing right at the surface. Right at the surface, it's freezing. Sleet, on the other hand, the air is cold enough, thick enough, far enough off where it falls as snow, transitions over to rain, and then it falls back into a cold pocket, just cold enough to refreeze it as ice when it comes down. So when we had that wedge in place, that wedge was just thick enough to allow that rain to refreeze as ice before hitting the ground. And sleet does not coat everything and knock everything down like rain does. If freezing rain, man, that ices up everything. Hey, we got another new weatherman here, Jonathan Campbell. He's our Brick Tamlin member. Thank you for coming on board. Oh, you made a donation. I'm sorry. I thought that was a Brick Tamlin donation. I'm sorry. But thank you. I appreciate that. Going over back over here to YouTube, we got a couple of the folks. We got Janet Redden just gave 500 stars there. Thank you, Janet. I appreciate you. Thank you. Again, I'll do my best to try to keep up with it, keep up with the chats here as best we can. Let's keep it going. Y'all keep it cordial out there on both chats, all right? All right. Chandela says it's snowing very heavily there in Alpharetta. We were just noticing that going on through that area. It looks like it's tapering off a little bit, but we're starting to get this heavier band here, moving into Gwinnett County now. So let me go over to this back over here. Noticing this band is on the move here. So we're looks like we're getting a very good band here developing here, moving eastward, moving into in northern Gwinnett County. So Beaufort should be getting some pretty good snows here. I suspect I'm right here. Let me show you where I'm at. I am right about there, and I've got a pretty good heavy snow burst coming my way right now. So you folks in my neighborhood who may be watching our broadcast this morning, get ready. It's coming. We're going to get that good down burst of snow here briefly. That's going to make the roads pretty slick and pretty quick. But this one's at least moving, so you're going to get a quick burst of snow in that area, last few minutes, and then it'll settle on off. But we'll see how the rest of the snow develops here for this afternoon. A lot of those heavier snows up here across northeast Georgia. It's dropped to 19 degrees there in Blairsville right now. And you can see how the temperatures are out ahead of it. So watch these temperatures here, 28 degrees. And we got 19 back here toward Blairsville. And I guarantee you that's pretty much saturated here. Again, look at the dew points in these areas. It's 15 there in Blairsville. So again, looking at that, that area's going to set. So this is very good snow up here across northeast Georgia. You're looking at Raven and Towns and White and northern part of Hamersham, all getting some very good snows right there. But there's where we're currently sitting. Watch that snow band expand out here this morning. But there is a dry slot in there. And it clearly shows up very easily right there from Tennessee coming right down into Georgia. So, again, that may hamper and tamper the snow levels. That's why the models, I think, backed off a little bit. It was to detect. You can't detect stuff like that until you're like practically right on the event. You can't really forecast that. I did warn about it. I did post about it, but you can't really forecast it on the model run until you get close enough to the event. I've just seen these in the past. You just got to watch out for them. So, yeah, let's see here. Yeah, reporting light snow now there in Gainesville at 30 degrees. Good day to have homemade chicken soup and baked bread, cookies, etc. Y'all stay safe and warm. Yeah, that's a good idea, Michael. Absolutely. Oh, the alerts are too loud. Oh, I can do that. Not a problem. Hold on a second. Got to figure out where my desktop alert is. Yeah, that's easy. Not a problem. Let's bring down the desktop. Desktop audio, I'm bringing down to half. That should work for you. And that should do it. Thank you for letting me know that. That's one thing I've got to get figured out. One thing I don't have yet is an audio board, which is one of the things I do need to get. And I do have a Stream Deck I bought, which I haven't got hooked up yet. What the Stream Deck allows is I could punch the buttons to go to different stuff and integrating that into OBS Studio, which is what we use to do our broadcasts on. So little things will make it better. Like I said, we're learning as we go along. I do appreciate it. I did turn that down for you there, Christy. Let me know if it's still a problem for you. And let me turn I'll turn the back monitor up a little bit. I got to at least hear it so I can acknowledge folks. I don't want to miss anybody. All right, let's see here. Going back over to Facebook. Let's see here. We got Vivian says it's snowing in Adairsville right now. Angela was asking about power outages. Not the same as what we had last weekend because we're not expecting freezing rain. This is all snow. Shouldn't do any problems there. However, some of the wind gusts this afternoon, 35, 40 miles per hour, you couldn't rule out an isolated outage, but nothing on a massive scale. If you get a power outage in your area, you definitely won the power outage lottery. So I think the risk is pretty low. Not expecting that very much. Decula's, you got a band coming into Decula here in the next few minutes, so you're going to get some snow here shortly there, Angie. It should be starting there very shortly. And Paula, she says, I heard more storms predicted in February. Let me just say about what I'm seeing. I looked at this yesterday as far as February is concerned. There's another stratospheric warming event going on back up in the Arctic again. And this is where the global warming kicks in. I know there's people who don't believe in that stuff, but I will say that the warming in the Arctic is responsible for the cold being here. And the reason that happens is when you get the warming up in the Arctic, especially in the stratospheric zones, the polar vortex or the polar jet stream becomes very weak. And so you get these wild fluctuations all over the place with the polar jet stream. So you get pieces of polar vortex that come down in the south like we're doing today. And it's happening more often. So that makes the predictability factor a little bit higher, unpredictability factor a little bit higher. But when we see that warming takes place, it usually takes 2 weeks to see that disruption work its way down. So we're going to see additional cold shots in February, especially in the east. Where we're kind of seeing a couple of we call the North Atlantic Oscillation, which is in a negative phase, and what's going on in the North Pacific, it tells me, overall, I see a pattern where we may not be done with winter weather. I know folks are ready for spring, but the possibility for additional winter storm in the south going into February is there. I don't see anything in the offing right now. There's nothing immediate coming our way, but going toward the middle of the month, that possibility is there. Not to mention La Nina is almost completely dead now. We're back to almost complete neutral phase, and the subtropical jet stream is going to get more active. So, yeah, if you think this is it for winter, I definitely can't say it's not, or we won't see another one. I'm not saying we're going to see another one for sure. No, you can't make that absolute thing. I'm just saying the checklist of things that I look for as far as ingredients for potential winter weather are clearly still there going into February. So watch out for that. Lake effect. Ooh, I don't know so much. Someone was asking about lake effect off of Lake Lanier. The angle of the wind doesn't look quite right for that. I have seen that before. With some lake effect snows on Lake Lanier, but that wind has got to become almost not quite due north, but kind of a northeasterly direction to get that, where it's kind of going over the entire fetch. The winds are not quite right for that, so I don't think we're going to have to worry about lake effect off Lake Lanier. Okay, hearing enough people complaining about the notifications, but I'm trying to figure out how to bring them back down. So I'll continue to watch that. Like I said, can't satisfy everybody as much as I try. I will do the best I can. I promise y'all. I promise you that. All right, let's go back here to watching mornings. Again, what I tell you, this still blows my mind to see winter storm warnings going all the way down to the Savannah coast. I mean, it's just amazing to see that. Unbelievable. And look what the freeze warning, these freeze warnings go all the way down to South Florida. I mean, that's unreal. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the cold snap right before the space shuttle go up in '86. They had those freeze warnings going all the way down into South Florida. I mean, that was just crazy. That's pretty low. Oh, the other one's still up. Let me take this one down. All right. So both of those looked a lot better. Yeah, they registered, but they were very low. All right, that should be a little helpful, guys. I think I turned that down pretty good. All right. Man, Vincent, there's no guarantee in weather. How long you been watching weather, Vincent? Don't be a suck. If you don't want to be a suck, go to another channel. I'm not gonna argue with y'all. It's always the guys too. And believe me, I have no problem banning every discontent on this channel. I don't want you. I was warned about that from my good buddy Glenn Burns. Said, you get discontents on your channel, get rid of them, and I will get rid of you. I don't want you. Go find somebody else or go harass somebody else. You don't need to be here. I don't want no discontents. Weather is not an exact science, my friend. Never is. You know, you look at the data, you interpret it, you try to go. So far, this one's done pretty well from what I've been forecasting all week. Just saying, nothing. It's been evolving pretty decently. So let's see. Commerce. You guys will be getting some snow here shortly. Hasn't moved into your area yet, but it's coming in from the west. Kind of see that there, Commerce. You guys got some snow coming your way. It's moving that direction. So y'all get some here pretty soon. I don't know about that stuff, Carl. I don't know about planetary alignment and weather stuff. I don't. That's a little bit above my scientific level. Yeah, the only thing I got to figure out on the block side is how to block them over on YouTube. That part I haven't figured out yet. Facebook, it's pretty straightforward, but I don't know how to do it on YouTube just yet. Let's go back into the radar here again. Again, we got a pretty good band coming into Gwinnett County right now. I mean, that's looking very. It's going to be snowing like the dickens out my house here real soon, so I'm very happy to see that. So I will definitely take some video of that when that snow band moves on in. It's getting really, really close to my area, so I'm a little excited. Yes, the little 10-year-old kid in me is looking at this. I'm going, oh, look at this heavier snow coming in here, be coming in real soon. So let's go to the Lake Lanier camera. Let's take a look at Lake Lanier here. There's the camera there, and yeah, it's snowing there. Can't see it very well. Obviously, it's shooting over the lake there a little bit. So yeah, not looking too bad. It's looking just light snow for the most part. Here's Lake Chattooga. Oh, yeah, that's a postcard look. That's up there in extreme North Georgia. That's not too far from Hiawassee there. But a nice, beautiful view there. That beach is now 100% covered up. Good to see that. Wait till the camera swings around. We'll stay on this camera here for a second because this camera's got 3 different sets that it rotates around to. And wait till you kind of see the mountain view here in a second. So, yeah, that's pretty. Very pretty indeed. Turn this down a little bit more. All righty. That looks like something out of a postcard. I love that. Let's go over to Helen, Georgia here. Take a look at Helen. Oh, yeah. Look at those streets there in Helen. Getting very slick now. Look at those roads. Yep, we're starting to see it pretty good there in Helen right now. All right. All right, I just turned the sound off on all the desktop audio. The only thing that's going to come through is through the coming through the TV behind me. That's it. It should be not be broadcasting. I got too many people complaining online. I don't want to hear the tone. All right, I turned it off for you. There you go. I think that's the first time I've had people complain about the tone before. That's weird. Does look like Christmas time, especially with those Christmas lights. I see people out and about, but I definitely wouldn't be outside in that wind. I mean, 28 degrees is a wind that's going to be picking up all afternoon. It doesn't look like the wind's too bad there in Helen right now, but it's going to get a lot worse. Here's a quad here. There's Blairsville, Sky Valley, Helen, Ball Ground. We're not going to be able to see very well. I tell you that Brasstown Balta camera is going to look a little bit different going into it tomorrow. Now, as far as the weather the week ahead, this is the new outlook here. That's going out from the 5th to the 9th. As you can see here, as we go into February, still looking at cold weather conditions here. Now, the thing is with the cold weather, guys, it's going to be still I'm still concerned about the lack of precipitation we're getting. Like Lake Chattooga, for example, is way down. So is Lake Lanier. So look at the climate outlook here. No bone dry for the next 6 to 10 days. Now and then going out the next 2 weeks, we still stay cold. However, going deeper into the month, the 7th to the 13th, it does back off that dryness a bit. Still a bit on the dry side. But I'm really concerned about this. If we don't get some decent rains in here soon enough, how we might be influenced by drought coming into this summer. Here we are we start to turn the calendar to February, and I'm worried about what's going to happen with the drought this summer. I'm getting flashbacks to 2007. Y'all remember 2007? You remember how bad that drought was? That year we had water restrictions on even odd watering days. Yeah, that's what I'm a little concerned about that. Toccoa, it should be it's just up the stream from y'all. I mean, it's getting real close. Here's Toccoa right there, and you got heavy snows just off to y'all's north, and it's coming down. It should be snowing there at Toccoa here pretty soon. Getting close.
Yeah, Powder Springs, you got all on the west side. Y'all might not get a drop. Y'all in that dry slot. Y'all are in that dry slot. Got a little dry slot in here. So where this stuff's moving this way, and you got very light precipitation here. Here's a heavier band here. Definitely consistent heavier bands up here that's going to be working its way south. Again, those eastern counties are the ones where the heavier snows are going to fall. I will try to do the best I can. I just know I can't satisfy everybody. That's probably the one thing I'm going to have to learn. I'm going to have to get a little bit of a thicker skin, I think, and just ignore people. It's hard because I want to try to make everybody happy. And you can't make everybody happy. No matter how hard you try, you will never make everybody happy. And there are going to be people who are going to be mad at you, and there are going to be people who are going to love you, and there are going to be people who are going to tell you you're great, and other people are going to tell you you're the piece of crap. So it comes with the business. So I got to have a thicker skin doing this. I didn't realize how much it was going to impact me when I started this thing, but it's like, look, you either develop a thick skin or don't do it at all. That's all I got to say, right? Anyway, I appreciate everybody checking us out here. We're coming up on 7:37 here, and I do want to point out one of my great sponsors out of Dawsonville, man. Circle Y Pipelines. They're a family-owned business out of Dawsonville. They do pipeline, obviously construction type stuff out of Dawsonville. They were one of our first advertisers. Guy bought 6 months worth of advertising on that. So if you got a construction line requiring any kind of pipeline laying and stuff like that, check out circleypipelines.com. Check those guys out and let that family-owned business help you out there, because we're all about family-owned businesses here. All three of the advertisers on here are family-owned, locally owned business, not some national chain. They are locally owned businesses. So they are the backbones of our community. So we really need to support those guys. So there you go. All right. I have a thin skin. I have a little bit. I admit that. It's a flaw. I got to work on it. Yes, actually, Paula, it's funny you mentioned that, a weather cam in your house too. That's one of the things I am looking at. I'm definitely going to get a weather station. I'm going to buy an ambient weather station. I'm going to buy the top line one there, and might put a webcam on that ambient system. So I am going to get a weather camera for me, so that I don't have to go run to the door and see if it's snowing, like I'm going to go do right now. I want to go see if it's snowing outside my window. But I do need to get my own weather camera. That is in the works. And I definitely need to get a professional camera installed at a business in Brazelton. One of these businesses in Brazelton. Now, to get those professional cameras, they are a bit expensive, but they are a great driver for people to folks' Facebook pages and stuff like that. So hold on one second. I'm looking out my window here. Hold on. It's just starting. It is just starting in my neighborhood, but it is a very fine snow. It is a very, very fine snow. Yeah, that audio is not coming over, so y'all should not be hearing that other than what's coming off the microphone. So should be looking pretty good there. But it is snowing in Blairsville. I see it on my cars out there coming down here. Yeah, Marietta, you guys are in that dry slot in there. Here's again, you got Marietta sitting right down in here, and you see that dry slot in there. You got snow to your west, you got snow to your east, and nothing right in between. Like I said, there were going to be some folks who were going to be disappointed. I knew that was coming. I really hate seeing that. Littlefoot Slice says, I install cameras. Well, I might be looking you up a little bit later. Like I said, I definitely going to need to do this. Again, every one of y'all's subscribers, every one of y'all's donations, every cent raised during this broadcast goes to the channel. 100% of it. I don't want to be taxed on anything when it comes to any here. It is a licensed LLC. I got a license here as a business owner in the city of Brazelton. I got an tax EIN number, all good stuff for business. So, but I don't want to be taxed on any of this stuff. So every penny that we raise goes back into the channel. Now, my vision for the channel, again, when you guys come back in the future, when we do this kind of future in the future, there'll already be a 24-hour app that you can go to. It'll be a Roku, Apple TV app. You'll have that. The channel will be running, and then when we go live, it'll be like flipping a switch, and we go live right there on the channel. It'll be there 24/7 for you. Now, I do envision this channel to do just a little bit more than just weather. I've been talking to some other social media people out there. I won't say specifically who, to be contributors to that channel. For different expertise, community affairs type stuff. So we're going to work that into the channel too. So it'll have a little bit of everything for you. Hold on 1 second. I got to. A little bit of drainage, a little bit of cold. When you're talking for a long time, you tend to get a lot of extra lubrication and drainage going. So I got to blow my nose every now and then. I apologize for that. Part of doing this. All right. Yes, likes are free. Absolutely. Very good. Very put there. If you don't, again, you're not obligated. I want to be very clear about this, folks. Okay. I feel honored and blessed when somebody wants to contribute to the channel. Very much so, but you're not obligated by any stretch. I'm here to serve you. I am your personal weatherman. I'm the community's weatherman, and anybody that wants to join that, you're more than happy to do so. But if you don't want to join, that's okay. You can help other ways. Like I said, you can do likes, you can do the comments, you can make sure you're a subscriber or follower. That's all you got to do to help the channel. You're helping the channel out in that way. You do not have to contribute financially. You have zero obligation to do that. You know, I feel those that want to do that, I definitely want to serve that community specifically. The big thing is for those that do that, especially when you're a subscriber and member, because as the channel gets very big, I can't answer everybody's questions. I really can't. It gets way too big. Yesterday, this thing was buzzing all day long, nonstop. Could not keep up with it if I even tried. But at least with the subscriber and the membership services, I can be hired like your personal weatherman. That's how I look at it, where I can serve that group a little bit easily. So again, I appreciate you guys. Now you all should not be hearing those tones other than through my microphone. I do not have them up. I have the desktop audio turned all the way down. You guys should not be hearing that other than maybe in the background behind me. Maybe I need to get the headphones, go and get the head. Although I've never been a fan of wearing those things. I know a lot of YouTubers and, you know, your podcasters wear the headsets and stuff. Or maybe just get me the wireless kind. Maybe I should just get the wireless kind and go with that. So, Hamilton Mill reporting heavy snow now. Yeah, that does not shock me. I was just seeing that there. Yeah, I've not seen the audio on no audio coming through the board. So you're good there. Let me go back here to the radar here. So Gwinnett County's getting the heaviest snow coming into the area right now. The entire county looks like they're pretty much encompassed in the snow here in the area. I'm still just on the edge of this. So I haven't really got the real heavy stuff in yet. We just got a little glancing blow a little while ago. So, see, William's watching from over in Augusta. He says around 11 for that area. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. So that is good. So, but boy, I tell you, these temperatures are going to be really brutal today. Thank you for the stars. Let's go here to the trying to keep up here on the YouTube side, or the Diane Farley, one of our regulars. Thank you. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, this is a weather app that I'm using here. It's called WeatherTap to do this stuff. In the cities, I can't adjust those. Now, I will tell you this much. When we get the weather computer that we're getting a system called Barron Lynx system. It's the same system I use when I fill in at Fox 5. They have it there. We're going to get the Barron Lynx system. When we get that professional system, it'll be easier for you to see the cities and stuff, and I can manipulate that stuff. And again, it won't be able to satisfy everybody. Like, why does this city not come in and this city come in? But at least will be a better presentation, so you can kind of see what's going on. So best I can do is kind of highlight the different cities in here, you know, as best I can. So you got these are getting into the Lawrenceville sitting right here, for example. There's Decula right there. This is Decula right here. And there's Loganville down this way. Loganville's right here. So you get an idea where this heavier snow is coming across. So it's coming across the interstate, coming right into Lawrenceville. There's Lawrenceville right there. So I'll try to call out the cities as best I can. But it is true dandruff snow. That's what somebody mentioned that. It is a dry snow, folks. Like I said, I do not know. Folks can probably sled in a little bit, boys, but as far as trying to build a snowman with this stuff, I don't know. The water content on this stuff's very, very dry. We'll see. The snowfield here across the northeast section's clearly expanding and picking up in this area. We got a pretty good heavy snow burst right here. We got a lot good steady snows up here across northeast Georgia. Definitely a big thing there. Thank you, Bryson. Thank you very much for the contribution. So that is that's lining up pretty good. But boy, that dry slot right in the middle, man. I tell you, although stuff's still drifting to the east there a little bit. You can see the wrapping around in here, but we got a nice little dry slot in there, running from Tennessee all the way down through here. But this in here is what's expanding right now. And it's all coming down from the cold here. Now, one thing I want to show you here. Let me show you this on the satellite picture. I'm going to go over to the water vapor here. Let me find, where's that at? There's, let's find the water vapor here. There it is. Come on. There it is. All right, so you got to see this a little bit better here. So here's our cold air, boy. It's coming right down the pike. Coming right up. Here's our upper level feature. It's diving right down south. See the subtropical moisture getting shoved all the way down into Florida. And we're going to get a coastal low that's going to form right here. So we got a coastal low. We got a big Arctic high pressure here that's building on in. So as this low starting to form this morning, the pressure gradient between the high and low between there are going to pick up. So that difference in the pressure is what's going to be responsible for the gusty winds that are going to be forming this afternoon, going into this afternoon. That's why the wind chills are going to be dropping down to 0 or below going into tonight. So that is going to be an issue there. Well, welcome aboard to Little Sprout. Just became a Brick Tamlin member. Thank you. All right, and you guys look for y'all's first official update on Monday morning. That'll be y'all's first update coming on Monday over there on YouTube. Facebook, you guys have been getting that for a while. You know all about that. Going through the Facebook side here. Let's take a look here. We got Annie reporting fluffy snow in her area. Light snow in the Mulberry area right now. Janet's reporting the temperature dropping in Commerce. Yeah, as that snow's moving into that area. Let's go back over to the radar here. There we go. Hiawassee says they got a few inches on the ground. It is very fluffy. And that's going to be the continued theme for this type of snow. Very, very fluffy snow. It's going to be fluffy quite a bit here because it's a very dry snow. It's also going to be a high ratio snow, which means the potential for higher amounts are going to be there. But again, it's going to favor those areas in the northeast zones, I think, for the most part. That's going to be an issue there. And, Ginger Lady, since you're up in the Chattanooga area, I do post on the YouTube channel, and you'll notice on there I have a digital partner up in Northwest Georgia called the Talking Live Broadcast Channel. They run a lot of nostalgia TV stuff, and I do a forecast that's specifically for East Tennessee and Northwest Georgia on the YouTube channel. It's separate from this platform. So, but that's specific to his channel. He posts on his Facebook, and on the subscriber service, he does allow me to put that on my channel as well, and because it helps promote his channel. So he was okay with me doing that. I do not post his stuff on my Facebook because it's on his. So there you go. So a little bit of what's going on with that. So you guys could check that out for Northwest Georgia if you're up that way. All righty. Appreciate you guys checking us out. We're coming up on 750 as we're in the early stages of this winter storm. I will say this, it looks like the models did back off the western zones as far as the snow totals. A lot of that's because we saw it looks like a bit of a dry slot that's moved in here a little bit, moving in here for these western areas. Looks like the eastern zones are still lining up here pretty good for their snow coverage here. I think that 3 to 5 inch total looks pretty reasonable in those zones. But we'll see how these snows develop at this point. Snow forecasting in the south, I'm sure you guys all know, is very, very hard to begin with. And this kind of setup It's very difficult to set up because it's we're dealing with upper level system, a surface low pressure, an inverted trough. There's a lot of moving little pieces with this thing. And I had commented on Facebook, it's like, can we please just get one clear cut snow event? I knew this wasn't going to be the case for this one. This was going to be a little bit difficult, and then we're going to have some people happy and some people not. So anyway, that's how that's working out so far. Let me give me a little cookie here. I'm going to have to go warm me up a sausage biscuit here in a little bit. Gotta stay fueled. It's gonna be a few hours we're doing this. Now, my plan is real simple, guys. We'll be broadcasting here as long as interest stays high, as it is right now, and it's still an issue in our area. All right. So we're gonna be looking. We'll be bouncing along a lot here. I'll be continuing to check out the cameras. Brasstown Bald, can't see anything. It's 10 degrees. White out there on top of that mountain at 4,700 feet. But I tell you, I'm looking so forward to seeing this camera come tomorrow. If y'all are familiar with the Brasstown Bald cameras, tomorrow when this thing clears out and we got sunny skies, it's going to be absolutely gorgeous. Postcard, snow-covered mountains. It's going to look gorgeous out there. Helen, boy, the Helen's conditions continue to deteriorate. Those roads are really deteriorating rapidly. It's amazing. We've been on air here for about an hour and a half, and it's amazing to see how quickly those roads have gone downhill there in the Helen area. Blairsville, yeah, they're getting that real light, fluffy stuff there in Blairsville. Look at that. That's a beautiful shot there. That camera panning around there to the city square. But notice the flag's not blowing there a lot there just yet. All right, now the winds will come up here eventually for that area here. It's going to blow that snow around a little bit. But you see the Blairsville camera there. Let's go look at Lake Chattooga up in Hiawassee. I always hate that when it gets to this. I mean, they have this thing point over to the beach in the summertime because the kids are playing on the water there on the beach, but I hate that shot. But at least you can see the snow there on the ground there in that area. How about Sky Valley? Let's look at Sky Valley. 21 degrees up there. See the snow out there on the Gulf Coast there. Lake Lanier. Looks like it stopped there for the moment. Doesn't look a whole lot there on there. Going up to Dalton, Georgia. Still light snow falling up there on the train going on by. Looking pretty good there. The snow has not gotten into Athens yet. Athens is still waiting to get the snow there. It's updated there. So the Athens, it's coming. It hasn't moved into your area just yet, but that is coming your way here very soon. That'll be moving in here in the next hour or so. Dahlonega has been snowing pretty much all morning here. Let's hit that updating. Yeah, there's the snow there. Still falling. As you can see, the snow there falling there in Dahlonega over the UNG campus right now. Looking pretty good. Yeah, Mall, Georgia, I would suspect getting some snow there, guys. Who's that over there on is that Carnell? Yeah, definitely getting some snow there by now. And well, let's go check out the Metro Atlanta cameras here real quick. Let's see what they're showing here. And let me refresh this real quick. Hold on a second. Let's see if we got anything down in Atlanta just yet. And nope, Atlanta's looking pretty good. Like I said, Atlanta may not get much out of this at all. It would not shock me in the least. They don't get much of anything on this. There is the Mercedes-Benz up there on the north end. Looking quiet there. There's Six Flags. Nothing there. There's the airport looking quiet. So right now, it looks like everything looking pretty quiet there. There's PDK. And nothing much there on the north end. So, yeah, I'm not going to shock me in the least if Atlanta doesn't get much on this. The Weather Service pulled the trigger on what they were going to do when they put Atlanta in the warning area yesterday because of one model that went a little crazy. So, but you got to be on caution because you guys got to keep in mind the Weather Service. If something bad happens and they don't have their stuff up, they're the ones that they're going to point the finger to. So the Weather Service is always going to be on the side of caution. Better to be cautious, have people prepared, and for something to go on, and then if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. They do want to be accurate, but they are looking at multiple data sets out there, and sometimes you can get information overload. So I definitely full-heartedly support our I consider him a partner down there at Peachtree City. So let's go back here to the radar real quick. Let's do a little zoom around here a little bit, looking at some stuff. And here we go, looking here across northeast Georgia. So we definitely got some good snows coming into Clayton and to Lula Falls. And we got snow just now coming into Toccoa right now at 28 degrees. Blairsville, obviously, we've been seeing the snows there on their camera. They're at 18. Gainesville's getting the snow now, coming into the Gainesville area. Oakwood, Flowery Branch, Buford, coming down into Lawrenceville, coming into Brazelton and Houston, coming in the snows there. Alpharetta's had some snow this morning. Got a little bit of this dry slot down in here. Looks like a heavier snow burst here coming into Amacola Falls here real soon. So again, a nice little snow patch there. But again, this little dry slot that's here in the middle, boy, that is going to be that can make a huge difference on the snow totals. And I know a lot of y'all people don't understand weather. Again, those dry slot stuff, you really can't forecast that when you're this close in. I mean, days out, you really don't see that evolve until you're within few hours of the event. You really can't. Just got significantly heavier here in Hamilton Mill. Yeah, y'all got some pretty good, very bright snows that are moving to the Hamilton Mill area right now. Absolutely. In fact, I'll probably take a little video outside my window. I'm sure we're getting some pretty good there going as well. All right, let me go take a look at this real quick. Stand by, I'm gonna take a little video and I'm gonna upload this. Let me get over to video. Video! There we go. Hold on. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Just a little video. We got Jennifer from Lincoln County watching us. Hey, Jennifer. Loudsville says they got 1 inch of snow there right now. So we're all very appreciative of you guys checking us out. Light snow here in the west end of Pickens County. Matt's reporting that. Diane Farley up in Murray County says steady coming down up there. Again, those northeast zones are going to get the most snow. Oakwood's getting snow. Oakwood, Georgia's getting snow right now because I'm getting it here. So no doubt about that. So we'll see how much this one initial burst of snow comes through. The question I've got here is this dry slot that's in the middle of this stuff. Once this moves on through that, we may not get a whole lot more after that because we got snow back behind here. Look at the snow back over in Alabama. We got definitely getting snow here coming into Montgomery and into Birmingham. Temperatures here crashing. They're in the 20s back here as well. But the state that's going to get the most, obviously, out of this is going to be the Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina. Charlotte had been in a bit of a snow drought going into this year, and they're going to get a lot, I think, out of this. Those areas are definitely going to get a bunch there. Oh, you know what? It's so funny you mentioned about the sticker logo. I wanted to get one here from my microphone. That'll be right here. and then maybe get one for the back of the chair. Yeah, this was the first piece of furniture I bought. My old chair literally fell apart. The armrest fell off. I went and bought this chair. This was the first. The monitor screen and this chair are the first things I did with my earnings to get this thing going. The next thing I'm buying are new cameras. These cameras, they're Elgato cameras. They're like $150. They're not very professional, we'll say. Very hard to adjust, and they don't key very well, where I can't use my weather wall over here. So I've got some new cameras. One of my weather digital partners up in Tennessee, he gave me, they said, buy this camera, this is what you want to get. So I'm going to buy that here end of February. So I get new cameras here soon. Ooh, all righty. Again, I know folks are just crying me out of bed. It's 8 o'clock now. Again, appreciate you guys checking us out. Please make sure continue YouTube. You guys are averaging almost 8 minutes on the viewer. We got 742 of you all out there. Please make sure you give us a thumbs up if you can. Helps the algorithm out. And make sure you continue the subscriber service. That's also a big plus. And again, I'm going through the comments as best I can. I can't get everybody, but I will try to get as much of y'all as I can. Make sure you do know we're on Facebook as well. Facebook, unfortunately, I can't look at the live follower feeds we're going there, but I could check it on my mobile device. Check that. And we got 66,366. So we're trying to get to 70,000 on Facebook, and we're trying to get to 8,500 on YouTube. So help us out on those numbers. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do this all morning long as we got turnover and stuff. So for you guys over there on YouTube, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in the comment section a link to the Facebook page, so you guys can go over there and can give us a follow over there. And then for you guys over here on Facebook who are watching, I'm going to put the YouTube channel link in here. So if you guys prefer to watch this from the YouTube channel, you can do that. Now, one thing I will say about this is one important reason why you do want to be a follower on the YouTube channel is because eventually that's where the 24-hour channel will be. It'll run 24/7, and you can always check on your weather stuff on there. Now, once I get my weather computer, like for you guys who don't know, who watch my regular forecasts and stuff, all the graphics, every last one of them are manually made. Okay, I make all of them. It's very time consuming. Takes a while to do that many graphics, especially the weather map, the forecast maps, and all the stuff that renders and stuff. So it's very time consuming. Once I get the weather computer, my life's going to get a whole lot easier because a lot of that stuff's going to be lickety split. I mean, I can literally do a forecast I've been looking at going to Fox 5 and have one ready within 30 minutes. It's ready to go. So to go from 20, 30 minutes to 2 to 3 hours is a big difference for me. So hopefully when we get that weather computer into operation here, that's going to be a big plus. So here we go. All right, let's get into this again. Sorry about that. Hold on a second. I am fighting a little bit of a cold. I gotta tell you, just a little one's trying to come on. I've been working myself to death. My body's telling me I need to slow it the heck down, and I will. After this event's over, I promise you I will slow down a little bit. Try to take it easy. The wife and I are going to go to Disney World later this month for a weekend. We're going to go down and go to Epcot. We're going to just kind of chill for a weekend. But basically, since the weekend after Christmas up to now, it's been go. Have not had a single stop, not had a single day off either. So tomorrow will be kind of a day of rest. Hopefully everything will be snowed in and we'll just be chilling and taking it easy. So we'll just kind of take it easy through the day. But right now, where the heaviest snows are currently falling, looking at the radar, Lawrenceville, Buford's getting heavier snow. Flowery Branch going over toward Coal Mountain. Definitely northeast Georgia, heading up toward Mountain Scene, heading up toward Dillard and Clayton, and heading down toward Tallulah Falls. Toccoa's just starting in your area there, so not getting a whole lot there just yet. Now there's some heavier snows. Looks like a little batch here on the west side of Atlanta. Looks like it's starting to get a little heavier here. Heading over toward parts of Douglas County here a little bit. And coming into Coweta there, northern part of Coweta potentially. Southern Fulton, getting some snows. Got this little dry slot going through Atlanta right now. Atlanta not getting squat. A lot of Cherokee County not getting a whole lot. Bartow County not a whole lot right now. But this is starting to fill in a little bit. Hopefully it'll fill in a little bit more. But again, that darker blue you see, the darker blue means a higher snow rate. Got to keep the old lubricant going there. Yeah, Jackson's just on the edge. It's coming your way, Jackson. You're going to get it here real soon. Just coming into your area right there. So there is Jackson County right there. Just coming into your area, 31 degrees. You're going to watch that temperature. One thing I noticed as soon as I stepped outside just a few minutes ago, it was temperature dropped just from just a few minutes that I saw there earlier. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to post my little video here on Facebook here real quick. And I want to put snow falling in Brazelton. Beware of icy roads today. Not toads. Toads. Roads today. And we're going to do a hashtag snowstorm. '26. There we go. And we'll put North Georgia majestic weather. Done. And where's my location? There we go. Brazos, Georgia. And post now. All right. Got to keep Facebook a little happy there. All righty. Yeah, it's all about perspective. Somebody said in the comment, just remember that 3 inches is a lot, depending on where you're at. I mean, you get this kind of snow up north. If you're up in like Ohio or Pennsylvania, they see a snow like this, they go, they laugh at it. They go do their thing. They're not stopping for something like this. But here in the South, yeah, it's a big deal. It is a very big deal, to say the least, when we get that. So, Douglasville's getting some snow. And Angel Cakes, thank you for the stars there. Lisa says, hardly a dusting coming. What a total disappointment. Report showed from 1 inch to 3 inches for the last 2 days. Again, I've been warning about this repeatedly on my broadcast, on the stuff, on the thing that I told everybody this was going to be a game of have and have nots. I've been saying that you go back and look at any of my reports. I've been talking about this. It all depends on where you're not necessarily done with the snow there. That was the initial band that came through here. But there is, again, that dry slot's in there, and that's going to limit the totals. Okay. And you just can't, as sophisticated as the technology is, that is something you cannot forecast 2 to 3 days out, or even a day out for that matter. I mean, you might start getting the hints of a day out. You really don't know until it becomes a nowcast event like we're going right now. So that dry slot that's in there will impact the overall snow totals. Now the northeast zones are still look like they're getting their healthy amount of what was expected. This was never going to be a huge snow event to begin with. The only reason why the ratios were even high was because how cold it is. Because the snow ratio when you're dealing with this kind of cold is so high. And I pointed this out earlier that our snow ratio out there, if you got just over a half inch of precipitation, is in that 15-to-1 ratio. It's very, very high because it is a very dry, fluffy snow. This snow is not really the kind to make a snowman with or have a snowball fight with, because it's a lack of water content there for a real good cohesive, make a nice, good, snowball. It's going to ice up the roads, that's for sure. This is the Snowmageddon snow was similar. It was very light, didn't accumulate. Remember that back in 2014. But boy, did it ice up a lot of stuff. Just a couple inches of snow. It was in the low 20s, and it was snowing. Very similar to back to 2014. See, we got here reports here. Coming down good. And salty. Good to see it up there. Yeah, I suspect up there would be pretty good. Beautiful up there in Hiawassee. Yeah, I was looking up the Hiawassee camera there earlier out near Lake Chattooga. That is a beautiful shot there. It's 20 degrees now in Hiawassee with the snow still falling down up there. So, again, those northeasterns, it's dropped to 17 degrees in Blairsville right now. It's gotten very cold. 18 there at the city square. So, See those roads. See how icy those roads are looking, and I suspect they're going to stay that way all day today. Now the wind will help dry out a little bit, but not a lot, and the temperatures are going to be plummeting. And it'll be interesting to see what the lows do tonight. Now the wind will stay up a bit, should be diminishing toward dawn, but if you get a nice snowpack on the ground with an Arctic air mass overhead, you can get some very cold temperatures. So I do suspect our morning lows tomorrow morning and Monday morning maybe a little bit below what guidance overall is showing. So that's something to keep in mind here over the next couple of days. Now, the good news is we are going to get above freezing for a little bit going in Monday and actually get back up to near normal levels. That's coming for us here. That's something to look forward to. But for the meantime, we just got to deal with this cold. There are going to be some places that are going to be below freezing for like 70 plus hours by the time it's all said and done. It's going to be quite cold. So hopefully we won't have any bad things with, water pipes busting and stuff like that. And folks, that's what I need. I need to get me a good plumber as a sponsor for a channel like this. This would be a good one for a plumber to be the main sponsor for a big event like this. And I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to fight a cold. Hold on. There's nothing worse feeling like you got to blow your nose and nothing comes. I hate that. Bad feeling. Flowery Branch, y'all have pretty much you've had the heavy snow kind of move through your area there in Flowery Branch. That may be as heavy as it's going to get. Looks like the heavier stuff's come on through y'all right now. Looking at it's moving through there right now. Flowery Branch, you're in it right now. That's probably about as moderate and heavy as it's going to get. Not a whiteout conditions. Now this stuff up here in Northeast Georgia has been definitely higher. Now the way the storm is evolving right now. The storm is still evolving. Okay, the low pressure hasn't formed off the coast just yet. You see this brown line. I'm gonna pull back here a little bit. So you got the upper level feature that's swinging down to the south, which is up here. You have this bit of energy here. It's going off. There's a low that's gonna be forming here off the coast. And you see that little trough line that's kind of back up this way. That's there. So again, they were still kind of in the developmental phase of the storm system. And again, the areas here, basically you go from the northern part of the state. Again, I'm going to show this again. All right, you can almost draw a line here, basically from Blue Ridge down to Atlanta. Okay, this way is where the heavier snow is going to be. If you're over on this side, you're not going to see as much. Okay, that's just how this storm is evolving. That's how it's been evolving here for a while. The Carolinas, especially, I tell you, if we were in Greenville over that way, that I tell you, areas over there, they're going to hit it pretty good. Greenville and over toward the middle portion of the state, they're going to get quite a bit over there. Amy Harden, thank you, Amy. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate that. Kind of going through the scrolls here. Heavy snow in Chesadee being reported there by Trey Pickens. So getting that all going. So we're still in the early stages of the storm. And nothing in Elberton had so many weather alerts texts yesterday. Well, Elberton, you guys weren't going to get it until later anyway. You're over there on the eastern part of the state. This was going to be later for you guys over this way. That was going to come in a little bit later into this afternoon. So y'all have not gotten y'all's winter weather just yet. All right. It is, we're not quite to the 0Z run yet for me to look at the new model data here. So let me look at I'll show the latest model. I'm going to show up the latest NAM once I get it back up here. Hold on. Yeah, 3 kilometer, and we're going popular. Hold on. I'm pulling up the latest model data here. Okay, so here's this did back off from yesterday, just so folks can see here. Go back over here. So there's the model run, and it's lining up pretty well from what I'm seeing overall. Again, west to where I was pointing, I said there and to the east. That's where we're seeing the heavier rain snow total. So like over toward Eatonton, you're still showing 3 inches here on the model, so still showing up there pretty decent. But over in the Carolinas, you can see a lot more over that way. I mean, I see 7, 8 inches over there, quite a bit over here. There's 7 over here. There's 8 inches over this way. So yeah, we didn't quite get that much. But some of these Georgia mountains might get a little bit more for sure. They get a little bit additional help thanks to a feature we call orographic lift. So when that air is lifted a little bit more, thanks to the mountains, it'll help squeeze a little more moisture out of it. So the mountains will always naturally tend to get a little more snows than most other areas. All right, let's go back here over to the channel. All right, go back over here to Facebook here. I want to stay up on this. Check that out. Ooh, thank God for my big screen. Just updated about 40 minutes ago, showing 3 to 5 inches in the Barrow, Athens area. Yeah, there's a pretty good straight. What we're going to be watching there was indications on the model of a little bit of a meso feature that was going to try to develop in there, and that might bring in a burst of snow in there over that way as that comes on down. So we'll see what happens there. And thank you, Bryson, for the stars set there. I appreciate that. Hiawatha's reporting 2.5 inches so far up there. Thank you for Norma Jean for giving us that. How much will Houston get? Man, you know what? I'll be honest with you. Houston, like near where I'm at, and Blair and Brazzle and stuff, I'm guessing maybe an inch or two. I don't really think we're going to get a ton here. Okay. Nothing in Fairmount, Georgia, up there in Gordon. You're in that dry slot up there in Gordon County. Like I said, I hate that for you guys that are stuck in that dry slot. But there is still some more that may come back into your west. So hold out some hope there. Almost nothing here in Gwinnett. I'm not sure where you're at in Gwinnett. I mean, the radar's been showing it snowing there pretty much all over the place. Now, if you're in the southern part of the county, you probably haven't seen that much. But Gwinnett has seen its fair share here so far today. Alfred decided to sit this one out. Yeah, well, like I said, I try to throw up the warnings as best I could about how this thing was going to play out. Yom4827 says it's snowing in Clarkston, Georgia. Ginger Lady 57. I spent 40. Cynthia Brotham. Spent 40 years in Southwest Georgia. I prefer Georgia over Florida any day. I've moved here 3 years ago. Well, welcome to our state. Thank you. Again, appreciate you guys checking us out here on the channel. Y'all keep it cordial out there on the chats. That's for you guys to chat a little bit. I will keep going back and forth and trying to answer people's questions. Again, I did try to set reasonable expectations for this. I think we've done a decent job with it, but I know we're going to get folks who are going to be disappointed. I know, but we're still just started. It's only 8 o'clock. Okay. This thing is not going to get finished or moved out of here until, until 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're still watching the evolution of the storm system as it develops. So don't just think, well, it stopped snowing, we're done with this yet. You may not be. Especially if you're to the east of that Blue Ridge to Atlanta line. Okay, so just hold on there. Douglasville's getting some snow. I'm seeing that on the radar. I'm seeing over toward Villa Rica as well. Watching that pretty good. So appreciate you guys from checking that out. If you guys, if do I have permission? I'm gonna ask the audience. I want to show hands. Give me permission. Can I go throw a biscuit, a sandwich in the microwave to get some breakfast? Is that okay? Can I do that? Okay, thumbs up. Can I go do that? I gotta keep myself. I'm getting hungry. That little cookie was not good enough. All right, so I'm gonna go throw something in the microwave. I want to mute my microphone for a second. But again, if you want to become a member over on YouTube, if you like to be part of the family, hit that membership over there. And on Facebook, you can become a subscriber. And again, you guys will get exclusive content as well as behind the scenes look of the entire build out process that we're doing to build this channel. So I just want to throw that out there. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute the microphone. I'll be right back. Hold on. He's back in the house. Little Jimmy Dean, little ham and egg and cheese thing. Oh, that's a little hot right now. I gotta let that cool off. And of course, another refill of the old Mr. Pibb thing going there. All righty. Yeah, as I suspected, I've got to figure out how to maintain the audience better on Facebook. I might take Facebook down and bring it back up. I might do that. We'll see. Yeah, you know what, Kirk, I know you said, people don't know mile by mile forecast, but you will be surprised how many people. The thing that's shocked me the most about what I've been doing with this channel, and I'm learning, and Glenn warned me about this, is people get offended. They get offended if a weather guy, he's giving you a forecast, look, best ability, and if it's even remotely off by a little bit, they get offended for it, and then they take offense, and then they want to get belligerent on the channel, which I don't put up with. I just block those people out. And but it just amazes me the number of people that they take it personal, and I don't understand that. I just totally don't understand that. When did weather become a personal thing? I just don't get it. Just totally don't get it. And that thing's too hot to eat right now. I'm gonna let that cool off a little bit. But it's what it is. Yeah, I got some Mr. Pibb, and I got some Diet Dr. Pepper Zero too. Although the Zero wasn't cold yet. I just put it in the fridge, so got a little bit of both. All right, we got Donna Michael just became a Brick Tamlin member over there on YouTube. Thank you, appreciate that. Y'all look for y'all's updates starting on Monday. All right, let's go down to our Facebook side here. Make sure I didn't miss any stars. Nicole, thank you for your stars. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. So anyway, I'm going to look over here. I'm going to look at one more thing. I'm going to look at the high resolution model typically does not do well with snow. And, but I do want to take a look and see what it's showing. The 12Z just came in. All right. So I'm going to switch over to the model run here. All right. I just want to make the point that I don't think we're done yet. All right, so this is the high resolution model run. Just came in, just finished up. So this is as of the 10 o'clock hour. All right, now watch what happens with this. This is the high resolution model. So as you can see here, we're just kind of getting started on this. Nothing moves off to the east here. So looks like, again, the snow's still going, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. It kind of pales off there. So let me go back over to the precipitation mode here. Hold on. Okay, so here's where we're currently sitting, and it's going to take a while for this stuff to clear. All right, so we got a little while on this. Let me reload this up again one more time. So I don't know why it's setting off a little bit, but we got a little time. All right. For some reason it's jumping ahead to 6 hours, but I can still look at the total accumulations here. So I'll go back over to this. And so I mean those are still decent totals there. So again, those eastern zones, you still should look at it 4.5 up here. Here's 4.5. Here's 4.5 here. But again, look at Atlanta. Showing next to nothing, just a dusting. The western zones, just a dusting or a little bit there. So you guys here in the east that are saying, hey, I don't have anything, we're just starting. We're not there yet. All right. So this is the latest high resolution model just came in. That's what it's showing right now. So we'll see if it verifies. We're going to watch it. Watch it very closely. And again, I appreciate the new subscribers and stuff. Here's the winter storm warnings out there. I think a lot of these areas here in the west that are the weather service. Here's one thing you got to know about the weather service. Okay, when they issue these warnings out, they're not going to yo-yo them. They're not going to go, okay, well, we were wrong. Let's change it back to advisory. They're up. They leave them there. That's just how it is. They can't yo-yo it back. It's not fair to the public. They're not going to do that. But I think some of these western counties that were added yesterday probably not going to see all that much. All right, but it's again, you're on that transition line, and you're always going to go to the side of caution. It's just the way it goes with these type of winter events. All right, so we got a lot of area there in there, and then the winds are going to really start picking up here this afternoon as well. So again, we're still in the evolution stages of this storm. And we're going to watch and see how this thing plays out here for this afternoon. So let me go back over here to Facebook here. What's interesting, using the actual radar, I'll go over the radar real quick here. The fact that I can see this tells me where the heavier snows are actually falling. We're having to use the composite because using regular radar, you're not going to pick up the snows because it is so low in the atmosphere. The beam goes up and it's just overshooting. The fact that I'm seeing this stuff here tells me where we're seeing the heavier snows here. So there's Silver City. So you're getting some accumulating snows there. You see that one right there? Let's check out some of these other ones here. This is going toward Cumming, Chick-fil-A. So we're getting some accumulating snows there. 24 degrees there. Boy, that's cold. Ooh. Forsyth County School District there. So again, we're getting a little dusting and stuff. These roads are my main concern. Really concerned about the icing on the roads, especially if everybody's staying off them and they stay out there. You don't have vehicles to help melt those roads off a little bit. A little bit of concern there. It's going up here toward Chesney Golf Course. Yeah, still looking pretty good. Good snow coming there. That's good moderate snow falling there. Again, that's in that area there. That's where this is a moderate snow band. That's what's showing up in here through Lawrenceville, through Buford. This should be coming up in my way. Let's see if it's moving my general direction. Yeah, it's moving in my general direction. Let's look at Crystal Falls. Getting light snow there. Now, I promise you this Raven County one, I guarantee it's going to look pretty good. Oh, yeah, there you go. Let's talk about some real stuff. All right, this is cooled off enough I can eat it now. Real picturesque. Real pretty. 100% humidity. 23.9 degrees. That's cold. That's a cold snow. That's like a skiing snow there. Let's check all the western zones here. See if we got any snow over this way. Bartow. Hey, we got a few flurries. We're in Bartow County. It's 1.8 degrees. The dew point's 14. Oh, it's cold. It's cold. That real cold stuff's really coming in. A few flurries here as well. The wind's starting to come up. That's going to be key there. That camera's down. Let's see what Rockdale's showing there. 29.4. No, nothing down there just yet. So just kind of checking out these cameras a little bit. Back to the radar here. Alrighty. Yeah, normally, those who watch the channel, normally I got a little Jack Russell Terrier. And he's probably going to come over here later and start begging. Because typically around 9:30 is when we go, he gets his car ride and we go to the store and he gets his little stick of cheese. So he's going to be begging a little bit later and he's not going to get his car ride today, unfortunately, for my little doggy. My thanks to Jimmy Dean for making a good croissant. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. Thank you on the super chat. Carnesville. I don't remember where Carnesville is at. Hold on a second. Let me check something here. Get my geography right. 38 miles from me. Okay, you're up the road. That's what I thought. You should be seeing it any time now. Yeah, you're right there, not too far from next few minutes there, Carnesville. I mean, it's coming up your way right now. It's moving on in. Then the hour for sure. Carnesville, y'all get y'all's initial snows, and the models were favoring some decent snows for you guys. So I hear the mailbox is running. Holy crap! My mail delivery's going by. What's the old postman? No rain, no snow, whatever. The old postman's motto. I can't remember off the top of my head. But postman's going on out there. Light snow in Woodstock now, a little bit. Let's hope this dry slot fills in. That'd be nice to see that fill in a little more. Thank you there on the super chat. Cheese for all. Cheese for Oliver. Okay. Yeah, he gets cheese. Oliver is a good dog. He's like 13 years old. The bad thing about that dog is that if he gets out the door, he's gone. He won't listen. He likes to go run. He's almost 14 years old, but he still likes to get out the door and he'll run. And he'll cower to any. I usually have to get a neighbor or friend to pick him up to get that. Oh, well, thank you, Ginger. I appreciate it. Believe me. Wow, that's a big plus. Thank you for that donation there. I'll make sure it's used for the cameras. Absolutely. And for you guys that are the members and the subscribers are on Facebook, when we do all these purchases and these buys, you guys will see all that stuff. Eventually, I'll share it with everybody, but I'll obviously the folks who are paying a little money, I want to make sure y'all get that behind the scenes look first. All right. I tell you, this Rabun County, I tell you, Rabun, Towns, White, Habersham. I mean, now it's starting to get into Stevens. I mean, it's been really impressive. They've had pretty steady, I'd say pretty decent, moderate snows. I've been falling all up in this area here. This northeast section for a while now. So, the Weather Service had put like maybe in the potential 6 to 8 inch totals up there. Potential. So, yeah, that's definitely a plus there for the snow. So, again, we'll see if that high resolution model pays off or not. We shall see on that. And thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate that. And Jason, welcome on board as a Brick Tamlin level. And let's go over to the YouTube or Facebook here real quick. Let's go over here to the YouTube. Snow started in DeKalb now. Ellie is reporting DeKalb County starting to get in on the snow action. Oh, let me pull this back. I'm sorry, guys. Gotta pull this back. Oops. Hello. A little too far. I want to make sure I keep this map good because I want to make sure all y'all get to see where the snow's falling. That stupid dry slot. Man, I was afraid of those. Anyway. But this other band's starting to fill in pretty good. So you guys have been stuck in that dry slot as it's kind of shifting to the east. Maybe y'all will get a little bit of snow falling in your area real soon. So I do appreciate it. I'm going to tell y'all something. My TV and my military career were never compatible. Never were. I had a general manager years ago sit there and make the comment, hey, when Greg grows up and decides what he's going to be, come back and see me. I took offense at the time, and what she was basically warning me that if I was going to work in a TV to be a TV meteorologist and I wanted to be in the Army Reservists, they were never going to be compatible with each other. So what ended up happening when I moved to Atlanta the first time working at CBS 46, 2 years it was awesome. I was on air enough. I did special projects. I took the weather van to schools. I did chats. It was freaking awesome. Then a little thing happened in Iraq, and I had to go to Iraq for a year, Kuwait and Iraq from 07, 08. Came back, job changed. News director got fired. New one came in. News director was a tyrant, and I mean a real tyrant. He was I'm not going to say the B word here. I'll be nice on it. But he was a real jerk, real hard person to work for. And after about a year of that, I said I'd had enough. Now, in 2009, there was no jobs to go to. No jobs. So I went and did 3 years in the Army. I was ready to go regular Army in 2011. Then a little thing happened in April of that year, a little super outbreak you may have heard where you had all those tornadoes. I saw all my friends and colleagues were doing the weather coverage, and I wasn't ready to throw in the weather towel yet. So I finished up my 3 years on active duty, came back, freelanced, did the work there, and then I went to Columbus, Georgia, which was my hometown. It's where I grew up. I was an Army brat, but I went to high school there, considered it my hometown, and was doing the weather, doing mornings down there, was rocking the roll. News director leaves, new one comes in. He's got a different set of priorities. He wants a weekend morning show, but the corporation wasn't going to give him any more money, so he needs to cut salary. And guess whose salary he decides, I can just put the weekend chick in there in the morning. He'll still do fine. You can leave. So I get screwed again. And at that point, I said, you know what? I've got kids getting ready to go to college. I'm I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserves at the time, so I went on active duty. I did the active duty thing until it got to the end. So here I am in 2023. I'm retired from the military. I did 10 years active duty time out of my 30 years, did 5 deployments, one that was extended. And here I am starting all over. And my mother buys me this gaming computer as a retirement gift. I try to do the YouTube weather thing, and I didn't have success there. And then December 2024, I go to a weather conference in Tennessee, and they tell me, hey, you thought about doing a local channel? So I said, well, I don't know. I did a little homework, and I found out that in North Georgia, especially when it came to Metro Atlanta and everything else, the local media outside of Glenn Burns, who had 400,000 followers on his page, all the other ones were woefully low for a city that size. So I saw an opportunity there. So my first 2 pages were unsuccessful. For those who don't know my history, those who've been following me for a while know the story. First one last December, we had the snow events last year. I had 35,000 followers on my Facebook page. We weren't doing YouTube yet, and it got hacked. Lost that page. It was a blessing. Second page launches in April. 2 months later, going into June, one of the CBS affiliate, Atlanta News First folks, owned by Gray Communications, they come after me because First Alert, I didn't know. I hadn't worked for them in 20 years, but they treated me like I just left the station. Is a trademark thing. So they blew up my Facebook blew that page up. So this is my third iteration as far as Facebook's concerned. So my third attempt to get this going, got it going, finally got it going. You know, the goal was to get to 100,000. Okay. Goal was to get YouTube, get it to 10,000. Get the numbers up sufficient, build my brand. I'm not Glenn Burns. I'm not David Chanley. I do not have instant name recognition. I don't have an instant brand. So I have to build that brand. Then I can go to that reliable heating and air, that car dealership, that lawyer, the companies with the big budgets that'll sit there. Yeah, we'll put 100,000 into your digital platform and get you going. And that's what I'm trying to do. So here I am, almost, 2.5 years into this, since my retirement from the Army. And here we are finally getting this thing going. And what's amazing to me on the YouTube side of this thing, I was posting YouTube videos since March. It didn't take off until the Monday before the last ice storm. It just took off, and now we got an audience. Finally found an audience. So again, thank you guys on YouTube. Thank for you guys here on Facebook, and I appreciate every last one of y'all. I can't do this without y'all's help. It's one of those things where it's like, you know what? I'm going to succeed. I'm going to fail based off the interest of y'all. If I'm doing a good enough job, and I sometimes are my own worst critic. Sometimes I got to be my own cheerleader. Sometimes, yeah, you're doing a good job. You can handle it. But I'm my own worst critic sometimes, and I do appreciate it. You know, when you're at an age where you're not quite ready for the retirement, but you want to do something else. It's good that I finally found something that I love to do. My wife's extremely supportive. She knows I love doing weather. I've been a weather geek since I was, 10 years old. I remember when the Weather Channel debuted and used to watch that thing for hours. I remember tracking temperatures hour by hour. A lot of fun. All right. So anyway, I appreciate it. We just hit 10,000 views on YouTube this morning. So thank you guys. I appreciate that. And now that I've digressed my little speech, we'll get back into weather coverage here. So I'll share a little bit. Yeah, the Ryan Halls in Maxwell. Ryan Hall is he's very well educated. He never finished his weather degree, but he doesn't need it anymore, to be honest with you. He's become a corporation to himself. He's very large. He's got a staff, and he's got people work for him. I did meet the guy. I'll be upfront with you. He's a little arrogant. He doesn't try to be, but he comes across that way. He came to a weather conference I went to. He was not supposed to talk about a specific subject, but he talked about it anyway. The guy who organized it really threw him off a little bit. Max, that kid, I give him a lot of kudos. Here's a kid who started up his own channel while he was still in college, and he just graduated last year, and now he's got a job to go to. So I gave him a lot of credit. The only problem I have with Max is that he treats every storm like it's, whoa, look at this, we're going to die, which drives me crazy on social media. You can't treat every storm like it's the storm of the century. If you do, they're all the storm of the century, and nobody pays attention. You cannot do that. And the biggest problem going on in social media world, I just came out of my AMS convention, guys. The biggest convention out there is all the misinformation out there on social media. And there's a lot of it. and they'll sit there and post snow postings that are like 10 days out, 12 days, 3 weeks out. It's ridiculous. Okay. Not going to happen. My rule here on snow is real simple. Only 7 days. I will not go out any further than 7 days. And the rule's real simple. 5 to 7 days. Okay. Cute. Something to look at. We'll watch it. 3 to 5 days. Okay. Maybe there's something there. We'll see what happens. Less than 3 days. And then we're going, okay, let's get into this. My only thing I've been kind of debating on whether on as far as posting snow totals is, do I do it at 40 hours or 72 hours? That's probably the only thing I've been debating a little bit on that, because we know how hard it is to get snow here in our area. So, and we're going to be ready for severe weather season. The weather app, we're going to get that launched March 1st. I signed the contract. We're going to get that going. So we're going to have the North Georgia Majestic weather app ready for severe weather season. Okay. So that's going to be a good thing. We're also partnered with a company called Weather Call. I'm not going to post their stuff right now, but for future use, called Weather Call. The Weather Call service is, if you're not great with weather apps and you don't care about that stuff, the Weather Call service is where you're going to get a call and alert, and it's me. You're going to hear my voice saying tornado warning for your area, take immediate shelter, and then you're going to get the location of where you're located, where that severe thunderstorm is, and all that stuff. So Weather Call is a great service. You'll see more on that coming as well. So again, I'm trying to make this thing as professional as possible, interactive as possible with you guys as best I can. Eventually, hopefully, I'll be able to bring on some additional help. That'd be nice, because trying to do all this yourself, by yourself, is tough. And there's other digital platforms. This is where it's going, guys. I'm a part of a network called the National Weather Network. When I'm officially streaming, I'll be officially part of that network. I'm kind of what do they call kind of a probie into the network right now. Not quite in the fully yet until we're fully up. But there's 13 of these things nationally. There's going to be 20 by the end of the year. So this is where it's going. This is where the technology, this is where people are. So hopefully we'll do more of this here. All right, let's go ahead and get back into the weather coverage here. All right, let's get into... I've been noticing here, look at the snows here, expanding here on the west side here a little bit. I'm going to pull back here a little bit more. Chattanooga stretching down from Cedartown, getting down toward Franklin. So we still got that dry side. It's trying to fill in just a little bit here. Looks like we're really settling into this northeast zone where the snows are really starting to increase. You see in the blues, the darker blues are starting to expand a little bit. So if we're over toward Dahlonega and Clayton, over toward Toccoa, getting down toward Lilburn area there. So this is where the heavier snow, eventually this will move into you guys here to the east. So I know someone over Elberton was talking about him. It's not quite your way, but this is swinging your way. All right. So you guys there on the northeast side over to the east, you guys will get your all's opportunities here a little bit later this morning. What's very interesting to me is look at all this snow that did come in across Alabama. Again, you get this cold Arctic air. It's going to squeeze the atmosphere over and over again. Whatever moisture's there, it's going to dump it. So again, very dry snow. Not a lot to this. Going to keep it going on that. So, again, it's going to be very light and fluffy snow. That's what we're going to be dealing with here for the rest of the afternoon. And it'll be interesting to see if there's any actual snowman made out of this. I don't know. I got my suspicions. Probably not a whole lot there. Snow's just too dry. It won't stick together. Finishing up my breakfast. Yeah, Ryan Hall's gotten better. Not trying to go over the top on stuff. I think he got enough pushback from a lot of those folks in the weather community. Max still tends to go over the top, but he's a kid. He'll learn. He will learn. Somebody's asking if it's going to snow better in Norcross, man. I don't know. You're down far enough south. You're in that transition zone. I want to show this again. I'm getting questions on this. I want to show the snow totals again. So you see the problem with Norcross here. So there's the latest snow total map on there. And here is Gwinnett County. And you see where it drops off significantly. So Norcross is like right there. And you see 3 inches up toward Lawrenceville, but toward Norcross is like next to nothing. It drops off significantly. So again, where that sharp dividing line sets up, and we're starting to see it evolve that way. It's going to be the have and have-nots. And if you look at where this is setting up, starting to see that begin to evolve here a little bit. Where you got a very sharp dividing line here on who getting the snows and who's not, as this stuff's coming to the south. Tens of miles, folks. That's it. It's very tight. It's interesting see that little moderate bust of snow going through Montgomery. That's very interesting to see that. I wonder if that's causing them any problems over that way. One thing's for sure, with these temperatures crashing like they are, and when I say they're crashing, what that refers to, we measure the depth of cold air, and as it goes up, when we say it's crashing, we're saying the colder temperatures aloft are coming down to the surface. All right. So the precipitation acts in that mode. It brings it down to the surface. The heights are crashing. So the blue, if you look at the forecast lines here, I'm going to show you that real quick. Little weather lingo here. Let me get this set up there. Let me go back here to the state view. Hold on a second. So when you look at a weather map like this one, why'd that move? You booger. All right, I'll just use it from here. But look what happens here to the heights. You see all those blue lines? That's the depth of the cold air. So you see this swinging on south. So this here is our polar vortex back here. Oops, drop that out. All right, and it's swinging on down to the south. So let me refresh this because this is an old model run from yesterday. So as it's swinging on south, you see the heights are just falling. So all those blue lines, it's getting colder and colder and colder as it swings in across the area. And as it gets colder, it's squeezing more and more of that atmosphere, getting whatever moisture's left and dumping it as snow. So that's what's happening with that as that moves on through and moves on off the coast. All right. So that's what's going on in our weather right now. Again, appreciate you guys tuning in. Again, we're about coming up on, it's 8:50 now here in the morning. So we're kind of entering that window here when what the models were showing between 8 o'clock and 11 o'clock, where some of the heavier snows were starting to develop here. And we're seeing a pretty good, looks like a squall line here starting to form here a little bit. And the models were all hinting at this right through here. So that means a burst of heavier snow, heavier accumulations, whoever's in that zone. Okay? So that includes actually getting pretty close to where I'm at. So it's getting into my zone too here in Braselton. So that should be picking up. Let me see outside my window real quick. Hold on. Yes, definitely picking up in my area. And boy, I'm going to have to get a webcam. I'm going to put that on my list of equipment to buy so I don't have to keep going to the door to look outside. I should be able to just, have it outside my door here and just, a Wi-Fi connection. It's the camera, the Wi-Fi, and bring it into this. So that's on my list. I will buy it. I will get that so I don't have to keep going back and forth to the door. But it is a very fine snow. I call it dandruff snow because it looks like dandruff. It's a very, very small flakes, but it is definitely wetting up the roads and stuff out there. Temperatures falling down to 26 degrees here. It's going to keep getting cold. Boy, the icing on the roads are going to be a problem. So you guys need to stay off the roads the rest of the day, especially if you're getting the snows in your area, and to stay clear because it's going to be iced up. It's going to ice up tonight. Might get some of it to dry up tomorrow with some wind and some of that sun will come out there, but we'll probably still have lingering potential black ice going into Monday as well. So it all depends on how much snow your location gets, how much of a runoff that you're going to get in your area. And boy, like a clock, here he comes. Here he comes. Hello, Oliver. Come here. Come here. Say hello to everybody. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. You are like a clock. Like I said, here's Oliver. He, like I said, near 9 o'clock. Oh, you smell that biscuit I had earlier. Near 9 o'clock, we typically go to the store and go get him his cheese. So he, I just noticed it's almost 9 o'clock. He comes walking on over. He's better than an alarm sometimes. Thank you there, Chanderson 3. Thank you. Let's go back over here to the, I want to check out the YouTube channel here. I mean, Facebook here. Tina Thompson, thank you there. Appreciate you. I missed your stars earlier. All right. Dalton getting some snow. It's still snowing up near the Dalton area there. That little dry slot's still there though. I wish it would fill in some more. Do you think the roads will be good on Monday? Depends, Katie. It depends on where you're at. If you're in an area that gets a lot of snow, all right. If you're in an area that gets a lot of snow, and again, we're not expecting much of a melt off through the weekend. Icing could be a problem going into Monday. I have no doubt there are going to be several school districts that are probably closed on Monday because they're concerns of black ice. That could still be a problem. We still had icing. You're right. We still had icing even here just a couple of days ago. The sleet and the stuff from last week's storm never fully left my neighborhood. I still had sleet on my roof and in front of my house and everything else still around. Going down to the Publix down here, straight here off 211, it still had ice in that zone just yesterday. So it's still around. If it's manageable, if it's too widespread, they're going to take precaution on that. I noticed that Lawrenceville's dropped to 26. I'm at 26 here as well. Gainesville's dropped to 28. So look at the low 20s there. You got 20 degrees over there into Canton, 21 up there in Calhoun, 19 in Dalton. Temperatures continue to fall there as we're kind of watching the evolution of this storm system. So the big fly in the ointment, as I noted when we first started broadcasting, was the development of that little dry slot in between there. Sorry, guys, if you get stuck in that. Just one of those things you cannot forecast. I can't stress that enough. Lawrenceville, Decula in the area. Good to see you there, Lawrenceville. Christy, snow's been coming down here in Auburn for about an hour. We still have a good bit of ice as we did last weekend. We're trying to crush it down with slush on Thursday. It didn't work. Flurries in Bremen at 22. We got snow in Toccoa coming down there from Tammy. Snow coming down in White County, temperature 24 degrees. Thank you there from Rosanna. And Cherokee, will it snow harder in Cherokee? Boy, I don't know. The problem in Cherokee County is that dang gum dry slot, man. I'm telling you, that's been a real challenge there. Again, I thank you guys checking us out here on YouTube. You guys keep doing what you're doing. If you're new to the channel, you all are averaging 8 minutes and 54 seconds on the watch meter there. So keep hitting that subscribe button. Make sure you give the YouTube algorithm its love. Give it a thumbs up, and make sure you y'all keep chatting out there. Keep that thing going. Facebook, I've never been able to figure out what to do over here. There's only about 100 over on Facebook right now. It's just the way it is. I have not figured out how to maintain the audience on Facebook. Although I try to do the same thing on Facebook as we do on YouTube. So Facebook, y'all keep doing the same thing too. Give us the likes, give us the follows, get the comments. Make sure you're a follower. And do that thing. I'll try to figure out how to get that audience to maintain on Facebook as well. I like to try to keep, equal representation for both y'all because they're different viewers. The audience are different for both of them. Predominantly female on the Facebook side, predominantly male on the YouTube side. That's how those demographics break down. Anyway, we are just getting ready to wrap up. We're coming up on, wow, time flies. We're actually almost on 3 hours of coverage so far. All right. Yeah, keep that going over on YouTube, guys. The goal on YouTube is to get to 8,500. So we got to get another 352 to get to 8,500. You might be asking, well, what's so important about 8,500? What's that a big deal? Because that's the number on my first YouTube channel. And I want to pass that. So let's get that going. Facebook, you guys, okay, make sure y'all keep doing what y'all are doing. Again, all this helps. Every last bit of this helps, guys. I cannot stress this enough. Okay. We're at 66,429 on the Facebook side. So we still got to get roughly about 3,570 more followers over there. Don't know if we'll get to 70 on Facebook today, but we'll try to make a run at it. We'll try. So again, what we'll do here on the YouTube side here, you guys watching over on YouTube, and I will keep doing this repeatedly because of the turnover and stuff. So for you guys over here on YouTube, I'm putting over here the Facebook link. Please go over there and give that a follow, please. Just hit follow and you're good to go. And then for you guys over here on Facebook, if you like to watch on your smart TV, if it looks better on the YouTube using the YouTube app, here is the channel for there. I just put the link over there so you can do that. So again, I'll be doing that at least twice an hour, again, because of turnover, and kind of keep that going and keep you up to date. Now, if you guys hear anything of any issues in your area, please put that down in the chat if you can. If you want to share anything, again, we're kind of getting the, I'm kind of going through the scrolling through the content as best I can. But if you hear anything problems, just let us know. Brandon is reporting snowing in Douglasville. Yeah, but noticing that band here to the west has been picking up in activity here a little bit. That's pretty good as this is continuing to train over the same ground. This is a pretty significant band starting to develop through there. You see the darker blue in there. The northeast section has been stuck in that moderate blue pretty much all morning since we came on. Mute the mic. Hey, we got a new member over there on YouTube. Who we got? Scorelli? Is that Scoriel? Scoriel, Bricklet Tamlin level. Thank you for coming on board. And again, for you guys, new members here on YouTube, that service just started a couple of days ago. Now, you subscribers over on Facebook, you know about the weather report. You guys will see the weather report as well starting on Monday there on the channel. That's your exclusive weather briefing that I give Monday through Friday. And you'll also get the I got to figure out how I'm going to do the YouTube thing as far as behind the scenes stuff. I guess I'll just kind of focus more on video. I guess you could still do the actual postings over there too, but haven't done it yet. I'll figure it out. But want to do that. So anyway, let's go back over here to the watch warning map. Again, no changes to this map a little bit. I was trying to see if they were going to add any counties there to Alabama because of the snow that's kind of falling there in the middle of the state. And it would have overridden the wind advisories up for Alabama. So they haven't done that. But boy, is it going to be cold in Florida. You can't even go down to Florida. My wife and I are talking about in February going down to Disney World for a weekend and spend a day at Epcot. And boy, I wouldn't want to be down there with this kind of cold around. That's for sure. That kind of stinks. But that's what we got going on there. Again, all this stuff that we're doing here, guys, with this stuff, all this is open source. This is stuff that I put together. This entire the crawl system, the warning system, which I found from another provider, all handmade, all manually done. I put it all together. It's okay. It's functional. It's good. It's not bad, but it's not at the level I want to get to. So again, y'all's participation in today's broadcast and all the statistics that we're doing on this is going to help to, again, up our game, as we look at, building, bringing in the right equipment, me getting the right engineers to build out a functional and good-looking studio here in my home. This is my front office here. I need to put a door up over here. I got to seal this thing off. But it's about a 13 by 13 foot space, and we're going to maximize its use as best we can. We're going to have a chroma key wall, which is over here to my left. We're going to have an interactive TV over here to my right. I'm going to put over here, and then we'll have the studio built that'll be behind me on the full screen behind me. So we're going to utilize, we'll have 3 different cameras in a 13 by 13 foot space, kind of maximize. Then we'll have a little desk over here, which is where all the operational computers will be. And then I'm probably going to bring in AT&T fiber, put it on its own fiber, not be on the house internet. I want to have it on its own internet provider, just have that as a backup. So that's the plans. Maybe I got delusions of grandeur. I don't know. We're going to give it a shot. That's all we can do. All right. Going back over to the YouTube side here. Hello from Northeast Banks County. My wife and I just found you, and you're a new guide to Georgia weather. Keep up the great work. Well, I've been here a long time. I've lived outside of deployments overseas to Afghanistan, Kuwait, and Iraq. We've been in here in Brazelton since 2005. So been in Northeast Georgia for a long time. Chris Bauer, yeah, you're one of our regulars there. Yeah, the dog keeps coming over here. He wants to go so bad. It's not today, puppy. I'm so sorry. I might have to go run. I might have to go run to the refrigerator and give him a little piece of cheese. He is a very much dog of routine, very much so. We got Blairsville reporting in with 3 inches there so far, and it's still snowing up their way too. So good to see that. That's verifying a little bit. Jefferson's reporting, Hill's reporting snow falling down in Jefferson, and it is snowing in West Athens now. So Athens starting to get the snow moving on in. Yep. Been there 2001. Oh, Cardinal, good to see you there. Good. All right, let's go over here to Facebook. Armucci, 20 degrees, light snow falling. Yeah, it's cold there. Let's see here. That's going down here. Snowing good here in Cleveland. I like Cleveland. That's a very pretty area up that way. We were looking at houses up there. Well, the plan for us, my wife is still working for the next. We're still going to be working the next 5 years, but the plan is for us to sell this big house we're in. Because our grown children have moved out, they're gone, and the house has pretty much become a big collection of junk that we need to just get rid of and downsize something up in the mountains eventually. What's really cool is that the company that will build my weather set is modular, so that if we decide to sell the house, downsize, I can move the entire studio and the whole operation to a new location. Swanee reporting a nice dusting there. There's no question about it sticking, guys. Ground temperatures, I checked them all. They are very cold all over the place. There was no question of any that being a problem. Snowing at Stone Mountain from Danielle. Auburn says snow started there about 9 o'clock. Or still snowing there at 9 o'clock, I should say. And Stratham's reporting snow now. So we're getting snow a little all over the place. Again, the little flying our ointment on our coverage is, as you can clearly see on this radar, this nice little dry slot kind of in the middle here. And we got snow to the west, and we got the heavier snow here to the east. So there's some people that are going to say, hey, we got chipped. And I'm sorry about that. Just cannot forecast that. Michael's asking if I'm still at Fox. I am a freelancer. I will continue to freelance at Fox 5 when they need me. In fact, I'm scheduled to work next weekend. So I am working next weekend. Worked a lot of days wrapping up 2025 and start 2026. So I will still be part of that team. In fact, there's going to be National Weatherman's Day, I think is on the 5th of February, or they're having a state Georgia recognition of weather meteorologists in the area on the 5th. They're going to have a big event down at the state capitol on February 5th this week, and I'm going to be going down there for that. So looking forward to seeing, interacting with some of my colleagues down there. I'm going to wear my nice blue shirt. I'm like, I tell you what, Fox, y'all start giving me some give me some garb to wear, I'll wear it. But in the meantime, I'm going to wear my own stuff. So, and eventually I would like to get a store. I'd like to get a store to sell some merchandise out there. Not yet. We don't have it yet, but hopefully we'll have some merchandise. That'd be a way to help out. And then also for you guys that are on the memberships and stuff, I do want to have stickers and different things to kind of, for those who are going. I've been told to start a Patreon, but I really don't know much about Patreon yet to do something like that. But yeah, we'll see. Like somebody suggested that because the studio build is going to be probably about $12,000 for that studio to get built the right way with the lights and all that stuff. To do a Patreon on that, I was like, I don't know. We'll see. I'm okay with keeping it like it is. I don't have a problem with that either. So, but it's whatever was best for the bigger sponsors to want. I got to look, have fun, but be a little professional at the same time. Just kind of a balance between both. Hey, Woodstock, you guys are in the dry slot right now. I'm so sorry, guys. There's Woodstock's right up in here, and y'all in that dry slot right now. And y'all feeling like you're getting gypped. I'm so sorry about that. And boy, I tell you, I'm surprised at the amount of snow I'm seeing there into Alabama. I mean, that looks like some decent banding there of snow there across such a part of Alabama there. I'm really surprised on that. I know that's not really our focus area, but just kind of surprised to see that. Yeah, I've definitely seen that heavier banding. Looks like that banding is The models were hinting at this yesterday. It looks like it's starting to take shape. And looks like that bright banding area, that's what we refer to in meteorology circles here. I'm going to let this reload here. Really starting to take shape here through Dawsonville. Oh, sorry, we go over here. Dawsonville. Get going. Here we go. Down through Coal Mountain, going through Buford, going through Lawrenceville, and coming up this way. So it's a little burst of heavier snows that'll quickly accumulate. It's drifting, and it is expanding. So Hall County, coming into my area, Jackson, Barrow, northern Gwinnett, northern Walton. Looks like that's where a heavier burst of snow is starting to expand out in that area right there. Very similar to what we're seeing up across the northeast section. So you can see where the two heavier snow areas are currently setting up here. Here's the first area up in here. And then down here to the south, down through here. So you see that little mix on the edge. Ignore that. That's just the algorithm indicating that it's just starting to precipitate. Now this will quickly turn over to blue. That's what I was saying. Again, as it's snowing, it's bringing that cold air right down to the surface. So it's sitting 31 in Athens. That temperature is going to start falling. All that. I mean, you look at Lawrenceville. That snow has dropped Lawrenceville down to 24. That means they've gotten very good snow there. Gainesville's dropped to 24 because of the snow has got into saturation mode there. So that northeast looks like that one little corridor right there from Dahlonega, stretching down toward Houston and Buford. My area is starting to get hit pretty good here. All right, so let's go check out some of these cameras. We haven't checked these in a while. Here's a quad check here real quick. And you can see Sky Valley. Look at Helen. Wow, look at Helen. Helen getting some good snows there. Blairsville went down. Ooh, that's not good. That camera goes down all the time. I don't control that camera, so I don't know who's doing that. But Brasstown Bald's at 9 degrees at 4,700 feet. 9. And, of course, Whiteout can't see squat. It's up in the clouds. There's Helen. Wow, that looks like something out of a picture postcard. 27 degrees. Good snow there falling. Of course, you got a guy in a 4x4 truck blowing through town with those Christmas decorations there. It's going to look so nice. But notice the flag there. Notice the flag's not really blowing there. So it's the winds haven't picked up there just yet. Not a whole lot. There's a light wind blowing. But, boy, those I wouldn't want to be out there when that wind gets going. It's starting to pick up there a little bit. Here's Blairsville. That one. Let me see if I can refresh that. See if it's just down. I think it might be taken down for a minute. Yeah, it's down. Anybody in Blairsville, are y'all reporting any power outages? Let me know. I don't expect to be any power outages with this, but they had some issues up there. 19 Hiawassee. You see the snow there flowing there near Lake Chatuge. So we'll look over to Lake Lanier here. Yeah, now that's looking a lot better. Now you see the snow there at Lake Lanier. That's the YouTube camera there from the Lake Lanier Sailing Club. So that is starting to pick up. Yeah, clearly seeing the snow getting heavier there at Lake Lanier. Dalton. See, it's still some light snow there. A little bit of that dangerous stuff there falling. Looking at Athens here. Let me look. Looks like that is streaming. Yeah, that is going fine. Not quite into the UGA campus just yet, but it's coming. Let's look at Dahlonega here. Of course, Dahlonega is still snowing good, heavy there. So good snow there in Dahlonega right now as well. Thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you. Getting that going. So that's all that. Let's check the Atlanta cameras real quick. I want to check down there real quick. Let me go interactive there. And thank you for the Jim Cantore guy just joined. That's Aliciousness. Oh, love your name. So thank you for joining our family there. All right, here goes. Looks like some flurries there. I can see a little bit, but it's so doggone fine. It's flurrying a little bit there in at the King and Queen building here. That's PDK. Here's the main airport. Again, looking good down there. Let's see if we see a plane land or not. See if they've had any delays there or not. I mean, they don't have a lot. They don't really have de-icing stuff there at the airport, so I'm sure they canceled a lot of flights today just in case of this stuff. But I don't see any jets going out on the tarmac right now. because usually you see a plane landing or taking off every few minutes. I'm not seeing anybody pulling away from the gates or anything right now. So looks like Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson is pretty quiet. You get a little snow there, and near Six Flags, seeing a little bit there in Cobb County, and there in DeKalb, a little bit of flurries there flowing as well. And there we go. Looks like Midtown starting to see some snow there as well. So starting to see snow pick up in the Atlanta metro area, as well as the wind. You see they got the camera zoomed all the way in there on the connector, but everybody's moving through. A little bit of light snow there falling into downtown Atlanta right now. So that's our camera check here for right now. Again, I'm not expecting a whole lot of heavy snow down in the Atlanta area for sure. Wow, we just cracked 12,000 viewers on YouTube. That's awesome, guys. Thank you. Appreciate you guys coming on board there. Anybody, make sure I didn't miss anybody else as far as new memberships yet. No, that's the last one. Okay, just make sure I get them all. Don't want to forget anybody. Oh, you're in Oakwood. Okay, yeah, you're right down the road from me. Welcome on board. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Christy's saying it's coming down hard now in West Athens. Yeah, that heavier band's moving into Athens area right now. So, and it's coming your way. So this intense band that's currently over me right now is moving that way. Not really pushing out the east all that fast though. It's definitely lingering. I mean, we're at 9 o'clock. We're getting a nice bright banding in both those areas right now. Yeah, I mean, this is lining up pretty well with what we were seeing on the high res model and what was being shown yesterday. Again, you can be out by a few miles, but a big difference. The only thing that we're not showing very well was that dry slot that's still sitting there. I don't think we'll ever get rid of that. That's going to kind of stay there. Hey, Chris Johnson, welcome aboard, man. We only got to get another 326 more subscribers to get to 8,500. So if you're new here to the channel, again, let me introduce myself. I'm meteorologist Greg Majeski, and I'm on a mission to build a 24-hour weather channel here for North Georgia. It'll be streaming on the YouTube, Roku, Apple TV when we finally get it completely built. And to get there, we got to get our audience. And I got to have some good stats to show me, a good advertiser, and say, digital media is the way to go for weather. You need to support our product. So, again, hit that subscribe button if you can. If you want to become a member to help us contribute to the effort, you can do that. You can subscribe or on Facebook. And I do appreciate all y'all's efforts to help us make this thing a reality. Like I said, next year at this time for something like this, it's going to look a whole lot different because you'll have your 24-hour app streaming all the time. You're going to have a weather app that'll be connected to the channel. When we go live, it'll be like flipping a switch and we'll break into our regular weather wheel and do live coverage. It's going to be a whole lot different come next year. Hopefully, God willing, we'll see. Hopefully my delusions of grandeur have not gone to my head. But we'll try. It's a lot of hard work, I'm willing to put into work, but I also need to pace myself a little bit because, man, I've worked myself silly the last 6 weeks. But back-to-back weather days is how it goes sometimes. Glenn Marion is asking, is that dry slot going to stay there throughout the entire event? It is possible. It is very, very possible. It's very hard when you get a dry slot like that to fill on in. You might get some flurries, but again, I don't see y'all getting anybody in that dry slot zone may not get a whole heck of a lot. You still got the stuff coming in from the west. There's still a little bit coming in here, but I don't know if it's going to fill in. Eventually that dry slot's probably going to come into my area and the snow will back off a little bit, but some pretty good snows there. I probably need to go take another video. That's moving through the area right now. So, yeah, let me go do that. I'll post this on Facebook so you guys can see the video as far as my door. And I will get a camera, I promise you. In fact, that's going to be the first thing I buy going into when I get my earnings for February. And I'm going to make sure I get a camera that is Wi-Fi enabled. I can stick right outside my dang gum door so I can just hit a button and show what's going on outside and then record it if I want to. So that's the first thing I'm going to get. I'm going to do that. Did you guys see the dog up in my chair? I think the dog was trying to get my my little leftover from my biscuit earlier. The dog was up in my chair. Yeah, it's snowing pretty good outside here in Brazelton. Very big fluffy flakes. Not that real fine snow either. It's definitely moistened up quite a bit. So good steady snow here in the Brazelton area. So if you're in Brazelton, in this area right here, you got a good bright banding. And it's got a while to come on through here. So this is going to go for a while. I do suspect we probably will get, it's close to an inch. I'd say almost an inch out there right now. Probably get close to 2 to 3 inches in the area. I think that's probably looking very, very, very likely in that area. But we got this heavy snow band here coming in through Hall County right now, Gwinnett County, still in Dawson County, coming into Barrow, Jackson County, Walton County. That's where the heavier snow bands are sent up, not to mention up here to Raven County and coming down towards Stevens, Habersham, Franklin, and Hart, up across northeast Georgia. Now, not trying to ignore you guys to the west, but you guys can clearly see here. Radar is showing this very well. You guys can see here very well on the radar the difference in the brightness of the blue. Okay, I mean you look over here at the areas, you could clearly tell where the heavier snow is up here to the northeast and down over here compared to what you're seeing back over here to the northwest and here to the west. Although this is picking up a little bit better here across the western portion of the Atlanta area. But the temperatures are crushing, man. They're 21, 25, 21, 23, 24, 24, 24. We're down to 24 here. Upper 20s here. 15 now in Blairsville. So I want to stress this a lot, guys, as the wind chills this afternoon are going to fall as the winds come up. As this goes by, the storm system's developing. Again, we're still in developmental mode. I'm going to pull back out here a little bit. Okay? Kind of show you the bigger picture of what's going on. We've got low pressure here that's going to be forming here off the coast. All right. So with this low pressure forming out here, and you got the snow. Here's that inverted trough stitching back. The polar vortex is dropping back here out of Tennessee, and it's the interaction between that low and this upper level low that's breaking out the snow across our area. There's high pressure back off to the west. So as that low pressure is forming, it's supposed to like bottom out and deepen quite a bit. So as it does that, the pressure gradient is going to pick up and the winds are going to pick up. So wind gusts to 30 plus miles per hour, very possible. That's going to drive down those wind chills. So I know some kids want to get out and play in the snow, but it is awfully cold. Just make sure they're dressed in layers. Make sure they're covering their hands as well as their ears and their no exposed skin, because this wind picking up is going to make it feel so much colder, and you can get frostbite and you can get hypothermia pretty quickly, especially if you get a little wet. So please make sure if the kids are out in this, they're out there for a limited amount of time and that they're dressed appropriately. Okay, let's be safe out there, especially you guys that cross the northeast zones that are getting the heavier snows right now. But boy, I know there's some folks looking at that radar. I know there's some people up in there, that are like Jasper and over toward Canton and maybe northern portion of Fulton County going, man, we're getting gypped. I can't believe this. Look at that dry slot. We're not getting anything. I'm so sorry for that, you guys. Okay. Those of you guys know I hate uneven numbers. I need 2 more subscribers on YouTube. Come on. Punch that to 8,200. Let's go. Come on. Y'all can do it. I got faith in you. Give me 2 more. Come on. Just got to get that 2 more. We'll get that 8,300. Then we're tracking down that last 300 to get here. So, but boy, that's awfully cold. Let me look at the dew points here. I'll look at these real fast. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Dew point. Yeah, dew points continues to fall. Look at it. Look at Blairsville there at 15, and the dew point sitting at 12. So when it's still precipitated, it's going to try to go. There we go. Y'all punched right through there. That's what I'm talking about. Now we go to the next 100. That's how we do. That's how we do things on the YouTube channel. Every 100 we celebrate there. So as long as that dew point continues to fall, as long as it's precipitating, the temperature will continue to fall with it. It's evaporational cooling, where the atmosphere is always going to try to get that 100% relative humidity. So as long as that continues to fall, And you see the difference. Like for example, it's 24 in Gainesville, but the dew point's 19, and it's precipitating. So the temperature is going to continue to fall while it's precipitating. All right. So the colder it's going to get. That's how the precipitation helps cool that atmosphere, as long as that extremely dry Arctic air is there. And that's what we're seeing across the area. Hello, Ricky. Nice to meet you, my friend. But pretty good branding here. Again, those counties: Dawson, White, Hall, Gwinnett, Jackson, Barrow, Walton, that whole area in there, getting up toward Morgan, going to soon move into the Athens area. This is a nice snow band setting up there. Very nice. So I would say the models did a pretty good job with this. This is where it was hitting at yesterday, and we still got that northeast zones getting a lot up there. But I sound like a broken record. That dang dry slot's just ticking me off. I don't like seeing it either. I'm enjoying it. I got a very pretty snow picture outside. Boy, look at that thing surge. Wow, y'all are kicking butt over there on YouTube. Hello. Man, y'all are rocking it. Hey, Facebook, y'all keep doing y'all's thing too, man. I'm not ignoring y'all. Now, what I might need to do on Facebook, and I might do that. Hey, Stacy, thanks for doing this. I noticed this last time we were doing a live version. With Facebook, I might need to take it down and bring it back up. It only allows 8 hours anyway. So what I might do on Facebook here is I might bring y'all back down and bring it back up so I can get the viewership to come back up, because I want to have a good audience over on Facebook too. So I've got the alerts all the way down. Well, I mean, I could turn it down off the TV. Yeah, that's not broadcasting. You guys can't not hear that. It's not showing. I'm not showing it in my mixer at all. The alert stuff, you shouldn't be hearing that. I turned that completely off. Yeah. Yeah, I've got it in my monitor behind me so I can hear it. I do want to at least still hear it. So yeah, I don't have it going over the broadcast at all. You shouldn't be hearing that one bit, other than my microphone. Yeah, they're going to come sledding tomorrow. It's going to be very cold tomorrow as well. So even though the snow is not the kind to make a snowman with or make snowball fights, they can still sled in it. So they're going to be folks who are going to be using, if they have sleds or have, trash can lids or whatever the heck they can find to sled on, there'll be people sledding around tomorrow, those that get it. So, yeah, I've got the alerts turned down. The only place you should hear it is through my microphone a little bit. So, and I got to hear it. Maybe I get some earbuds for the future broadcasts. Okay, I'll leave it up, guys. I'll leave it up on Facebook. I just don't like the numbers keep falling down. Only y'all. I keep thinking Facebook algorithm would work the same as YouTube with the likes and the shares and the follows and stuff. But I'm looking at the trend line. It just it hovers around 100. So I guess maybe at one point, when it comes to these live broadcasts, I mean, I'm still going to do the simulcast. I'm still going to do it. But I guess it was at one point when it comes to the live broadcast stuff, I guess YouTube really needs to be my main hub for audience, because we got 813 people watching over there on YouTube right now, averaging 9.5 minutes of followers. So Facebook's just not doing the same. I mean, we're getting good traffic over here, just not the same. But I'm learning. Well, we'll take it as we can. We're 3 hours and 15 minutes in. So just so you guys know, Facebook lets us stream for about 8 hours and it'll cut you off. So 8 hours goes bye-bye. YouTube, it's 12 hours. Now, eventually, when the 24-hour channel is up, it won't matter because it'll be a 24-hour streaming platform. Therefore, we can stay on all the time. Now, to simulcast on Facebook, the rules still apply. It'll still shut me down on Facebook. But on YouTube, when it's an established 24-hour channel, nope, it don't go down. It'll always stay up. So, and then, of course, we'll have the Roku app, the Apple app, and all that stuff. So, you're welcome, Shelly. I appreciate it. I'll leave it alone. You asked. I'm not going to take it back down. I'll leave it alone. I'm okay. I noticed last time we were doing this last weekend, when we did get cut off and I brought it back up, the number shot right back up on Facebook. So we're learning. I wonder how far south this snow's going to get in Alabama. Look at this stuff. I mean, it's getting down toward getting through Troy and getting some snow down there. That's interesting. Getting snows down into Columbus showing up there. They weren't expecting anything down that way. So definitely the western part of this has been a little more active. That dry slot's trying to fill in a little bit, man. Let's hope it does a little bit. I'm pulling for it. They're starting to get the snows there in Atlanta. There are going to be some icy spots, I'll tell you that. Especially west of town and the northeast part of town. Gwinnett, Houston. Yeah, this whole area there is really getting good snows. It's going a little bit closer. It's a little bit too much. I guess this is the best. So DeLonigan, Dawsonville, Claremont, Gainesville, Coal Mountain, Houston, Lawrenceville, Winder, Monroe, all these areas are getting the heavier snow bands. And then, of course, the northeast section, Clayton, Tallulah Falls, Toccoa, all these areas. We know Helen is getting good snow. We were just looking at that a minute ago. Let's take a look at Helen real quick. See if they've changed anything there. There goes Helen. And if people still driving in that stuff, man. Not me. That's a good snow, though. Look at that road. Woo. And I don't know why Blairsville went down. It's still down. I love that camera, too. I got an idea. If y'all bear with me for a second, let me see if there's another business there in Blairsville. And I want to look at that camera. Let me pull it back on the radar. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to pull this back over to the camera here. Let me pull it back on the radar here. Go back to the radar. Here we go. Let me go. I think there's another camera there on the Blairsville Square. It's a business that's got one there. So let me go over and find that one. Blair's Georgia webcam. I think it's not that one. Seasons Inn. Here it is. It's the Seasons Inn. They've got one there. Let's see if I can find it. Nope, I do not want to book a hotel stay there. Thank you. I'm just trying to find y'all's camera. Let's find their camera. There it is. Yep, there it is. And their camera's working. So let me go and get there. I'm going to put this in studio mode and I'm going to get the Blairsville camera back up. So give me 1 second. I'm going to do this on the fly. So Blair with me for a minute. And I'm going to switch. I don't know why that resort camera, which is supposed to be a good camera, it does move around a little bit, goes down all the time. It's really a little bit annoying. Get that thing streaming here. And now I got to get this thing lined up. So bear with me for 1 second while I get this lined up. There's their camera. I see it. Now I got to line it up here real quick. Yeah, getting it lined up here real quick for me. There we go. Yeah, keep that subscribers going there. I love you guys. You guys are doing great work there on YouTube today. All right, and I'm eyeballing this, so bear with me for a second. Why is that so daggone square? I think that's working here. That's a transition area. That's a studio mode. All right, hold on a second. I gotta hit the play button on that. Oh, did I not go the right thing? Maybe I didn't go the right thing. That's a snapshot. I don't think that's actual look here. Hold on a second. Go back with the tap. There we go. Studio mode. Do it again. Take 2. Try it again, dummy. Let's try this again. Interactive mode here. Oh, that's playing. I know it's playing. That much I do know. But for some reason, I am not in the right place. So let's take a look here. I'm shrinking the thing down so I can see the whole website. I don't think I'm on the right place here. No, that should work fine. Hey, thank you for the donation or new member. Thank you. Appreciate you guys for being members. Again, I will have the full weather on the go, or the weather briefings will start back up on Monday, so you guys will see that again. All right, well, that's not working. I'm going to leave that alone. I gave it a shot. But let's look at Lake Chateau again. I can't fool around with that. Was it coming up? Good snows there at Hiawassee, still coming down pretty good. See the pan there across the lake. That lake that's running very low right now, but you can see the snow there accumulating on the edge there. As that snows continue to come down there in Hiawassee. Sky Valley. Also looking at some decent snows there at 19 degrees there as the snow continues to come down there as well. Lake Lanier has had some good stuff. They've had some snowfall in there as well. You see the lake, boy, visibility is pretty low. It's pretty decent snow's falling there. Can't see very far off the lake. Now, Dalton, you guys have been stuck in the lower end. It's very, very fine snow. I can barely see it, but it's a very dandruff-looking snow there. Very dry snow up there around Dalton right now. Let's see if Athens is finally getting some snow in the action. They've been getting close. Let me see. I want to refresh this image here. Hold on a minute. That should be snowing there by now, I would think. But doesn't. I see stuff on the horizon, but it doesn't look like it. Might be flurrying there a little bit. Hard to tell. But not seeing them very well there. That's the latest image. That's correct. Look at the timestamp. Yeah, it's right. Not quite there yet, but getting close. It looks like some flurries maybe, but it's very, very that fine misty stuff. Dahlonega. Oh, yeah. We got it coming there in Dahlonega. Good. How's it there? You know, they film a lot of holiday movies there in Dahlonega, so today would be a good time to shoot. You know, I actually had somebody call me. It was an actress. I don't know her name. She was filming a Hallmark movie up in Asheville, North Carolina, and she was driving down this way, and she wanted to know the time to drive back. I told her to drive back tomorrow night. I don't know her name. Don't know the actress's name, but she took the time to call me on the phone and ask about the weather. So I thought that was pretty cool. And a Hollywood actress, even if you want to, hey, you're an actress in a movie, you're an actress in a movie. I'm okay. I don't care if it's a B-roll or a big Hollywood blockbuster. I thought that was pretty cool. So another thing I do want to point out here, again, I want to point out this issue here. I've not looked at these in a while. I want to point out this problem for you guys to really pay attention to. All right. Now, this network of these sensors were put in after Snowmageddon in 2014 for obvious reasons. They didn't have the sensors to know how cold the road temperatures were, so they put this whole network in. You see all those dots in here. They're all different road temperatures. So I can go here and take a look at any of these road temperatures, and they're all going to be below 32 degrees. You see this red line here? That's your freezing line. And you can see right here, we're sitting at like 26 degrees here. Georgia 400 at State Road 20. So as I take a look at some of these locations, I mean, that's down to 26 degrees there as well. 411 at Furniture. That's sitting at about 30 degrees there. That's a little more. Going up the interstate. I-85. That road temperature sitting, that's a dew point. That's missing some sensors, probably because of the snow. Let's go down here to the station. Sitting right above freezing there at 85 and you at 411, 441. Now, the interstates typically can be a little warmer, especially if it's got traffic going over it. So, but you look across North Georgia, all these like going up toward Raymond County, 25 degrees. That's going to ice up every road there. Heading over toward Blue Ridge here, US 76. Temperatures 16 degrees there. So, very, very cold. These are road temperatures. 16 degrees there at State Road 11 and Neal's Gap. Of course, that's up in the mountains. That would be cold. Over toward Blue Ridge, that's sitting at 20 degrees there. Heading over toward LJ, that's sitting right at the freezing mark. Of course, that's that dry slot. Remember that wherever that dry slot is, the temperatures will be a little bit warmer because it's not precipitating. Highway 515 at Bill Hassey, that's the end of 985. Not 95, of 575. It's 25 degrees there. Looking up the 75 corridor. Okay, let's start from up near Dalton. It's sitting at 24 degrees there. Down here toward I-75 State Road 140, sitting at 26 degrees there. Let's trek down toward the metro area. Again, I'm not going to check all these, just kind of getting closer. I-75 at I-20 there in Marietta, it's sitting at 29 degrees. So all of these road temperatures, my whole point here is wherever it precipitates, the road temperatures are below freezing. Road activity, people on the roads are going to be pretty limited today. So what's going to end up happening is a lot of this stuff that gets wet or icy is going to ice. Now, we do have some wind blowing in there. That'll help a little bit. But once it ices up, it ices up. That wind ain't going to dry that up until it melts. So we're going to have some icing that's going to be around here. So as we take a look at the big picture here, as we're getting into the prime hours here, where that bright banding is, that bright blue that's in here, is really setting up in this area, though, and I'm dead center of this, getting the most significant snows that are falling through there. Now, we're starting to get some snows starting to come into metro Atlanta. coming into the metro area. They're down in the mid-20s right there. So, boy, that little dry slot, boy, the people are going to be so mad. I tell you. Folks are just not going to like that. So, as we look at I want to look at the cameras back toward town briefly. And we're going to interactive mode here a little bit. They've got, boy, it's getting some heavier snows there in town. They got that down on the connector. Cannot see there. Why can't I get you to move? There we go. There's Midtown. Yeah, so snow's really starting to pick up in the Atlanta area now. Now, the question is, how much are they going to get? That's going to be the big thing. This is over Decatur. That's not looking too bad there. To see the light snow there. There is Six Flags. Seeing the snow falling there, but not bad. Airport, now I'm starting to see the snow there. There's a jet taking off, so we know the airport's still running, but I'm starting to see the snow there at the Atlanta Hartsville Airport right now, Hartsville-Jackson. And there's PDK. Also seen some snow there as well. They're in DeKalb County. And also starting to see the snow now getting big enough now where I can see it at the King and Queen building on the north side of 285. So Atlanta is starting to get in on the action now a little bit. But of course, a lot of North Georgia has been under the gun here for a few hours now as we continue with the snow there falling in the area. Let me minimize that. And let me go through here. Sorry, going through here. My poor daughter's still crying. I'm so sorry. Where are they? They're in Canton. Canton's not getting squat so far. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I hate that. Hiawatha's got 2.5 inches of snow. Oh, I hate that. I hope all the snow comes into Canton there, guys. Canton's dead center of that dry slot. Look at that. There's Canton right there. Right dead center of that dry slot. Nothing there. Man, I hate that. It's like they said we were going to get snow. Well, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad now. Let's see. Tequila Volare over on YouTube says, it is so hard to read the town names on the map. I'm sorry. I can't change that. When we get our weather professional system, when I get that weather computer, I'll have better control over the size of the cities and stuff. I'm so sorry about that. But that's all I got to go with here for right now. So the bigger cities like Atlanta comes up pretty good. The smaller ones don't show up very well. So Butterbean saying coming down good up there in Toccoa. Yeah, I don't doubt that. So yes. So for all you guys on board here, just so you guys are clear, what you're seeing as far as our coverage here is all put together by me. Apps, services of my weather forecast, all manually done. Time consuming is all get out. When we get the Barron Link system, which is the one we're going to get, the professional level stuff, this kind of coverage will be a nice uptick in what you're going to see. All right. So it'll be better for you guys. And we'll have a better presentation. That's coming. All right. So, but for right now, this is what we'll try to make the best I can do with what we got, and try to give you all the best coverage I can give you. Okay, and answer your questions as best I can. So let's see here. Alex is asking what caused the break off of the Canton so much. It's simply just a dry slot. It is starting to try to fill in a little bit. You see that, but by the time this gets filled in, I think we're going to be wrapping up here a little bit. It's just a simple little dry slot. Again, it's a low pressure system, and it shows up here. Look at this. So you see the low. Here's the polar vortex. You see the low right there? You see this little dry slot coming up this way? That's all that is. It's just a little dry slot coming up on the moisture. So it's swinging on in there. Where it's making that right turn, that's where the heavier snows are on the periphery of that, but you got that little dry slot right in there. And then you got some stuff back behind here coming through, but that's all it is. It's an upper little dry slot. It's shutting the moisture off, and that's why Canton's in the zone right there. I was trying to explain this during the week. The reason why there were going to be the haves and have-nots was because of this feature. I knew there was a chance that we were probably going to see some sort of dry slot in there, and some folks were going to get a lot, and some folks weren't going to get squat. I knew that was a possibility. And see it come to fruition, it's disappointing, but that's just the best we could. Hey, Trey, welcome aboard there on YouTube. Hey, we know we're really closing that gap, guys. We only got to get 263 more subscribers to get to the 8,500 goal. So you guys are really cracking it over there on YouTube. We've got close to 13,500 views and almost 10 minutes viewing time. So you guys are doing really well over there on YouTube. Facebook, you guys keep it going as best you can. The Facebook Live, I've got to figure out how to make that better as far as maintaining our audience, because Facebook, unfortunately, when somebody leaves, nobody else comes back in. It just doesn't do it. So I think what I'll probably try to do with Facebook is I will try to schedule it as an event and do it as a scheduled live. See if that helps next time. I didn't do it for this time. You can schedule a live for a specific time and it'll get promoted out there. Maybe that'll help if I put it on there with a time vector and see if that helps next time. Okay, that's, again, kind of learning as I go through this, dealing with the different social media platforms. So I do have an X account, although it's got like 140 people on it, not a lot. I've got this Instagram. I got to figure out. I got to do more postings on Instagram. But Instagram is not linked right now. So my main focus has been Facebook and YouTube for right now. And TikTok, I like to figure out that one eventually, but that's a little bit later. It's only so much one guy can do, right? Anyways, go back over to the radar. But that's why we're getting that dry slot in there, guys. I'm so sorry about that. Julie Harper says it's snowing in Dallas. Yeah, we're getting some good stuff over there. Let's go ahead and take a weather tour here. Let's look at the radar. Let's do a little tour. I will zoom in a little bit closer, and we'll take a look at this a little bit. So we got snow there in Marietta. We got some over here, and kind of see it over here. So we got snow there. There's Marietta right there. We got Dallas over here, 19 degrees. Got the snow coming through there a little bit. You got to here in West Atlanta, 24 degrees with some snow. Here's the snow coming through Atlanta now, finally. Then we got the little gap here through DeKalb, and then we got the heavier snows back over toward Lawrenceville and Buford. And Cummings just on the edge of that as well. So we got the little dry slot in there. But we're getting that a little bit. And we got snows up here going up toward Rome. Calhoun, maybe some flurries in the area. Dalton, pretty dry. Chattanooga still getting some snows. LJ, not that much right now. Quiet. It's dropped to 14 degrees in Blairsville right now. Boy, that's cold. Ooh. There is your 14 degree temperature there in Blairsville right there. 26 down here in Cornelia. Toccoa showing 27. Now, here's the thing. The higher the temperature, the wetter the snow is going to be. Like, obviously, the lower the temperature, the drier that snow is going to be. Because, again, the warmer temperature can hold better moisture than a colder one. All right? So that is just something you got to watch there. Clayton's getting good snows up there in northeast Georgia. So we're seeing some good snows there across Rabun and Towns and White, and Hamershan, Stevens, Banks, Madison, Jackson getting good snows. Hall County, all Hall County, Forsyth, Dawson getting good snows. Getting some very good snows here across Gwinnett County right now, my area. Barrow County, the 5 Points area there where Jackson, Jackson, Barrow, Hall, and Gwinnett all converge in my neighborhood. So getting that going there. I gotta blow my nose again. Hold on a second, guys. Anyway, I appreciate you guys checking us out here. Let's see. Let's get a Facebook update on my followership over here. Let's see how we're doing on Facebook. You guys over on Facebook. All right. How are we doing over there? We're currently sitting at 66,000, getting ready to pass 66,500. We got 3,500 more to go on Facebook. Don't think we'll get to the 70 over there today because I can't do my normal postings when we're doing live. So probably won't get there. But I think we'll get to 8,500 here on YouTube. I think we're going to get there. So if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button over there and help the algorithm. Make sure y'all go in the likes. Very, very important over there. You guys got to hit that like button. Got to comment. Got to subscribe. Keep the beast alive. Feed that YouTube beast. Let's see here. What are we doing over here on our like? I can still look over on the app here. We are sitting at, turn that volume down. 755 likes there. 756. That's right. Keep that going. Keep those likes going. Now, we'll say this much for Facebook. Y'all do likes pretty good over here. Y'all up to 747 likes or 748. Yeah, keep that going. Keep the shares and keep doing the likes. Y'all keep that going. Appreciate that. Hey, Greg, do you have a camera in Murray County? I do not. Do not have one up there in Murray County. I'd love to get one. I think Dalton is the closest place I've got up there, y'all. They're right next door. I can show you the Murray County here. Hold on a second. That's the closest. This is open source. This is up near Dalton, a little train depot there. So very light, very going. Now, eventually, guys, I do want to get my own weather network of cameras. I've already got a vendor already lined up there to do it. And areas that don't have cameras, I will be targeting companies if they're wanting to put up for it, the capital for their camera. We'll put it on there. So these cameras, to get the full package with the full technical support, maintenance, all that kind of stuff, I think it's between $5,000 to $6,000 a piece. So it is a long-term investment, obviously, but it's a great thing for these businesses because $5,000 to $6,000 in the grand scheme of advertising is not really that much. It's a continued camera that you put on your Facebook, on your website. It gets promoted whenever you sell these cameras. Their logo is going to be on it. Whenever you pull the camera up, there's their logo going to be on there all the time. And so we're hoping to establish our own network of cameras. I definitely wanted to try to target the vineyards across the North Georgia area because they're kind of all spread out across North Georgia. So I'm really hoping. In fact, we're hoping to go in and talk to. I won't name the vineyard right now because nothing's really kind of set just yet. But there's one big vineyard up in North Georgia we're going to try to target to get a camera on. It's good for the daytime stuff. Like today, be great to see the snow falling in the vineyards out there across North Georgia mountains. Probably not good, obviously, at night because you can't see nothing unless there's some lights and stuff. But it'd be a good thing to kind of put out there right now. But I tell you, this whole section up here is looking very good as far as its snow covers. This whole northeast section in here, this is where the heavier snow is definitely filling out very nicely. So looking very good there. Hey, Tremel, thank you for joining. 249 more to go. Okay, it's been 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I haven't gone to the bathroom yet. So I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'm going to be right back, and we'll continue our coverage. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that follow button. Become a subscriber over on Facebook. Become a member over on YouTube. All right? Be right back. Hey guys, it is dumping like you wouldn't believe outside my door. I'm gonna go to my back door and take a quick video. I'm gonna show you this in a second. Stand by.
Warning, a special event has been updated. Warning, a special event has been updated. Warning, a special event has been updated.
I feel like a little kid, and I feel so sorry for those kids over there in Canton, man. Let's see here. I'll show you this here a little bit. This is outside my house. Kind of using the camera there a little bit, but that is the snow falling right now in Braselton, Georgia. Coming down pretty good so far. Very, very nice. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out here. Again, boy, the snow's really coming down here in the Braselton area. It really looks pretty hard there in Lawrenceville, too. Lawrenceville looks pretty good. Winder, that bright banding's really setting up right through there. That darker blue that you see there coming from Walnut Grove, going up toward Windsor, Lawrenceville, Kane Manor, Buford, Flowery Branch, Oakwood, going all the way back up to Dawsonville. Some very good heavy snows there showing up through this area right now. Quite a bit. Now, the snows are starting to increase here across metro Atlanta a little bit, and they're getting a little heavier as well. Seeing this heavier blues there showing up here to the west of town. So we still got that dry slot. I'm so sorry for you guys there in Cherokee County. Y'all are really getting gypped. Pickens County's getting gypped. Going up to Gilmer County, not a lot there as well. And Fannon's getting a little gypped as well. So with that dry slot set up in here over to Bartow, not good. But everything here on the northwest side, northeast side, definitely filling in very nicely here with the snows filling in. Temperatures continue to fall. Moderate snow there in Gainesville being reported. Moderate snow there in over toward Cornelia. Moderate to heavy snow being reported up there in Toccoa. Let's see Lawrenceville. Shows that still says light, but I'm looking at that bright banding. It's probably heavier than that. Light snow there. Light snow there. I can look at the ob and tell by the identifier what how heavy of snow is falling for a specific area. All right, we're coming up on the 10 o'clock hour. Hard to believe we're almost there. Man, almost to 10 o'clock. Been going since about 6 o'clock, 6:15 this morning. I was a little late getting on this morning. And again, I appreciate you guys checking out our coverage here so far. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out. We do want to thank our guys over at the tax-free services for this next hour of service. This is from Family Tax Prep. It's that time of year, guys. It's time to do y'all's taxes, right? And Family Tax Prep is the guys you need to go to. They're our Weather On To Go sponsor. And you go to familytaxprep.com, familytaxprep.com, put in the discount code MAJESTIC for us, and you get $30 off on your taxes being done. So check them out. Get your taxes done. If you were wondering, I need help with my taxes, go check out with those guys. They'll help you out. That's familytaxprep.com. You get $30 off on your taxes. So again, help support our local businesses. That's our thing. All right. Now, got that done. Let's get on to other stuff. Don't play with me, Rick. Send it to Canton. Boy, I would love to say, I heard about some little girl on Facebook was saying they were crying because there's no snow in Canton. I'm like, maybe you can get in the car and drive to it, man. If you're safe. The closest to Canton as far as getting in the snow. And thank you there. Some cheese money for your pupper. Yeah, he wants his cheese. He's been pounding. I'm going to give him some cheese out of the fridge in a minute. If you go on over to Forsyth, you're probably getting over there, Coal Mountain, Silver Dawsonville area. If you're in the Canton area, that's the closest snow I would say out there, but you got to go through those mountains, obviously. But as far as like accumulating good snow, I would say head east if you want to go that way. Just be careful on the roads. But Canton's stuck in that dry slot. They may not get out of it. They just may not. I really hate that for Canton. Canton, Holly Springs, heading up toward Jasper. I mean, you guys are probably going, man, we got robbed. We're going to go drive. Just be careful there, guys. Be careful on the roads because this stuff's going to ice up very, very good. If you got a 4x4 or a car that can handle it, I wouldn't recommend getting on the roads. I'm definitely going to recommend, but if you're going to go, just be careful. There's Sky Valley. Hell, looks like a dang on picture postcard there, man. That's still some good moderate heavy snow there in Helen. Wow. wind's starting to come up too. Let's see. Toccoa's got 2.4 inches. Is that what you got there? I think Butterbean's calling that in. You're in the dry slot there in Auburn. Well, it just hasn't worked its way in. It's just moving very slowly. You're in the Athens area. It's coming your way. It's drifting that way. It's just taking a little while. Not so much a dry slot. There's a very heavy snow band right through there. It's working its way over to Athens. It's very, very slowly. But the heavier snow band may stay to your west a little bit. Again, you kind of see where these bands are. You kind of see it's the wind direction. You see the wind. You see those coming in here, and here's a bright banding right through there. That's lining up pretty well with what was showing up on the model yesterday. But again, it all depends on where these bands set up. That's why we're always calling this the have and have nots. Thank you for the star there. We got Sherry with some stars. Thank you, Sherry. We appreciate the donations. I tell you, I watched this one when Ryan Hall was doing a live broadcast. I don't know how much money that the guy brought in for his super chats and all that kind of stuff. I'm always very reluctant to ask for that kind of stuff. He was going, this was back in his early days when he was still trying to building up his stuff. He doesn't do it anymore. But man, that he had to have made, I think in one broadcast made like 10 grand. I'm like, good Lord, man. I mean, just a ton of money. It was kind of crazy. 4 inches in Hiawassee already. Yeah. Hiawassee, I showed the picture up there. I'm sorry, my ADD's kicking in a little bit. I just saw something. I don't want to forget it here. So there's Lake Chatuge up near Hiawassee. Yeah, I'm getting some pretty good snows there. That is typically beach right there. That's typically the beach play area there at Lake Chatuge where they go in the water. The lake is way down. So that's a lot more coverage there for the snow. But it's lighting up a little bit there in Hiawassee, not quite as heavy as it was earlier. Yeah, that's the camera there. Let me go back over to the Athens camera here. Yeah, it's not showing that much. I mean, I could tell it's snowing a little bit there, but not a lot. I can finally see the snow falling there in Athens. I can actually see it falling. So the cloud deck's still hard. It's got to lower a bit, but it's just starting in the Athens area right now. And thank you to Sherry. Thank you for your stars. Thank you very much. They got the star party going on over there. Thank you, guys. Over on Facebook. Absolutely. Yeah, Facebook numbers continue to fall. I don't know how to get that number back. The only thing I can tell you on Facebook is Sherry. Ooh, big 500. Thank you. Only thing I can figure on Facebook is restart it. That's the only way to get the audience back. But we won't fool with it this broadcast. I'm going to leave it alone until it times out. Next time I do this, I will do it as a scheduled event. See if that helps. Hopefully it does. All right, let's go back over here to... Let's go back to the main weather page here. Here we go. One thing I want to take a look at. I haven't looked at this. Oh, yeah. Oh, that shows up very nice. Here's where the heaviest snow is falling. Here, look at this radar. This is a radar signature here. This is definitely where the heavy. You see the snow is here to the east. These are showing up in pretty good intense showers there. But look at this right here. When the radar is picking this up, so Gwinnett, Lawrenceville, Auburn, Monroe, Winder, this area right here is going to get a very heavy burst of snow with this. Very heavy snow in there. Gwinnett into Walton and part of Barrow County. This is the heaviest snow there when the radar is showing that. Let's check out some of these cameras. Let's check out some of the looks and the sensors. There's Dawsonville. they had that band over there a little while ago. Here's Dawsonville looking pretty snowy there at 18.9 degrees. Yikes, that's cold. And let's take a look at some of these other cameras here. We'll go. They had some heavy snows through here. Here's Chick-fil-A. Don't look that bad there. Thank you, Matt. 21 degrees there. Let's go a little further north. Fort South Carolina. Still kind of a dusting here. Doesn't look that impressive there. Let's go into Dawsonville here, or Dawson County. Crystal Falls Golf Course. And there's the City Hall. Dawsonville got hit pretty good. There's the kids. There they are. See them going up the little hillside there. There's the kids. You know they're going to be out there doing a little sledding. There they are. There it goes. Hey, Tyler, good to see you out there on YouTube. There he goes. I remember doing that as a kid. That's a lot of fun. It might be a dry snow, but you can still sled in it. But 23 degrees there. That's cold. Nippy, nippy, nippy. Let's check up here in northern Pickens County. That sensor's not working. It's at 8 degrees. It's cold, but not quite that cold. 8.2 degrees. Wind chill -9. I might be up in the mountain a little bit. But I always think that sensor's off a little bit. That's the Pickens EMH. Let's check out Jasper. Jasper's at 21. Not a flake to me. Got some flurries. It's flurrying there, but no accumulations. Jasper's getting some snow flurries finally. Good to see that. Oops. Oh, doggone it. I had gone so far without doing that this whole broadcast, and I did it again. Oh, I'm so bad. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. Y'all keep that going over there on. Let's get that thing rolling. Let's make a roll at 8,300. If you're over there on YouTube right now, we're sitting at 37 away from getting to 8,300. Let's make a run for it. So if you have not subscribed yet, help us out. Let's make a run at 8,300, okay? Go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Let's make a run for it. Let's do it right now. Let's make it happen. All right, let's go back over here to the main camera. Back over here. But yeah, it's dropped to 22 degrees there, and wow, look at that! It's 22 degrees there in Lawrenceville right now. That's because of that heavy snow. 23 up in Gainesville. Let's check the dew point out, see if it's going to keep falling here. Dew points. Now they're still below. They're still 20 and 18. They're still falling. Those dew points still falling. It is awfully cold. So we're getting all this snow up across the northeast zones. That's coming. Forecast is pretty good. I'm sorry about the dry slot for you folks not getting the snow. Probably not going to change. You're probably not going to get anything. It's not going to fill in. If anything, it's starting to decrease now a little bit here on the western side. We got a nice little burst of activity here west of the metro Atlanta area here. That's looking pretty interesting. We got that bright banding here, and then we got the heavier snows that are coming down out through the northeast Georgia area, coming down to the Carolinas. So we're at 10 o'clock. We got a couple more hours of that snow. We're definitely looking like we're going to get maybe 2 to 3 inches of snow here in the Brazelton area. Looking very promising for my neighborhood, at least. I'm still going to get that joker. He said, you said it was going to snow and I didn't get anything. I'll tell you, I'm not a god. I just kind of predict the weather. I don't control it. Purchased snow over Calhoun. Yeah, a little bit. A little right near Calhoun to the east of you. Let me look at. I've not looked at a high resolution model running a little bit. Let me take a look at that real quick. Let's see what it's showing for the rest of the afternoon. Stand by for a second. I'll take a look at that. I've not looked in a hot minute, so let me go look. Let me go look over here. Thank you for the stars donation. I appreciate that. All right, let's go look at the latest, the greatest high res here. That's the 14Z. Is that all in? The 14Z is not all the way in. Let's go to the 13Z. So I'm going to pull that up. Now, this takes into account, does not take into account what's already fallen, okay? This takes into account what's expected to fall the rest of the afternoon. So let's go to the high resolution model. And here we go. Let's look at this. Look at that timestamp up there. Again, this takes into account, does not take into account what's already fallen, okay? So this starts at 9 o'clock, so in the last hour. And you're seeing that, looks like a banding, looks like it's picking up on something there to the east, coming out of northeast Georgia. So, again, not showing a whole lot here in the metro area. Let's see where 3 there, 2.5 there. Look at this little banding here. Looks like a little disturbance kind of riding through there. I'm going to have to watch for that closely. Picking up something there. Going into this afternoon, it looks like about around noontime. Looks like a little, yeah, it's definitely locking on something. So I'm going to watch this closely. This could deviate by just a few miles here, but it's showing a very bright banding of snow coming out of northeast Georgia, backing around and kind of swinging around. That might be a little bit of a meso low forming in there. So it swings back, it's kind of swinging around that and it's enhancing that snow. But that's a pretty impressive bright band. That pink you see in there, that's getting upwards of 6, 7 inch, 8 inches in that zone. So that is right over Habersham County, coming out of Rabun, northern part of Hall, Banks, that area right through there needs to be watched. So we might see a burst of some heavier snow up in that area. If you're in that part, we need to watch out for that in there. But again, you notice again, those, like I said, the guys here in the west, not much over there. So, but that northeast corridor looks like going up 985 and up that highway heading that way. Yeah, be careful up that way. Let me post this real quick. Post it. And Brazelton. I'm doing a little hashtag here. Hashtag action. Snow to oops, hold on a second. A little hashtag action here. I'm posting this video real quick. And Brownsville, Georgia. Post now. I really can't spend a whole lot of time posting stuff. Wow, who did that? Oh my Lord, Dwight Kinney. God bless you, my friend. We just want to know. Dwight Kinney just donated $50 over there on my first super live stream donation. So I want to say thank you to him over there. Thank you very much. I guess I need to get an applause thing to put on there when I get that kind of thing. So hats off to you, my friend. Thank you very much. Like I said, every donation, every star, every cent, every penny, all of it goes back to building this channel. I do not keep it. I will not have it. I don't need it. You know, I'm retired military. My wife works where we do fine. Any money this channel makes goes back into the channel. Now, a year from now, if it's all set and established and we get the advertising going, then I'll pay myself a salary. But right now, I don't get paid a salary. This all goes back into the channel. So again, thank you, Dwight Kinney, for being our first super chat donation. I got to get used to this whole YouTube thing. It's kind of fun. All right. Yeah, Marietta's not getting that much. They're real close. They're getting a little bit over that way. I'll zoom into Cobb County here a little bit. So we got a little snow there at Dobbins being reported. Some light snow being reported in the area. Kennesaw getting a little light snow, but not overly heavy. I don't think this is going to be enough to really be a problem for you guys. I mean, you're seeing the snow, some bright bending, some little heavier snow bursts in here, and then we got that dry slot. And then we got the heavier snow band, which has been sitting off to the east of town, over toward Gwinnett, and down toward Walton. So Monroe, down to Lawrenceville, Buford, Flowery Branch, going all the way back up to Dawsonville, which we've seen the snow there, and Helen, which has been. Let's check out Helen. See if they're still showing the Helen. It's backed up a little bit. 26 degrees, light snow there, but still coming down very steadily there across Helen, Georgia this afternoon. And I was trying to get that Helen camera up, but it won't work. So go back to the quad here. We got Ashley Camp just became a membership, Brick Tamlin level. Welcome on board, Ashley. Look at Sky Valley getting some pretty good dumps too. Wish I knew why that Blairsville camera went down. That's a good camera too. It went down last time too. Last time I thought they just manually did it. Let's check out with. All right, starting to see the snow pick up there in Athens now. All right, Athens is starting to you're starting to see it get a little bit whiter out there. The cloud deck is lowering, so you folks in Athens have been waiting for the snow. I think that brighter precipitation is starting to move your way a little bit, starting to get a little bit closer to your area. So let's go back over here to over to the main camera, or the main radar here. So we're starting to see that starting to squeeze in toward Athens a little bit. So there's Athens. Athens is still sitting at 31. Notice it's 23 back here in Gainesville, 22 over here back in Lawrenceville. So as soon as that precipitation really starts to fall, that temperature is going to drop, and drop significantly here as we go through this afternoon. Again, you guys need to pay close attention. One thing I do want to point out, I have not mentioned this in a little bit. I want to show this on the temperature thought here. All right, what's current temperature right now? Let's go to the current hour. Today is currently 10 o'clock. So backing this up to 10. All right, I'm going to show you this on the models. Very important on this, guys. We're dealing with the snow, but we're also dealing with falling temperatures. And that is a bit of a concern. So again, watch what happens here on the model run as the temperatures for the afternoon. Pretty much are not going to go up much at all. And then going into the night, they're really going to fall off. I mean, really get cold. Single digits here going to the overnight hours. We get a good snowpack on the ground. The only thing that's going to help us is if the winds stay up a little bit. All right. And the winds are expected to stay up. Check out the apparent temperature, the feel like temperature. Watch what this is doing here. This is 10 o'clock. Single digit. This is below zero here in the gray, guys. I mean, we're talking very, very cold. So 1 o'clock, we're all down there like 10 single digits, below zero up there in the high mountains. Very nippy. And this stuff's going to really drop down overnight. Watch this, 8, 9 o'clock. Look how much that gray spans out there. So down there, single digit. That's why we have the extreme cold air advisory here in effect. And this goes until 2 in the morning. So this is a short model run here. -8, -2, single digits, very cold. So my whole point here is for any of the kids going outside, make sure they are dressed for the elements and make sure that they've got all that stuff covered up as best they can, okay? Make sure that they do not have any exposed skin because you do not want to get out in this and get frostbite or hypothermia to kick in. Very, very, very important. Stay safe out there. Have fun with the kids, especially in those areas that are getting the snow. But again, make sure that you be safe out there. Coming up on 10:15. Okay, if you guys are new here to the channel, again, I appreciate you guys checking this out. If you're on YouTube, we're simulcasting this on YouTube and over on Facebook. So we have to play a little game with the algorithms on these platforms, okay, because of the turnover and things like that. So if you are new on the YouTube channel, please help us build a professional 24-hour channel, and you can do that. It doesn't cost you nothing. It's free. 2 things. Make sure you subscribe. Very important. Hit that notification bell. All the new subscribers, you got to hit that notification bell because basically if you don't, your subscription means nothing because my old channel, I didn't do that enough. And that's the reason why I don't think I had the success over there. People didn't know I was posting stuff because they weren't notifying. So YouTube does that little game. So subscribe to the channel, give us a like, make a comment. Let me know where you're watching from here, and we'll see how things are going. Who put the rain in freezing rain? Oh, you're talking about that little mix there to the southeast. I think this is the algorithm just picking up with that because of the mild air that's briefly out ahead of it. There won't be any freezing rain with this stuff. This is going to quickly switch on over to all snow because the air is crashing down substantially. So I'm not expecting that to be any major problem with that. But I see what you're saying because it's 36 degrees out ahead of this as the cold air is coming down. So it might be a spring. It's going to be kind of a mist or a fine little rain, at least initially. And then it'll quickly go over to snow very quickly. It won't take long because it is so cold above the surface. Will not take long at all. So, but yeah, we are getting a little bit of that mixing in there a little bit here because you can see the temperature down here in Milledgeville. This is getting down to the south there. It's at 36 degrees. So, but you see how quickly Monroe's at 25, 27 over in Covington, 22 in Lawrenceville. So it'll quickly switch over. Whatever light, it'll be, my guess is because it's such a fine precipitation, it'll be like a mist or a little, not even really a light rain because of how dry it is. And then it should switch over to all snow very quickly. I'm so sorry about Cherokee. Everybody keeps asking about Cherokee. We got a lot of folks from Cherokee County watching in here, and Cherokee County, you guys got left out in the cold on this. I'm not seeing this feeling. You might get some flurries, but you are not. That dry slot is really set in there, and I don't think you're going to get any real significant accumulating snows. Maybe you get lucky and get a band toward the end. It'll give you a little dusting, maybe. But Cherokee County, I'm sorry, you guys missed this one. It's going to miss you. I was so trying to preach that all week long about the have and have nots. I knew that was going to be a possibility here, and that's what we're seeing here, unfortunately. I don't control it. Loganville's getting some snow. Well, see, the band's a little bit further to your north. I don't think you're going to get too much there because if you look in what's going on there in Gwinnett County, it's staying up in the northern part of the county. You see where the brighter snows, Dawsonville, down toward Buford, Lawrenceville, Walnut Grove, over to Monroe, Winder, Houston. That's where the heavier snows have been falling right through that whole zone. You can see clearly where that darker blue is and where that heavier precipitation has been falling there on the east side of the area there, the metro Atlanta area. Hey, look at that. Wow. We just cracked 15,000 views over on YouTube. That's amazing to see that. We've got 15,000 views here and just over 4 hours of coverage. That's outstanding. Way to go there, YouTube. You guys are rocking it. How y'all doing over there? All right. 75, Atlanta to Knoxville. Well, I will tell you, up 75 has been in that dry slot a lot of the way. The interstate's not looking bad. I do not know how bad the conditions have been between 75 heading up to Knoxville, but they've been kind of in that dry slot. I don't think it's that bad, but I wouldn't recommend until the storm is over to get on any kind of roads. And then check with the DOT and make sure those are doing pretty well. Danny over in Cleveland's reporting 3.5 inches of snow. So that's lining up with what we're saying. That's in that bright band area there. Going into Cleveland, I know Helen looks like they've got probably similar 3.5 inches of snow there as well. There's the Helen camera there. Still snowing, still coming down. And you guys just keep it going. Now, for you guys that have just become members, membership stuff over on the YouTube side, I do a daily weather report called the Weather Report. I do that on Facebook as well. For Facebook, it's the subscribers. And that reports Monday through Friday. It's your daily weather brief from me. It's a way for me to answer your questions on one-on-one and give you a weather brief. It's also going to give you behind-the-scenes looks of everything I'm doing to build out the 24-hour weather channel. So that's a way for you to contribute. It's only $2 for the Brick Tamlin level on YouTube. Facebook, it's $2 as well over there. So that's 16 cents a day. It doesn't cost you anything there. Now, I do have a higher level, the Jim Cantori level, for you folks who are really enthusiastic. You want to help a little bit better. You can do that as well over there as well. We got Yvonne Berman just joined us on the Brick Tamlin level. And those who don't know who Brick Tamlin is, he was the weather guy in Anchorman. So Steve Carell's character so I decided to only go with 2 different levels on YouTube. I didn't want to go crazy, so I picked that one, and then I picked the most professional, most energetic weather guy I know, who I've worked with. That's Jim Cantori. So the Jim Cantori level is the next level. That's $4.99. So those are the 2 levels there on YouTube, and we're going to keep it at $1.99 over on the Facebook side. So again, appreciate all of y'all 100%. Now, don't feel obligated. You do not have to feel obligated to do that. You do not have to be a donator. You don't have to do any of that stuff. At minimum, all you can do is do like Teddy just did. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Make sure you're a follower on Facebook. That's the big plus. You do that at minimum. I'm happy. Makes me happy. Makes the stats folks happy. Makes the sales people happy. Let's make everybody happy, you know? So what I'm going to do here real quick, I try to do this at least twice an hour because of the turnover and stuff. So bear with me here for 1 second. Let me get this up. So for you guys over there on YouTube, if you could please do me a favor, I'm putting over here in the chat the link for my Facebook page. Just go over there and give me a quick follow over there, and you're good to go. You guys over here on the Facebook side, I know there's not as many of y'all over here, but that's okay. If you like watching this broadcast on your smart TV, YouTube app, you doing that stuff, here goes the link to the YouTube channel. You go over there and you hit subscribe. You can watch there. So we got Susan saying it's snowing in Marietta now. Finally getting some snow there in Marietta. God bless. We got some snow in Marietta now. Tunnel Hill reporting snow. I wouldn't recommend getting on any of the roads for tonight. Really, I think even if you got limited precipitation going on there, you're still going to have icing. I would not recommend making any kind of drives tonight to go to Nashville. Wait till the storm passes, and then look at the DOT to figure out how the road conditions are. And I need to go get another soda. I'm out. I'll be right back. All right. I got to tell you, this has been fun, guys. I've really enjoyed this. I really appreciate you guys checking us out. We've been really doing some great coverage this morning. Great conversations out there on you guys. I appreciate what you guys are doing out there. Look, I want to be equal opportunity. I know the focus on YouTube, and I do appreciate this. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, and they always tell you, well, you guys are just out for clicks to make money. Well, course I am. This is a weather business. Of course I want to click. Now I'm not going to sit there and posting 2 weeks from now showing a big snowstorm hitting Atlanta, or like last weekend when it was showing 30 inches of snow in Rome, and I know damn good well it's wrong. If I wanted to be a clickbaiter, I would do it. Boy, I could make a ton of money if I wanted to do that, but I'm not doing that. Okay, gotta have a responsibility. Of course, I want to beat viewers. Of course, I want to make money. Of course, I want to build this great channel for everybody. But I'll be honest with you, I hate asking for that stuff. It's very hard for me. It's against my nature. But if you want to be successful, you just say, you know what, the hell with it. You got to do what you got to do. You know. So anytime I get a new subscriber, new follower, anybody makes a donation out there, I feel, I don't know, I feel humbled initially, and then I also feel undeserving. I don't feel I'm worth it sometimes. I don't know. I just kind of get on myself a little bit. Yeah, it's just a very humbling thing to have people to say, you know what, I like what you're doing here, take my money. I mean, I've done it. I mean, there's a couple of guys I watch on YouTube I've given money to, I've subscribed to, and everything else. But to do it for yourself is different. It's different when you're the guy on the other side of the screen watching somebody doing it, and you're the person doing it. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm probably not really explaining myself very well there, but it's a little bit different there. Boy, you're really starting to see things beginning to change over here. Now as this thing's starting to go on through here. Check this out, guys. See this? They're starting to expand here on the east side here. Starting to feel it. See it all changing over? I told you it was going to change over quickly. Once it starts precipitating, it's going to switch over very quick because it is so cold just off the surface. It's going to come bring it right down, crashing. Pretty good banding here to the east of town. I got to admit, that's been pretty decent. Where the western zones here, west of Atlanta, getting this nice streaking of these bands, getting some good stuff in here. So, but poor Canton, nothing. I don't know. Maybe somebody in Canton did a voodoo curse or something up that way. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened there. But again, look at this snow getting all the way down into South Alabama. We're getting snow flurries getting all the way down into Dothan now. Look at that. Wow. Montgomery, over near Auburn, Columbus getting some flurries, down near Pine Mountain. Seeing the streaks coming in through there. Here's that heavy bright banding right through there and to the northeast. I want to really watch closely. That high resolution model was hinting at another bright band that was going to start emerging somewhere up in here and kind of work its way around. So I'm going to watch that very closely there. Thank you there, G Straight Jr. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for that donation. And Julia just came on as a Brick Tamlin level member. Thank you. And we got a stars over on Facebook. Let's not forget our friends at Facebook. I don't have as many people over on Facebook, but that's good. It didn't show me the star. Oh, that's kind of weird. I hate when it does that. Sometimes Facebook, it'll do that. I'll get a star donation and it won't show up in the chat. So whoever that was, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I try to acknowledge everybody as best I can. So, Chris, how much are we going to get in Banks, Georgia for Major? Boy, let me show you something right. There was something on the last model. If you didn't catch this a minute ago, I'll show it to you again. A few minutes ago, I showed this. The last model run was showing a bright banding. Let me see if the 14Z is done now. It is. It's all the way done. It's still showing it. So there's a bright banding coming. It looks like a little mesocyclone here. Let me pull this over here. Let me pull this up. Check this out. Find where I'm at. Here we go. Oh, not there. I'm sorry, that's not up. But yeah, here's what I'm talking about. Watch this. This starts. It looks like it starts looks like around 12 o'clock or so. See that bright band right there? It'll be interesting to see where this sets up finally. But see that 5.2. Here's a 6.8. It goes right through Banks County. So there could be a heavy burst of snow coming through this area here, going down near the Athens area later this afternoon. So again, this doesn't take into account what's already fallen. So like my area might see another couple inches on what I got. I've almost got 2 inches outside my door right now. So we got to watch and see where that bright band takes place there. But you see it right there. Again, we're talking tens of miles. It could shift. It could go a little bit to the east, go a little bit to the west, but clearly showing some sort of upper level energy coming in around this feature starting into the early afternoon hours. We got a few more hours to watch this, but you kind of see it. So there it is. We're going to watch for this bright band of snow here across this eastern zone going into this afternoon. So that's going to be interesting to watch. Yeah, I told Lois Galloway over on YouTube, I chose North Georgia because when I was looking into go local, wanted to see I wanted to see where the need was, and it was very clear to me based off the feedback I was getting that there was not there was an audience there that felt that the Atlanta metro area, just the TV stations focused so much on those big 5 counties, they didn't focus on anybody else. So now I'm trying to be balanced here. I'm still covering a little bit of Atlanta, but I'm not making that my sole effort. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be a little more balanced here. It's because I know I got viewers and audience members there from the Atlanta metro area, so I'm not completely ignoring them. But my main focus, like my forecast and everything else, is for North Georgia. That's for sure. Somebody's asking about Gainesville as far as the snow is concerned up there. And I don't know. You got a little bit, looks like a little bit drier. They may come in and shut that down a little bit here toward Gainesville, but you still got this bright band here to the east. If that drifts a little bit, it looks like you still got a few more hours of snow in there in Gainesville. Not sure what the snow totals are there in Gainesville right now, but definitely picking up. Maysville, Gainesville, it's getting real. Yeah, Cecily's saying they're getting some very heavy snows there in Gainesville. It's been all outside my window for sure. And I'm going to have to go to the bathroom in a little bit, and I'll double check after I get to drink a little bit. I should have gone to the bathroom when I got the soda, but I just came right back. So yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see at the end of the broadcast on both Facebook and on YouTube the totality of earnings for the entire event. And like I said, all those earnings will go back to the channel. The couple things, I'm going to get me a webcam. I'm going to do that. It's going to be the first. That's number one. The cameras are two, but the first thing is going to be an outdoor camera and weather station. I think those are going to be the first 2 things I buy here is good to get those. And then the cameras, the new cameras. I'm going to buy 3 cameras. I already know the model I'm going to get. I got to figure out how I'm going to post this one camera here, the one in front of me, because it's I'm not sure how to mount that thing. But the other 2, one's going to be over here on my green screen wall to my left, and there'll be an interactive TV here stand on my right. So that's what we're going to put over here. And then the set behind me will be professionally built. Okay, we're going to still keep the color scheme. You notice I've got the red behind me. That's because we're in weather mode right now. We got winter storm warnings up. During severe weather season, same thing. Green means good. Yellow means, we got to watch out for something. Red means we're in severe weather mode. So we're going to have some sort of that in some form. What I told the set designers is I want something that's not modern and stale. I want something that's a little rustic, kind of a stone look or a North Georgia type of outdoor kind of look to it. I want something that's got a little bit of a look and appeal to it. I'm definitely getting a new desk. This desk is it's not designed to do what it's doing. It's too heavy. It shakes up my stuff a little bit. The desk we're buying next week. We already got the money set aside for that. We're gonna get the desk bought next week. And then I got to clear the furniture and stuff out of the studio. I got to free up the back space in here. So that when we get the set design, which is going to be when we get into broadcast mode, I'm gonna have a lot of people up here for a few days. My buddy Ben up in Tennessee probably down here helping us out. A guy from Florida, he helps out. The set designers being here. I'll probably be doing this broadcast over in my dining room while all that's going on. So it's gonna be fun when we get to that point. I'm really excited. Hey, thank you there, Connie Papas. Hey, we only got to get 11 more to 8,300. Can we make a run to 1,100? I've got 660 guys out there on YouTube right now. Let's see if we can get 11 more. We're really close. Let's get that 11 to 8,300. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you can. Let's get to 8,300 there. Butterbean says I have a Davis Weather Wizard 3 and an Accurate 5N1. Yeah, I was looking at the Ambulant one, the brand new one. It's really nice. I'm looking at probably getting that system, but I definitely want to have a camera. I might just have I might have the camera separate from the weather station. I don't think I want to get one that are one and the same. Yeah, I got you, brother. Let's go here to here it is. Facebook. How much in Cornelia going to get? How much longer is it going to snow? You got a few more hours there in Cindy and Cornelia. I mean, it's still snowing up there right now. Obviously up this way. Here's Cornelia right there. There is a bit of a gap up here That's starting a little bit of a dry slot. Here's the heavier snow bands to your south. But remember, we got that there's that other band that's supposed to happen in the afternoon that could get close to you. So we got to watch and see if that comes true. That's what the models are picking up on, is that you got that little feature that's trying to build out of northeast Georgia, kind of coming down near your area and then kind of doing like this. So we got to watch closely to see if where that sets up across the area. So again, just watch very closely on that. But overall, I'm happy with the forecast, what we had so far. I mean, I've been talking the eastern zones forever. All the models were in very good agreement there. I understood the concerns from the Weather Service of why they were looking. I mean, this snow to the west of Metro Atlanta is looking healthy. It's been streaming over the same area. You're getting what we call, training over the same ground. So they may get a quick inch or so there, but you can't forecast those dry slots, man. It's next to impossible. Two more. Go. Almost there. Hey, welcome aboard, Rick. Welcome aboard, Rick. I tell you, that's good. Amazes me. I'm gonna pass my Weather Nerds YouTube channel, which took me 2.5 years to get to 8,500, and we're gonna do it in 2 weeks. Is that amazing or what? That's absolutely amazing. That just blows my mind. Blown. Oh, really? Well, I'm glad my map's a little more accurate than 11 Alive. I like the weather. I think the weather tap algorithm does a very good job as far as where the color scheme to show where the heavier snows are. And it's really lined up. Thank you there, George Strait. George Strait just joined us. Is that the George Strait? Or is he still alive? The country singer, right? George Strait. So anyway, but this does a pretty good job where you can see where the bright banding's taking effect in here. Again, you can see Coal Mountain, Buford still getting heavy snow, Lawrenceville, pretty close to me, Houston. And I'm going to go to the restroom here in just a second. I'll look out my window. I should be still getting some pretty heavy snows in my area too. One more. And so yeah, we're going to take a look at the cameras here in a second. Let me go to the restroom real quick. I'm going to go do that right now. I keep talking about it. And I'll take a look out my window real quick. And then we'll look at the cameras. We'll do a camera test here in a second. So bear with me. And yeah, Jay, Jeff, there was a big, let me say this real quick. Jeff was out talking about the American GFS model. There was a big discussion. I was attending the American Meteorological Society convention this past week virtually. I was supposed to be in Houston this week for it. There was a discussion on GFS. There is work being done on that model right now. They've got AI involved to try to see if they can figure out some of the buggy natures and the wide springs with the GFS to bring it. The European model is so much superior to the GFS. They are working on the problem. They know it's an issue. The error issue has been really bad, but they are working on it right now. And they hope to have some things fixed in the next 6 months going into hurricane season. At least that's the talk. We'll see if that happens. But they are well aware of the problem. And there are some efforts to improve that. Hopefully, you would think the American GFS model, which has been along longer than the European model, but what I think's happened is that they've patched it, they've layered it, it's built. I think it's just gotten, they don't want to strip it down to baseline and start over. They just want to kind of, improve what they got. I think we're gonna work it out. We'll see what happens. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Be right back. when you're drinking nothing but, Pep Zeros and you're in your 50s, you're just going to go to the bathroom a lot. It's just my lot in life. Anyway, it's 24 degrees here at my place. It is the roads are slushy as all get out outside. Yeah, definitely would not recommend getting on these roads. Let's see. Got a report here from Yvonne Lieberman on YouTube. Say they've got 4 inches of snow there in Cleveland now. So looks like that's continuing to drive on there. And Butterbean says about 1.5 inches up there in Toccoa. And Toccoa, you guys, again, you saw that model we were just looking at. It's awfully close. Wherever that bright band, whatever that little feature that the high resolution is picking up on, we will see if that comes to fruition or not. But it's still steady snow is coming out outside right now. It looks like a little bit of this. It looks like a little bit of a dry slot trying to come in between the bands here, working its way down. I'll have to watch where that sets up here, and then we'll see what happens with that other little disturbance to see if that pulls in. But yeah, west side Atlanta, those bands look pretty healthy, not bad. Thank you for the stars. Oh, Janet Redden, thank you very much. Thousands on the stars. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's the thousands, $10, by the way. That's what that is there. I do appreciate that. Like I said, one good thing about being retired, military, 30-year career behind me, is that I don't have to use any of this money to make a living, like pay bills and stuff with. It's just 100% going back to the build out of the product, which is a great thing. And what's even better is that that because of the way the tax system works, as long as I spend 100% of the income that's brought in to the channel, I could claim zero income for taxes. The government gives you a couple of years to establish ability and to do that. Cherokee County, Nathan, I am so sorry. You guys are in the snow purgatory. You guys are probably not going to get anything out of this other than some flurries. You might get lucky enough to get a dusting, but y'all have been stuck in that dry slot all day. It's trying to fill in a little bit. You might get some flurries here. It's 19 in ball ground right now with some light snow, but I don't think y'all are going to get any significant accumulations there in Cherokee County. I felt so sorry. Somebody mentioned their little girl was crying because they were thinking they were going to get snow, and I'm so sorry. It just did not work out. You got some pretty good banding here west of town. Atlanta's starting to pick up here a little bit. Let's go take a look at these cameras. Let's do our camera tour. I haven't done that in a hot minute. Brasstown Ball, 8 degrees, heavy snow. Can't see squat. You can kind of see the snow kind of going by the camera there, but very, very snowy there on top of Brasstown Ball at 4,700 feet. This camera is going to look absolutely stunning tomorrow morning. Stunning. Check that out tomorrow. It's going to look gorgeous. Here we got Helen, Georgia. Still looking at some decent moderate snowfall in there. You see the roads very icy, very slick. I didn't see the temperature. Let me go back here again. Let me see if that sometimes it'll 22 degrees in Helen. Those roads are going to ice up like you would not believe. So again, a little bit of a wind there, but not too bad there through Helen. But it looks like something out of a picture postcard there. Blairsville, that one's down right now. Lake Chatuge, that's 18 degrees, still falling snow there. Continue to look at that decent snow falling up that way. Sky Valley up there in extreme northeast Georgia, 18 degrees as well. Seeing a pretty steady snow falling in that area as doing well with that. Lake Lanier down at the Sailing Club. Let's take a look at that. There's one more pan there. Hopefully that camera does not ice up altogether, but they look like they got a good, man, I'd say probably a good 5-6 inches up there. Looking pretty good. Here's Lake Lanier. Still looking at some pretty decent snows falling there. Looking over the lake, you can't see out very far, so that tells me some pretty good moderate snow still falling there at Lake Lanier. Let's go up to Dalton, Georgia. Dalton, let's see. Looks like that snow has pretty much stopped. Looks like they had some light flurries earlier. Dalton's pretty much stopped. They should be coming to an end now. The models were kind of hinting at it, kind of winding down there as we head toward the lunch hour. Let's check out UGA. UGA is supposed to be getting some, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're starting to see some accumulated snows there. The visibility getting a little worse there in Athens. Athens starting to get their snows now, as it's picking up there as well. They're sitting at 31 degrees, and their temperatures will be falling there as well for this afternoon. Dahlonega has been stuck in the soup all day. They're still seeing a good snows falling there in Dahlonega. I think we've had reports close to 4 inches there in the Dahlonega area as well here for today. Let's take a look at the Fox cameras real quick. We'll go through the Metro Atlanta area very quickly. We'll check out their area. And let me get this interactive mode here a little bit. And it's looking quiet there for the moment there at the King Queen. There's still some flurries, but not looking bad. Traffic's moving pretty good there. And there's PDK Airport. I see a PDK or Cobb. I forget which one that one is. But light flurries. You see the sun kind of breaking through those clouds just a little bit there with the snow shower activity. There is Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson still flying. Still see the jets taking off there. A little light snow, but nothing that's causing them too much in the way of problems. We got some flurries there at Six Flags. Again, not any problems there on the west side. And there's over toward DeKalb. Light snow shower flowing there. And then finally looking at the downtown Atlanta area here. This was looking a little white out earlier, but now it's lit up a little bit. A little sunshine breaking through the clouds. And there's the downtown camera, which is really shaking in that wind. That wind is going to be part of the story this afternoon, folks. Not only dealing with the cold temperatures, dealing with the wind as well here for today. Very, very nippy. Go back here to my camera. Back to the radar. Here we go. All right. Anyway, that was our quick tour of the cameras. All right, we're coming up on 10:45. Again, appreciate that. We're getting ready to crack 16,000 views over there on the YouTube channel. Again, I appreciate you coming to here. If you just stumbled upon our channel, whether it be on Facebook or on YouTube, let me introduce you myself. I'm meteorologist Greg Majeski. I am a longtime meteorologist on a mission here to build a 24-hour weather channel here across North Georgia. Next year's presentation, I think, is going to look a lot different than this, especially if we get the tools and the things that we hope to do. We're building our audience. We're focusing on all our energy. I spent a lot of money on advertising on Facebook. We're knocking on 70,000 over there. This page, YouTube, just took off in the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, we only had about 380-something subscribers. That was it. Now we're knocking on the door to 8,500. So, again, help us grow the channel. You can do that. If you want to become more involved, put your money where your mouth is. You can become a member. There's a couple levels over there on YouTube you can do for membership. And on Facebook, you can become a subscriber. And that way you can hire me as your personal weatherman. We have weather briefs Monday through Friday for members and subscribers only on that. And you also get the behind-the-scenes look of what we're doing here as far as building out the channel. We got several weather vendors set up to help us out. We got Barron Services out of Huntsville that's going to provide our weather computer. We're going to have another company that's going to provide our cameras. I got another company that's going to do the set design. I got another company that's handling the streaming service. So I've got all the vendors all lined up. I got the costs all ready to go for all this. So again, the only thing I can do right here is try to give you all good coverage, stay on top of what's going on, answer y'all's questions here as best I can. And Julia just mentioned that she's got 5.5 inches there in Mountain City. Yeah, that wouldn't shock me up there in Northeast Georgia. Some of the indications were up maybe 6, 7, 8 inches up that way. So again, I appreciate you guys checking out the coverage. Yeah, Cherokee County. I'm so sorry if you guys got a lot of Cherokee followers here on Facebook, and you guys are like, "Oh, I'm in the gap here." But Facebook, I'm gonna do y'all live differently next time. Next time we do the live over there, I'm gonna do it as a scheduled event and put a time window on there so Facebook promotes it. Because right now I've only got like 64 people watching over there on Facebook, where I got 700 people watching over on YouTube. So big difference there. Anyway, let's get back into this. That was my my promotions for the day. Got to keep doing those every now and then. It's just part of the social media game, shall we say. And let me get back here. Let's start look around and look at the latest radar here for a second. All right. Let's start doing a little radar tour here. We're going to start in the northeast first. Still looking at Dillard, Clayton, still looking at good snows up there. Raven, Tallulah Falls, still looking at some good snows. We got a little bit of a dry gap here that's coming in here a little bit. Blairsville's probably dried out here for a second, looking pretty good there. This is trying to work down into Gainesville, so Gainesville's snow may shut off here in a little bit. Looking over toward Cornelia, still 22 in snow there. Toccoa, 27 in snow there. Gainesville still showing snow there. Quarter-mile visibility, still showing heavy snow there right now. 23, looking over toward Jefferson, 25 in snow. Pretty heavy snow here in Gwinnett County. That's the heaviest bright banding I'm seeing across northern Gwinnett. Continue to get pretty decent snow even near my area. Monroe getting some heavy snows with a heavier bright band sitting up through there. 25 down here near Covington. They are getting Some snow reported there as well. A little bit of dry action here on the east side of town for DeKalb and southern Gwinnett, North Fulton, back into Cherokee. And then the west side of town has had this pretty consistent banding of snows here across the west side of the metro area. So that's been going pretty well over on that side as well. So that's where we're sitting at. I'm going to pull out here a little bit, show you what's going on with this thing. And right now, the models are indicating that we're going to get some sort of energy that's going to rotate around out of this and come into the eastern side of Georgia. Where exactly that's going to line up, it was showing it sometime around 12, 1, and 2 o'clock, where we make it a bright banding of some additional wraparound moisture coming out of the Carolinas and into northeast Georgia here for this afternoon. So we got to watch that closely, see how that evolves here. All right. So the snow is going to linger here, especially the eastern zones, into the early afternoon hours. Should start to taper off as we get to 2, 3 o'clock, and things should begin to improve there a little bit. But right now, my main thing I'm watching is to see where is this, what the high resolution model was kicking out, again, showing that possibility of this heavy bright band that's going to come right through here, somewhere right in there. So again, it could be off tens of miles, all depends on how that evolves. But you kind of see the upper feature there starting to spin up a little bit here, a little bit. So we got snow flurries going all the way down into southern Alabama. Still get snows up here across northern Alabama with some flurries there, even back over here a little bit. Again, the western zones, just kind of snow showery, okay? This is more your steadier, heavier zones here on the east side, which again, every computer model was showing that to some degree. There were slight deviations left to right, but the models were correct. They were definitely pretty much on here. European, even I pick on the GFS. It was, again, they were all within a few miles of each other. That's okay. I'm all right with that. But they all were generally saying the same story, and they've been telling that same story for a few days now. So again, we knew the eastern areas were going to be there. Where that line was, that's the tricky thing. Where was the we got all the snow, and where you guys don't get anything, that was the tricky part. So, appreciate it. Let's do a check here on our stats. Facebook, which continues to drop off. I'm probably going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, let's drop down to down or nothing now. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the Facebook broadcast, and I'm going to bring it back up. It's just dropping down too low for me even monitor it so much. I know you guys are on Facebook. It'll be right back up. Okay, I'm going to stop the broadcast. I'm going to restart it because it's dropping down to like next to nothing now over there. So I'm going to bring it back up. So and besides, I got to redo it in here in a couple hours anyway. So let me go ahead and restart it, and we'll bring it back up. Okay, so I'm going to end the broadcast. It'll come back up here in a second. So all right, so I'm going to end that right now. Now, when I start seeing it dropping off to like 30 or 40 people, it's just not worth doing over there. So YouTube guys, y'all keep rocking it. Keep doing that subscribe. Keep doing that thumbs up. Keep doing those comments. Keep that thing alive. Keep it going, all right? So I'm going to go over here, back over to Facebook. I'm going to restart the Facebook feed because I just got to figure out how to get that thing going correctly. So it is, so I'm going to bring it back up here. This takes 2 seconds to do. So check in. There's me live snowstorm 26 coverage. I'm not figured out Facebook. Follow North Georgia majestic weather snow coverage. I have no idea why I got to do it this way, but that's how it goes. All right, there it goes. Hit that save and copy, stop, modify, go back over here, paste, hit OK, hit start, and we'll bring it back up here. Here we go. And oh no, don't start. Not as a test. What? Come on, do it again. I don't know why is Facebook do it? Don't do that to me. Don't come up as a start test. No. Damn it. I don't think that's going. That's annoying. Facebook, you're annoying. And test. Yeah, it's not broadcasting. That's going nowhere. And when you do a test, all it is absolutely nothing. It's just nothing. So I'll try this one more time. If it don't come back up, that's just the way it is. I'm so sorry. I hate doing that to Facebook, but man, that's annoying. I want to stop that. Modify. That is very annoying. But you learn. This is what this is part of. This is part of learning how to do the. And thank you, Clayton, for joining us over on YouTube. This is very annoying here. Live snow coverage. North Georgia. Snow storm 2026. Maybe it didn't like because I took it down. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. All right. Hit start button. Let's see if this works again. Save, yes. All right, try this one more time. All right, there it goes. All right, we're back on Facebook. We're back on YouTube. We're back simulcasting. Sorry there, Facebook. I had to do a little reboot there because the system messed up. And then when I tried to come back up, it was doing test mode. I'm not sure what the hell a test mode was about, but we're back on simulcast here on both channels. So again, thank you very much for getting us going. Again, you guys over at YouTube have been doing an outstanding job. Taylor the Truth. For those who don't know me over in the chat, Tyler was with me over on the North Georgia, in the Weather Nerds channel. And he's kind of like our unofficial mascot here on the YouTube channel. So he likes to remind everybody to hit that subscribe button to get things going. And so you'll see him post stuff in there all the time. So he's very active over there in that arena. So anyway, we got Facebook coming back up. I see the viewers coming back. Sorry, guys. I had to do a little reset on there. And then the stupid thing did a test mode for me. I'm not sure why I did that. That was kind of crazy. Little nuts. So appreciate you guys coming back in there. Let's go back over here to the radar. Let's get back into weather coverage here. Again, I want to zoom back in. We're waiting to see this afternoon if we're going to get this heavier precipitation band to evolve out of the Carolinas. So I'm going to be looking very closely at what's going on up in here. Okay, to see if we're going to get this swing out of some of this moisture to come back into Georgia and to give us additional banding, because that's what the high resolution models are hinting at here for this area. So that's where we're looking at for right now for the additional snows coming in here. Looks like Canton may get a little snow coming in from the north. It's just, I don't think it's going to be real accumulating snows. It is filling up that gap, that dry slot that's been there all morning. May get a few flurries over there into that area, but northeast Georgia could be getting hit with a pretty substantial burst of snow here coming in. Thank you there from Reed Brook, just became Brick Tamlin level, one of our members. Thank you there. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming on board. And so let me go back. I'm going to look to see if the new model data is in here. I want to check that real quick. Once I close all these stupid pop-ups here. Let's go back over here. I want to see if the new high resolution's in. It's just starting. So it's just start going. I want to show folks what I'm talking about here. About northeast Georgia, why we're not, where I don't think we're quite done with the heavier snows. We've had a lot of snow. We might get some more coming at us. So here is the model data here. Again, this doesn't take into account what's already fallen. This is showing what's anticipated here. All right, watch the timestamp there. Watch what happens here starting at 11 o'clock or going into 12 after 12. Watch what happens here. See that little bright band? We're focusing right up here. See it right up in here? We're talking up there where Rabun and Habersham and Stevens County, right up in that area. Watch what happens here as we go in for this afternoon, okay? Starting about 1, 2 o'clock. Look what happens. See that little bright band? See it? It kind of rotates around. Now, this can shift depending on exactly. It could be over this way. It could be a little further off to the west. It really kind of depends, but it's clearly picking up on something rotating around that area of low pressure, little disturbance there. It's going to enhance that snow risk because it's kicking out like over 5 inches there in a very quick amount of time. Here's the importance on this. Not only is it snow, it's heavy snow, and it's coming very hard and very fast. So you see, like, here's a 7-inch snow over near, getting near Jefferson. You got an inch, almost 2 inches over here, 2 inches here in Lawrenceville, 3 inches over there near Winder. But that is a very impressive little streak. We got to watch and see what happens for this afternoon with that heavier streak. So you see that very quick. See how fast it comes, though. Just watch. Again, here's 1 o'clock, 2. There's 3. Look how fast that jumps. Quite a bit. I mean, so we're talking about a burst of some heavier snow there as it rotates around that area. So northeast Georgia, that's what we're going to be watching there. That east side for, you've already had some snows, but now you got this heavier band of potential snows moving on in there. Hey, we got Jim Cantori level. Thank you. There is that Janet. And we got a $4 donation there from Super VN7. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's our next super. Yeah, somebody gave $50 earlier. I was like, wow, that was awesome. That's going to really help for the cameras and stuff. Yeah, some places are overperforming, and there's a reason for that with the snow. I was warning about this when we came on here earlier this morning about the snow ratio. The problem, what we're dealing with, I want to show you guys this very quickly. Let me show you this real fast. Hold on. Is the ratio issue. You might ask, what's the ratio issue? Okay, if you got a temperature that's 31, 32, 33 degrees and it's snowing, that's a wet snow. That's a high wet snow. And you're going to be looking at, snow that's, not that big a deal. It's going to be very hot and very wet. All right. So that's what that 5-to-1 ratio is. Then you have the standard ratio, which is 10 inches to 1 inch of precipitation. That's sitting like at, 28, 29, 30, in that kind of range in there. Now, you get into temperatures where we're driving down in the lower end of the 20s and teens, that ratio kicks up substantially because it's a lighter, fluffier type snow. And as a result, the snow totals can be higher than what you would get if the temperature, say, was 31, 32 degrees. So we're dealing with that last one, the one in there on the right, that 15-to-1 ratio. That's what we're dealing with snows. So I was warning about the fact that some areas might get more snows as a result of that higher ratio. And that's what we're kind of seeing, I think, with some of those eastern zones. And if that little disturbance rolls out, you're going to get a quick amount of snows. That might bring up those snow totals up there surprisingly higher, like 8, 9, 10 inches, a little bit higher. I know they're going to get a lot of that over in the Carolinas for sure. But we may sneak some of those higher totals into North Georgia and the Northeast Georgia area especially. Go back here to the radar. Here we go. So I appreciate you guys checking us out. Again, you guys over on Facebook, make sure that you guys are doing what y'all got to do to keep that algorithm happy if you can. Make sure you go and hit that like button. Make sure you hit that follow button on our page, and make sure you keep giving us thumbs up. We're back up to 257. See, that's why I said I had to bring it down. I had to bring the Facebook page down because it had dropped all the way down to 40. The problem with Facebook is that people leave, they don't come back, and they don't advertise it. So I will figure out Facebook for future broadcasts. So we'll get that going here for you. I do want to do this real quick for you guys over here on Facebook. All right. If you prefer to get your watching this on your smart TV or anything else like that, you can subscribe over there on the YouTube. I just put the link over there. For all you guys watching over here on the YouTube channel, I still like for you to still follow us over on Facebook to get my postings and weather stuff over there. If you got a Facebook account, please, by all means, go over there and hit the follow button over there as well. All right. Little cross promotion. Hold on a second. Gotta blow my nose again. When you talk this much and you're doing all this stuff, your sinuses just go a little crazy. So my apologies. Anyhow, boy, you know what's interesting? This snow is expected to go all the way down to Savannah. Can you believe that? This snow is supposed to, by late this afternoon and evening, supposed to go all the way to Savannah. In fact, they're talking about snows into Charleston, Myrtle Beach, all up and down the South Carolina coast. Just amazing what this low pressure is going to do. So, and not to toot my own horn, but I'm going to toot my own horn. I really need to go back and put a clip on YouTube and on Facebook showing you my October prediction for North Georgia. My prediction was that we were going to stay dry into the fall. we will be warm, that we were going to have temperatures of extremes, that we'd have a couple bouts of severe weather. I said we'd have one ice event and one snow event, and I've checked every last box, baby. Ooh, that feels good. You feel good when you get it right, but boy, you feel bad when you get it wrong. So I got this one right, and I'm going to take that. I feel good about that. You always worry about making a long-range prediction. But here's the thing. If you've been doing it long enough and you know what to look like from a global scale perspective, taking into account La Nina, a weak polar vortex, the warming in the North Pacific, you kind of look at all those things. It's like putting a puzzle together. So if you put the puzzles together, you know what you look for. It's not that difficult to kind of figure out what's going to go on here long term. Now, as far as February is concerned, if you think this is the last winter event we're going to see, I'm not telling you we're going to see another one, but I'm going to tell you that the pieces of the puzzle are still there to suggest the potential for more winter weather into February. Now, there's nothing officially showing out the next week, but as we get toward the middle of the month, there are some pieces coming together there that suggest the potential's there. Not saying it's going to happen, may not happen at all. We've already had 2 this winter. You count the ice storm and then this puppy. That's more than enough to ever see in a single year. But I am telling you that the pieces of the puzzle are still there as far as cold air, and the fact that La Nina is pretty much dead, and we've gone to a neutral phase, and we're starting to see a little more subtropical moisture, subtropical jet stream get a little more energized there. That we may have opportunities for additional winter weather in the month of February. Just throwing it out there. Y'all, of course, y'all remember the superstorm in March. Now, I'm also expecting a little more active severe weather season with us going into a neutral phase. So that's something that we look forward to going into March and April, obviously. So I appreciate you guys checking us out there. So let me go back here to the channel, kind of seeing what we got, anything going on here. Can you post a legend on the precipitation amounts? Let me tell you guys something, okay? When we get our weather computer, the Barron Link system, the presentation here is going to be so much better, okay? That's why right now all energy is on growing the channel, growing the YouTube, growing the Facebook, so that I can go into a big advertiser and get that big check. And when I say big check, I'm talking about a 2-year commitment to the channel, $100,000. That's more than enough money for me to buy every piece of equipment that I need from an operational standpoint. And but right now it's building the brand, building the audience to do that. So when these graphics next year at this time will be much better. You'll be able to see the cities better. You'll be able to see the numbers better. You'll be able to see the scales a little bit better. It'll be broadcast quality stuff. Everything you see here, every effect, every graphic, all made, I got from somewhere and kind of put together on my own. So it is, it's the best I can come up with right now. But as we go through this process and we build this 24-hour channel, it'll get better. Trust me, it will. It'll happen or won't. It's going to be based off what y'all want. Y'all grow the audience, y'all subscribe. Again, subscribing and follow doesn't cost you anything. But I will tell you, I'm going to remind everybody who subscribes, like SCK just did, please, by all means, make sure you hit that notification bell. I did not realize how much of a sin it was on YouTube, on my old channel, that if you didn't hit that, nobody got your stuff. My whole channel, I did 8,500 on the other channel, and nobody was following me because nobody was hitting that notification bell. I didn't have any idea. So notification bell, please hit that thing. I just don't want to waste my time on that stuff anymore. All right, let's go into North Fulton. Gang, you're talking about North Fulton. Probably not much. You guys in North Fulton were also part of that dry band that was setting up in there. So I do not think North Fulton, you're still in the dry slot right now. Again, you're looking at North Fulton right in here. It's filling up a little bit, but you guys have been in that dry slot pretty much all day, and the windows of opportunity to get snow in that area is growing out. Look at Lawrenceville's dropped to 21. God Lord, 21 in Gainesville now. Wow, it's cold. Still snowing there. Still snowing in Gainesville. I tell you, this area in North Gwinnett, boy, gotten a whole lot of snow. It'll be interesting to see what the final snow totals are going to be when this thing's done. Very, very tricky. 24 over there in Winder, or in Jefferson. 25 in Winder. Thank you, Man You Yunk. I love you two names. I love them so much. So let me go over here to YouTube, the YouTube side. I want to check out over here. Tom Whitley saying some decent snow now in Talking Rock with the wind. Yeah, the wind's going to come up here. Dahlonega. I could show you the Dahlonega camera. They've been getting some good stuff there. Let's see if this updates. There you go. There's a Dahlonega look over the campus there. Looks like the snow's tapered off a little bit, but still falling. Still falling up there in Dahlonega. And this right here is the fun part of this. This is the part you can't really do so much on TV because you're kind of set to a kind of a stagnant format. To be able to answer people's questions and go around and show people stuff and do stuff, that part's fun. I know I can't get everybody, but Houston, I don't know. Now Houston's not too far from me. I've already got close to 3 inches off my door. I'm in Brazelton there, Josh. So and Carol's reported some accumulations now taking place in Athens. And yeah, Athens looked like that was finally starting to get up there as well. So the Athens camera, let me put the Athens camera here. This is the UGA camera here. Let's see how that's, oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, Athens finally getting some good snows coming there. You can't even see Sanford Stadium there very much. It's coming down good there in Athens right now. So Athens we knew was going to be a little bit later in the morning, and it's finally kicked in there. Getting some good stuff. I heard we had a couple of donations there. Let me see who that was. I've got a couple of star donations here. Oh man, why does it do that sometimes? I think Janet, you gave stars. Oh, there's Scott. Scott, thank you for your stars. Thank you. I see you. So on Facebook, they call it star donations. And on YouTube, they have the super chats and the donations over there and the membership stuff. And you guys on Facebook and on YouTube, if you want to be part of my effort to build this channel and hire me as your personal weatherman, you can become a member over there, a membership on YouTube, or you can become a subscriber over on Facebook. Okay, Facebook, it's $1.99. It's 16 cents a day. You become a follower, you get those daily weather briefs weekdays, plus the behind the scenes look. YouTube, I've got 2 different levels for you. If you're really enthusiastic, I have, again, the same thing, $1.99, the Brick Tamlin level. That's the weather guy from Anchorman. And then, of course, there's the enthusiastic Jim Cantore level, who I had the opportunity to work with. Know him. Worked with him back in the late 90s. Very great guy. What you see with Jim Cantore is what you get. There is no BS there. That's who he is. Go check out his lightning stove video on YouTube if you really want to get a good laugh and a good kick. But get that going. Flowery Branch is reporting close to 4 inches. Yeah, I suspect that's probably true because I'm getting close to 3 here. North Hall showing 3 to 4 inches. Being reported there from Ant 26. Heather just gave us 99 there over there. Hal is reporting 6 inches of snow in Hiawassee. Yeah, and I've been watching that Lake Chateau camera here most of the day. There's Hiawassee camera here. And it's still coming down pretty decent there. It's 18 degrees there. Still coming down. Looking at the snow there and up near Hiawassee. So, I mean, overall, if someone's going to ask me, well, what did you think about the weather event? Do you think everything worked out as you were expecting? I would say, honestly, yeah. I think this is set up pretty well. I had posted one of my little postings on there about the danger of what I saw as far as the have and have nots. I saw that coming. Again, trying to set one of the hardest things about being a weather guy when you're doing a weather event like this, especially in the South, is trying to set expectation management. What happens a lot is I get a lot of these guys that come on, oh, I don't believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. You know, that's what happened last weekend. I got a lot of that. And I took a lot of heat last week a little bit. And the reason why I was so up on last week's storm was that we had not had an ice storm in 20 years plus. All right. And I'll thank you there for the donation. Thank you about that. That was David Flanagan. Thank you. We hadn't had a good ice storm like that in 20 years. Now, those 5 counties, especially White County, got hit very hard. We had 104,000 people without power. We got so lucky, folks. The last heavy precipitation that came in, the cold air was just cold enough at the surface when that heavy rain was coming across the eastern zones where the wedge was set up good, that the rain refell as sleet and freezing rain is a big difference. Sleet just bounces off with everything that's there. Freezing rain causes all the problem. Had that cold air not been thick enough to free the sleet and it was all freezing rain, our power outages would have been 4 times higher than what they were, easily. And we had people there in North Georgia that didn't have power back on for 3-4 days. So we got lucky. And I be honest with you, when it comes to ice, I will not undersell that. Snow is a different ball game. This was pretty straightforward. The forecast with this, it was just a question of the lines. But freezing rain, I don't jerk around with that. That's bad news. Unfortunately, I know some people who've been hurt and injured with that. Look at that. It's dropped to 14 degrees now in Blairsville. Man, that is nasty. You know, if you got some wind up there, how cold that is. It's still showing light snow there. What's the op showing as far as wind? 27,000 feet. No, 2,700 feet. Can't see the wind on that one. Well, we got 21 degrees there in Gainesville. It's 18 in Ball Ground. 19 degrees now over into Dalton. 18 in LJ. We got 19 over here in Dallas and over there and west of town. 21 over here near Carrollton. I mean, just very cold. This has been a nice snow band here. I'm going to go on a line here. I bet the snow totals are going to be a little bit heavier in this zone than what was expected. That's been very persistent with that snow band right over that area. Forming right there. I don't know why, but that's been a really hot zone. I bet the snow totals are going to be a little bit heavier in that zone. And this snow band continues to stay pretty consistent across from Dawsonville, Coal Mountain, Buford, Lawrenceville, stretching down into Monroe, continuing to fill in there. And then again, we're going to watch what happens this afternoon on this other additional band. Who we got here? David Flanagan. Oh, you just came on as a Brick Tamlin level. Thank you to be a member there. Again, those the weather report updates will come your way starting Monday. Of course, those on Facebook know that we post that every Monday through Friday. And YouTube, for the first time since this thing just activated like 3 days ago, you guys will get your stuff starting on Monday as well. So look for that. We got Natalie McCullough says, spitting snow here in East Cobb, just light dusting so far. Yeah, in Paulding County, probably not going to get all that much. All right. Partly sunny and not a single flake snow in Union City. Yeah, south part of town, probably not going to get a whole lot down there. All right. And David says, I doubt we'll, not sure what you were saying there, buddy, but I'm going to watch it. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate that. Aaron's reporting 3 inches in downtown Gainesville so far. So looking pretty good there. Tom says it's 19 and talking right, wind chill down to 11. Decent snow with wind. Yeah, those wind chills are going to be a big deal. We're going to have single digit to 0 wind chills this afternoon, folks. Definitely a good day to stay inside and don't get involved in this stuff. So we got, let me see here, on the Facebook counter so far. This is part of the game here. We are at 66,576. So, yeah, we're not going to get to 70 on Facebook today as much as I'd like to. I mean, that's not going to happen. We might get to 67,000. We can do that. So, but, all right, let's just say, let's try to get to 67,000 on Facebook and let's get to 8,500 on YouTube and we'll call it a victory. We will call it a bit. LJ next 5 to 7 hours. You're going to get a little bit in that area. Let's go look at we'll go up to LJ. I see someone asking about LJ. Again, Gilmer County has not gotten a whole lot out of this. They're getting some snow there now, but it's very light. And I just don't know if you're going to get any real significant accumulating snows in the LJ area. It is filling in a little bit there. Maybe light dusting. Maybe you get up to an inch. With it being 18 degrees, that snow ratio is very low, so it won't take a lot of moisture to get any kind of accumulation. But I'm not expecting that much. It looks pretty light on the radar. This down here, the Gwinnett still looks heavy. Going into Walton County, still looks heavy. Gwinnett, Walton, Barrow County, near my area, still looks pretty decent. Still decent there, southwest. Again, you see this green initially. It's because the temperatures out ahead of this are sitting 36, 34 degrees. This green will quickly change over to blue because the cold air is aloft. It's just a few feet up. As soon as it starts precipitating, it's going to bring it right down. So it'll be like a fine mist in those areas there that the snow's moving into. And eventually it'll start snowing all the way down to the coast, even into Savannah. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate it. Get that thing going. Let's get that thing going. We got 174 more to get to 8,500. I tell you what, give me 8,500 and I'll shut up talking about it. just get up to 8,500 and I'll be happy. And for those who don't know, that's the old total on my old Weather Nerds YouTube channel. So I want to get that 8,500 so I can say, yep, I'm bigger than my last channel, which took me 2.5 years to get. How about that? It took me 2.5 years to get to 8,500 on my old YouTube channel. We're going to do this in 2 weeks. How about that? That's amazing. All right. Looking at the radar. All right. I'm starting to get some hints. Just look very closely. Look at this guy's up here. I want y'all to pay attention right up in this area. If you could see it. I know it's kind of hard. But I'm looking at that radar and I'm starting to get that first hints of that something maybe starting to back up this way. Just looking at the radar signature a little bit, just starting to get the first little hints of that rotation, stuff that may come rotating out of South Carolina, coming back into North Georgia, and a quick burst of heavier snow that may come in across the area. Let me see if the 15Z is done here. We'll see if it's still showing it. 15Z is almost done. So let's go ahead and show this. Let's see what we got here. Let's go back over to the model data here. So this is the latest high resolution snow total here. We're waiting to see. It's been hinting at this. It's still there. It is still there. Still generally in the same spot. So we're watching some moisture going back into this area and coming this way. So this is getting over toward, looks like over toward Jefferson. Or getting over toward Winder and Jefferson and that area. So we're talking about coming out of Stevens, Banks, Jackson, coming into Barrow, and then making a left turn, kind of heading over toward the Athens area. So there's looks like we're going to get some sort of heavier burst of snow over the next few hours. They're favoring that eastern zone. And look at this thing. I mean, this is so neat. Look at this. Down here, Savannah, 2 inches of snow. How often does Savannah get snow? There's 4.5. There's 5.5 there. Again, now I know from hour to hour it may look like, oh, it's going down. No, it's not. This only shows the snow that's anticipated over an hour. It does not take into account what's already fallen on the ground. So this is on top of what's already there. And what I do suspect is that many areas in this area right now are already showing 3 to 4 inches, 5 inches of snow, and we're going to throw some more on top of that. So, yeah, so there is these numbers I think are going to be going up. I think we're going to have some surprise totals up 8 inches plus. We'll see what the Weather Service says when this thing's over. But it's not going to shock me if we see some 8+ inches in some places across eastern Georgia. Not going to blow my mind. That ratio is just so doggone high. You just cannot ignore that. Oh, wow. We just passed 17,000 views on YouTube. Wow, guys. That is friggin' awesome. That is so cool to see. Now, Facebook, I had to restart you guys because we had lost a lot of your audience there. We're still holding around 200 there. So, Toccoa says we got 3 to 4 inches here. Blairsville says they got 4 inches. I'm not looking at somebody's told me to go look at the model here. Oh, you got me interested in there. I'll look. Hold on. I got to look. Just give me 1 second here. So I'm going to look at the, let me switch over here. See what the old Snowfest here showing here. I'm just looking at a couple of long range here real quick just to see. Nope, don't see anything. Oh, that's the 12Z. It's just chewing up. Let me pull up the previous one here. There's some rain. Oop, there's one. It's a possibility there. I'm not showing that. I'm not showing that. It's too far out. I'm not showing it. It's the GFS anyway. I will not show that. But it goes back to my whole point. My point here being, again, we're in a cold weather pattern. It's still going to stay there for a little while. Looking at European, because I've not had a chance to look at any of these long range models here. And, yeah, there goes there's the European. Yeah. Oh Lord, you guys are just, like I said. Now I tell you what, I'm only going to use this. This is not a forecast. I'm going to be very clear about this. This is not a forecast, but I do want to use this to show what a traditional snow look looks like for us. That's why I'm going to use this as an educational tool here. But I might have to set up my weather data to do. Well, this is good. Well, you know what? Let me fix this real quick. Just bear with me for 1 second. I want to take this opportunity to do a little education here. So just bear with me here for a second. This is a snapshot view going ahead for around the 14th. Somebody was looking at the European model and said, "Go look at the 14th." I'm like, "Oh, that's really cool. Thank you very much." But this is like this likelihood of being here that far out, not going to happen. Okay, so this is not a forecast, but I want to show you what I'm going to take this opportunity to show you here is what a traditional snow event for us would traditionally look like compared to what we're seeing right now. What you traditionally see is you get a low along the Gulf, you get some cold air that's in place, and we're basically tracking the north-south line of where the snow line is going to be. Okay, and you see where the snow's dripping there on the 14th. So what we're doing this time around, instead of tracking north-south like we traditionally do, like where's the snow and rain line going to be, what we've been tracking here has been almost the exact opposite. It's like west-east. You know, where does it go this way? So it's a little bit different what we're seeing now to what we traditionally, and that's what that is showing, is what a traditional snow outlook looks like. All right. So anyway, let me get off that. I just wanted to show that real quick. And no, I do not think it's going to snow on the 14th. That's too far out. But it leads to what I was saying earlier. Is we're in a weather pattern that is conducive for the opportunities going into February for another winter event. We are in a pattern that's going to stay cold, it looks like. There's a stratospheric warming event up in the Arctic again, which would indicate some more cold air coming down toward the middle of February. And we got a La Nina that's dead, gone neutral, and we got a more energized potential subtropical. Just looking at the pieces of the puzzle there suggest the opportunity or the chance for winter precipitation will continue into February. It's not a guarantee it's going to happen. And, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. You got to put them all together, see how it lines up. But the opportunities are still there. So if you think this is the last one. Now, I will say this. Statistically, we've already had 2, week to week, back-to-back weeks. The odds of us getting a third, probably not that high because it's very unusual you get one in a season, it's something. Actually, before last year, we've gone 6 years without a real thing happening. So, we'll see what happens with that. But again, I will keep you steer here. For all you guys here on Facebook and on YouTube, okay, you're never going to see me post like what I just showed there as an example. I'm not going to post, hey, look, we may get snow on February 14th. Today is the last day of the 3rd. It's 2 weeks away. I would never post that on Facebook. Why? Because I know it's not going to be there. It's going to change. Granted, it is the European model. It's the model I do favor, but I'm not going to post a snow posting out 14 days. That's ridiculous. Now, we get inside 7 days, different story. We'll watch this a little bit. Again, I want to let everybody be clear on my snow rules. 5 to 7 days, I will post. It'll be, okay, this is cute. We'll watch it. Odds are it's going to change. It may not be a big deal. 3 to 5 days, okay. Maybe there's something there. Let's work out the details. Less than 3 days. All right, we got a snow event coming. Where's it going to hit and how much? Let's work out the details, which is basically what we've been doing the last few days with this particular event right now, trying to determine where the snows are. And so far, everything that is seen so far has behaved as expected. The only area that I think might be a bit of a surprise, a little bit of surprise, is I want to see what the snow totals are in this area with this snow over here to the west of town. That's been a little bit higher than what I was expecting in that area so far from that perspective. All right, but as far as where the snow is falling with this thing so far and what we've seen so far, it's done I think the models did a pretty well job with this so far. Everything is paid out pretty well. So not bad at all. All right, so let me go through here, make sure I didn't miss anything here. Anybody else going in there? We got the Brick Tamlin. Okay. Peachtree Corners going out. You guys have been on the southern end of that stuff. Y'all been stuck in the dry zone down here in Peachtree. Here's Peachtree Corners down here. Y'all been part of that dry spot. I mean, you go just up to Lawrenceville. They've been plastered. They've been getting pretty good. But again, trying to forecast where that dry slot was going to be. It is starting to fill in. I think we're starting to see some snow getting into the Canton area. Let's go take a look at the cameras on the other network here. I'm going to go over to here. Let's go check out Canton. Let's see if we got any snow falling here finally. Cherokee, there we got some flurries, all right, but no snow on the ground. So we're finally getting some snow there in Canton. It's 18 degrees. God, it's bitterly cold. Starting to get a little dusting there. All right, so Cherokee's finally getting in on the action. All right, starting to get a light dusting. Boy, I hate some mother posted. My daughter was crying because it wasn't snowing yet. They didn't have snow on the ground. I was like, oh, hopefully we'll get some. Hopefully get enough for them to enjoy. Only problem is, like I said, the snow is so dry, folks. Try to go out. I want somebody to go outside and try to make a snowball. Let me know if it actually sticks together or how hard you got to do to make it work. Because this, when it's this dry of a snow, it's that fluffy. Making a snowball or making a snowman, because the water content is so low, probably not going to be that good. All righty. Let's see how we're doing. Let me go over to Facebook. I'm trying to go back and forth and look at y'all's stuff. Yeah, Kimberly says we got 0 in Southern Gwinnett. Yeah, because Southern Gwinnett was stuck in that dry slot here for most of the morning. No, that's not the. I haven't looked at the GFS. I don't know what the GFS was showing. But what I did show you was the European model, by the way. That's what that was. I'm so upset everybody around us got snow, but Lilburn and Gwinnett got 0 accumulation. But you drive 10 miles up the road up there, Lawrenceville, and they've gotten blasted. Yeah, so sorry about that. Have and have-nots. North Decatur. May work its way in there, but I don't think y'all are going to get much. Y'all been stuck in that dry slot all afternoon. Stop snowing in Loganville. Will we get more? Maybe. Not a whole lot more. I wouldn't think that much more. When are the high winds starting in Brazelton? The eastern zones, we're not going to see the winds really start to pick up until later this afternoon. The winds were going to stay relatively calm to the east, winds to the west. Let me get that model data up here. We'll talk about the wind. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Let me get that up for you real quick here. Although I may have moved, I think I may have messed this thing up because I was moving the other model up. I tell you what, I'll just use this one. We'll just use from this one. All right, so I want to show the wind speeds here. So this is your wind speeds. So this is going into Sunday. Sorry, I went back too far. All right, so this is at 10 o'clock. This is right now, or 11 o'clock. So it's 11. So you see where the western zones really start getting the wind. All right, so you see these are 40-mile-per-hour winds over here. This side generally seen in the 20s here for right now. So on the other side, the winds are much higher. They really come in for this afternoon. But the northeast zones, because I think the snow's lingering there, may be impacting the winds a little bit. But down in Metro Atlanta, 43-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 41 up in Canton, 28 in Gainesville, 23 in Athens here for this afternoon. So the winds, not bad, but still 25-mile-per-hour winds with the snow, and that's going to cause some problems. So it does simmer down here for tonight. But again, it goes back to the wind chill problem. And thank you, Criers27. Thank you very much. We got to get 166 more on this broadcast. Let's get those subscribers going. But again, you see that gray area across North Georgia. This is below 0 wind chills, folks, right up here. This is all single digits going into tonight, towards 7 o'clock. So it's going to be quite cold. Definitely not fit for man nor beast. Make sure you got the pets inside. Don't leave them outside in this. Absolutely, it's awfully cold. And this goes in toward tomorrow morning. So we got -10, -2, -2, down near 0 for a lot of North Georgia. That's why we got that extreme cold weather warning here for tonight, because of wind chills like that. Not fit for anybody. You get hypothermia very quickly with that. So y'all be safe out there, and try to stay warm as best you can. Now, I tell you what's going to be interesting. I want to see, I'm really going to pay close attention to those temperatures tonight to see how cold. We're getting a nice snowpack on the ground tonight and tomorrow night. I want to really pay attention to see how cold the models miss the low temperatures. Because when you get a snowpack on the ground, it's going to stay cold right through Sunday. We don't start really getting decent melt off until Monday. Monday, we get back 40s. In fact, by Tuesday, we're floating back into the 50s. We get closer to normal for a day or two before we cool off the end of next week. But I suspect the overnight lows are going to be colder than what's advertised. And so instead of it saying, well, it's going to get down to 13 in Gainesville, it may get down to like 8, something like that. So because snow has a big impact when you got a polar air mass over you. And if you get clear skies, the only thing that may keep it up a little bit is the wind. If the wind stays up a little bit, you get enough mixing in there, that might keep the temperature. But every time I've seen a snowpack down, boy, I've blown a few forecasts with that. I have done it. So I'll be watching it pretty closely. I actually was going a little bit below guidance on my forecast to begin with, but anticipation of some of that snow. Now, Hartsville Jackson's starting to get some snow down there, showing up on the radar. Let's go check out the Fox model live cam. I want to see if the airports are starting to get impacted here a little bit. So let's look at that. You see the wind blowing there in Atlanta. The camera there does not look bad. Let's look. I want to look down at the airport. There's still snowing in Midtown a little bit because the airport looked like they had a little bit heavier snow down that way. No, not too bad. And the runways still look good. So again, this is very dry snow, so it's not melt. It's not getting the runways wet or anything. So it isn't like icing's a problem. And I see a jet on the tarmac, so the airport's still running, no problems there right now. But notice the camera's shaking. Remember, the winds are starting to come up now here across the areas from the western sides of the storm. So the winds will continue to come up as that pressure gradient continues to increase across the area. So, thank you for that. Who we got over there? We got a Brick Tamlin level. We got, is it AGSCSJ? Okay, well, I won't even try. But thank you for being a new member there. And for anybody there on YouTube, if you want to be part of our weather family, please go ahead and become a member if you like. Now, when you get the membership, one thing you're going to be getting is you're going to be getting a daily weather brief, your personal weather daily brief, Monday through Friday. It's about a 10-minute brief, goes into stuff. I'll probably show you guys things that I would not show to the general public, but it'll kind of give you an idea what I'm looking at, what I'm thinking. You'll also get behind-the-scenes look of everything we're doing here to build out this 24-hour channel. So you got 2 levels on YouTube. You got the Brick Tamlin level. It's the same as the subscriber number on Facebook. And then there's the Jim Cantori level. If you're really energetic like Jim is, and he's a great guy, old chief, you can go ahead and do that as well. So you can do both those avenues. Again, right now, what I'm doing with all of that, we're going to be launching our own weather app coming March 1st. The North Georgia Majestic weather app is backed by our weather vendor called Barron Services out of Huntsville, Alabama. So we're going to have our personal weather app coming here on March 1st. And I'll be using the monies from my subscriber service on Facebook as well as my membership folks to help pay for the data fees until I get a sponsor for it. The data fees for that app is $7.50 a month, which, again, collectively using all this stuff, I think we can cover that pretty easily. So until I get a sponsor, and then I'll let the sponsor pay for it. And then we'll have that going. So that's what we're going for. We'll have that ready to go for severe weather season. We have the weather call service coming up for severe weather season. So great opportunity here. Like our new member there that came on board, y'all can be part of this. Again, just know every cent, every dime, every star donation, every membership donation, all the money, I do not keep. It goes 100% to the build out of the channel. Now, the only thing I got to figure out is prioritizing what needs to get done first. Right now, I'm prioritizing equipment and stuff like my desk, cameras, stuff like that. And then hopefully we get, once I get that all done, I got an interactive TV I'm going to put over here. I got to repaint my wall because it's the wrong color. It's not quite chrome green. But when we get all that functional, I want to get a weather station outside, an outdoor camera. So when I do live events like this, instead of me running to the door, look outside, I can just hit the button and see what's going outside my window. So we got a lot of work to do. And again, our success and failure will be based off y'all's participation. This is y'all's channel. I'm just the the conduit. This is y'all's channel. Y'all's say whatever y'all want to see as far as the camera network and all that stuff, focusing on North Georgia, digital platform for North Georgia, 24-hour weather channel. Okay. I live here. I live in this area. I've lived here for 20 years. I've raised my kids. I've raised my family here. I'm not doing weather in another state. And I'm jiving at another page, but that's okay. I actually live here. So, and I want to make sure you guys are taken care of. So again, if you guys want to be part of this, by all means, come on board. And if you don't want to do financially, that's okay too. There's nothing wrong with that. All you got to do is make sure you're a follower on Facebook and you're a subscriber. That's all. That's at minimum. And make sure you hit the notification bell on YouTube. I've learned that lesson. I will not make that mistake again. Make sure if you're a new subscriber, you hit that notification bell. So important. My last page had 8,500, but I did not stress the notification bell enough or hardly enough. And that page did not have any viewership. It just didn't. So I'm making sure with this one, I do not make that same mistake. Yeah, the Weather Channel. Weather Channel. I will tell you, back in the day when I worked at the Weather Channel, back in the '90s, late '90s, I'm old. It was a fun place to work. It really was. It was not corporate owned. It was a family owned business. Landmark Communications owned it. Great company. Took care of the people. It was a fun place to work. And when it became corporate owned, they really kind of tore that thing down. So now it's become just bells and whistles and all this other crap. It's kind of distracting, to be honest with you. And then you got that new CBS affiliate here in town doing its weather. I'm sorry, that's too distracting for me. I mean, this 3D green screen on the wall. Maybe I'm just too old. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Let me get back. Let's get back to doing some weather stuff. Let's look and see what's going on here. Enough preaching on that. We've been on for 5.5 hours now. Wow, it's gone by quick. It really has. Gone on quick. Still got to get another 161 subscribers, man. I hope we can get there. I'd love to get there by the end of this broadcast. But it's still snowing, still coming down good. We still got a lot of stuff to watch here, folks. So let me get back here to my radar. I'm watching that northeast area there to see if the model, which was hinting at this, this piece of energy coming out of northeast, coming out of South Carolina, was going to rotate back in. So I'm watching this area here very closely, see if we get any more there. We're still got some decent banding and and some decent snows here, still coming from like Dawsonville, up this way, from Dawsonville, coming back down to Coal Mountain, through Buford, through Gwinnett, going down here. It looks like Covington's getting out at Monroe. This has been very steady on that band. It'll be interesting to see what those snow totals are in those area. Quite a bit. So Athens getting good snow. Their temperatures dropped to 29. And it looks like some decent snow to southwest Atlanta. It looks like the stuff's starting to taper off. I'm going to pull back out here a little bit. Let that reload slowly. Come on, Kyle. Let's do it. There it goes. All right, so you see we're down to this is just flurries. All this back in Alabama, that's flurries. Although we're getting flurries all the way down into southeast Alabama. Wow, getting toward the Florida Panhandle. Look at that. Wow. Thank you, Jonathan Morgan, for becoming a member. Thank you. Dear Blakesley, we're getting some snows down even into southwest Georgia. Wow. This is all flurries here. So all of this is flurries. Thank you, Gareth. This is all flurries up into here. But this over here, this is the steadier snows right along this main band here. This is the steadier snow band right through here. This is where the more steadier snow. And steady snows are steady snows. You just got to say snow showers. You get these little bursts and then it kind of backs off, bursts and then it kind of backs off. That's your snow showers. Okay. So a little bit of different there with this. So this is, but we are still going on here. I think I hear my wife finally coming downstairs. Look out the door. It looks pretty. Yes, I told you it was going to be almost 12 before you got up. Oh, watching videos. Okay, she was in bed watching videos. My beloved bride, who's been very supportive, back-to-back weekends with the ice storm. She was actually going through the chat stuff last week. Let me go back over to Facebook here. Let's see, Douglasville. Douglasville reporting some snow over there. 8 inches in Raymond Gap. Wow. Decula's got 2.5 inches there. Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. I got a viewer from Beaver. I have no idea about Pennsylvania, dude. I'm not watching there. The airport area is just getting flurries. I don't think they're going to see that much. Jonathan Morris, thank you for the stars. I appreciate that. Oakwood's got almost 4 inches of snow still falling there from Zahir. Young Harris has got 5 inches according to Janet. Chatsworth's got snow flurries. Hiawatha's got 5 inches. Claremont and Hall County's got 4. So you guys are doing good with your reports. Thank you very much, guys. I like sharing this. Dawson's got 4 inches. Jasper, Alberta Mountain's still getting some snow, although it's filling into those areas now. Tunnel Hill's got 2. So thank y'all for sharing. That's all from the Facebook side. Thank you guys for sharing that. Dawn and John and William and Nick, thank you guys. Looking at some good snow totals there. Thank you. North Fulton County says their snow's finally picked up in there. They were stuck in that dry zone. I really feel sorry for those guys because now it's starting to fill in, but your opportunity to get accumulating snows have really been cut down quite a bit. But you kind of see that North Fulton's kind of filling in there a little bit there. And we can look at some of those cameras up that way. Let me see here. I'll pull up Fulton, see if I can see what's going on here. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, let's go over to the cameras here. That's North Fulton right there. Thank you for the stars. We love getting stars. What's cool about the stars program on Facebook is that Facebook actually gives a percentage to the content creator based off the amount that stars that people give. So that's a pretty neat thing. I don't think YouTube does that, but that's pretty cool. But there's North Fulton. That's in Alpharetta. It's 20 degrees there. All right, let's go over here to Marietta. It's over near Kennesaw. Their camera's down in Kennesaw. It's 21 degrees there. Let's go over here into Bartow County. Getting very breezy. You see the snow is falling there. Not a lot. Very dry. Nothing there on the ground, but very breezy there in Bartow County. 20 degrees there. Dew point 11. Ugh. Bartow County Fire and Emergency Manager. There you go, Bartow. There you go. That's a good snow event. There you go. That'll get some accumulating stuff going. There's a nice little snow shower burst there in Bartow County. Bartow County showing the burst. Hey, and YouTube, we just cracked 18,000 views. Thank you, guys. Hey, YouTube, I need y'all to get that counter going. We got to get 154 more subscribers, so hit that button there for me, please. Come on, you can do it. Help this old man out. I'm a veteran. I served my country for 30 years. Help me out. Yeah, I'm playing that card. Anyway, let's go check out this here. Thank you. Oh, look at that. We got a super chat donation. Exit Teams. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate you very much. Thank you. $50 there from Exit Teams. Thank you for what you do there. Thank you. All right, let's go up here to Adairsville. How's you looking up there? North Bartow. You see a dusting. See how it's just some flurries here, but you get that burst of snow just south. Very common to see that. So Bartow County Fire Station, that's not bad there. But where that band is right over near the Cartersville area, heavy snow. So that's very, very common. You'll get a burst of heavy snow shower for a little while. That's what snow showers is all about. You get this burst of heavy snow, moves out, and then another shower comes in. And not a steadier snow like we're seeing off to the east. So those are the differences between the two. All right, 18.2 degrees there. All right, let's go check over here in the Canton area. Just some flurries there, not looking bad. Poor Canton, I really hate it for you guys. Here's up to the Cherokee County Fire Station. Again, light snow there. Pickens County, you guys have been missing this as well for the most part. All right, get a nice little dusting there on the ground. There's this couple. I wonder how the horses feel in this. I guess they don't care. I don't know if I want them out in this, but it's 16 degrees there in Jasper. Oh, there you go. There you go. Pickens County finally getting some decent snows there now. Finally. Hey, thank you for those stars donations. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm going to open a beer after 12 o'clock. Someone says they're opening up a Yingling. Once I get past 12, I'll have a beer. I've got beer ready to go. Until then, I've been drinking these. But once we get past 12 o'clock, we'll definitely. There you go. That's a nice. That's up in Pickens County. Nice little whiteout condition there on that. That's pretty cool. Good seeing that. 18.8 degrees there, and good heavy snow. Let's go over here to Dawson County. Let's check out Dawson. This is Atlanta Motor Speedway. Good snows there still falling. That's over in Dawson County. We got several of these counties here in Dawson. Dawson Middle School. That's a crappy camera. Let's go to something else. Let's try this one around the line. Silver City. There you go. That's some good North Forsyth County around the Dawson line. See the roads all covered up pretty good there. Good snow there bursting through there. Let's go over here to the Hall County line. The Chesapeake Golf Course. Still looking at good snows there. Several inches there. They've been caught in that heavy band here a lot of the afternoon. So we're still getting some good snows falling across the area. You see the radar here. This radar beams, you see the heavier snow bands show up very nicely. Look at this snow here. You see the snow showery nature of this, these little heavy bands. These little bands are what will give you a quick little burst of heavy snow through that area there. Thank you, Thumper McGahee. Thank you for Dawn. We got 151 more to go. But this is the heavier snow kind of moving on out of here with this. Let's go up to the Raven Gap here. Let's take a look up here. That's pretty. That's a gorgeous picture. Look at the snow there caking the trees up there. Very good snow up there. Raven County is reporting close to 8 inches of snow in that area. And Michael says the Chesapeake Golf Course is right down there the street near his house. So, yeah, he's getting some good snows there. So, again, still looking at that continuing. That's all the main ones here. Let's check out Rockdale County. I got one camera down there. Let's see if Rockdale's not getting anything. They're getting a little sunshine and some cold weather, but no snow down that way. Thank you, KM Bango. KM Bango. What we got going on over here? Just got an emergency warning from Raymond County to shelter in place due to dangerous conditions and road icing. So Julia Taylor is placing that over on YouTube. Let's pull up the channel here. That the road conditions up there have gotten really bad. And with 8 inches of snow on the ground, I don't doubt that. This is a problem up here. And again, I'm starting to see indications of this heavier stuff starting to back in out of South Carolina coming back into Georgia. So I'm going to watch that closely with that precipitation. Looks like heavier snows might start backing into Toccoa area. So watch out for that. Thank you for our stars there. We love our stars. We got Kimberly Carr. Gave 490. Way to go, Kimberly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Did I miss anything else? Nancy sent us 100 stars. Thank you, Nancy. And Beth gave 99 stars. Thank you. And Amanda gave 99 stars. All right. Again, thank you guys. Appreciate it. All righty. Yeah, we're coming up on the 6 hour mark. We've been going on since 6:15 this morning. Been watching this event, and so far, meteorologically speaking, weather speaking, everything else, it is outlined to come out pretty much as we expected, as I was expecting anyway. We had a dry slot in there that was very bad for a lot of folks that missed the opportunities to get snow when they should have got snow. It's starting to fill in now. So, like, for example, Cherokee County, finally getting in some snow action here. Not sure they're going to get a whole lot there, but they're getting there. Pickens County getting some decent snows there. The city of Atlanta really has not gotten a whole lot out of this. They have not gotten a lot of this at all. It's been all around them, but not into Atlanta. So I don't know if Atlanta's going to get all that much. But they are increasing a little bit in that area. Definitely been the eastern zones have seen a lot of this. Yeah, we're up to 18,200 on the YouTube watch for today. Let's see how we're doing on our likes. I've not looked at that in a hot minute, so let's look and see how our likes are doing over on YouTube. And oops, looking at the wrong thing. My bad. Get back to the right channel. And we are currently sitting at, drum roll please. Well, I got to open it back up again because it's still. It's one thing about YouTube. If you're streaming it from there, if you don't go back and look at what you were looking at, it will be old data. So you got to go come out and come back in. And we're up to, oh, wow, over 1,000, well over 1,000 likes. Thank you, guys. Y'all doing really good over there on the YouTube side. Facebook, y'all keep doing that like thing, man. Keep that thing going. Hit that like button. And numbers starting to come back over here. How much longer will it snow in Cleveland is asking. You guys got a little while. You got a few more hours, I think. I don't think you're going to get all that heavy. There is that one little instance. Let me look and see here if the new model data is in here yet. I'm going to have to go back and fix this because I messed up something. So let me put this back in studio mode. I got to fix something. I messed up one of my graphics here. So bear with me to fix this graphic that I was fooling around with earlier. I need to fix it. That's my fault, but I will fix it in like 2 seconds. There we go. All right, that's fine. There we go. All right, so I'm looking to see if the new model data is here. I got to go to the high resolution. Stand by for a second. And the 15Z is completed. So let's show. I want to show this again. We've got some heavier snows that may move into the area here. And let's see. That one's not actually picking up. Oh, that's on the 16Z. That's why. That's just starting. So, yeah, it shows up pretty nice here. Let me show you this here. So I'm going to go to studio mode here, get a kick out of here. And I'll show you this real quick. So I should have been showing this earlier, but I just haven't done it. Let's go over here. So what the model here is showing is there is a, whoops, oh man, what the heck? All right, there we go. All right, so I'm watching that northeastern area up here, and you'll see the different colors brought in here a little bit. So watch what happens here. This is at 11 o'clock. It's almost 12, so this is 12. See that darker blue in there, kind of backing into Winder and to Jackson. There's a big little, there's something that's kind of rotate around and come back in out of the northeast section. And that's going to really spike the snow totals in there. Now, I could waffle a few miles either way, but that's what it's showing. And then this moves on through as we go into the evening hours. But you see, we're kind of stuck in the snow here for a few more hours, folks, especially the northeast section. Cleveland, y'all are in it for a while. So just kind of be careful up that way. Stay off the roads, man. I'm telling you, when these temperatures continue to fall, and that's part of the story as well, is the temperatures and the wind chills. I mean, it is 14 in Blairsville right now, 21 in Gainesville, 21 in Lawrenceville, 20 up there in Cornelia, 27 in Toccoa, 23 in Jefferson, 23 in Winder. These temperatures are well below the freezing mark. We're going to get a little bit of solar radiation, which will help the roads a little bit despite the snow out there. But boy, tonight, when that sun goes, as soon as that sun goes down, the sun, of course, we got a few more hours of sunset. We got about another 5 hours of sunshine here. Those roads are going to ice up terribly, terribly tonight. Wherever the heavy snows were, we're going to have severe icing. So everybody's going to be iced in, especially across that northeastern sections, okay? So, I mean, basically, you know, if I'm cutting a line here, you know, right through there, those zones right through there, that section, same area that got hit with the ice storm is the area that got the worst for the snow, but for different reasons. There's no wedge involved here. This is just how the polar vortex was coming in relation to the surface low developing off the course. It had nothing to do with a wedge or anything. They just favored that zone for this. Cold air wedge, which gave us the icing on the weekend event. So, but that's where those corridors are. So the icing, especially in those areas, but anywhere you look tomorrow, if you are out on the road for any reason, even the areas that didn't get a lot of snow, any kind of melt off, any kind of ponding on the roads, anything that looks like it's wet road, especially in the morning when we're looking at temperatures getting down into the single digits and teens, treat it as black ice. You got to slow it down, okay? I'd recommend you stay in the house all weekend. Don't get on these roads at all, especially the snowiest areas. Just wait until Monday. We get back above freezing on Monday. We'll start getting some of that thaw. It'll start to happen. We'll get there. I've not looked at these in a hot minute, so let's go talk about the road temperatures. These are the road sensors across North Georgia. These were established after Snowmageddon in 2014 to kind of look and see what the road conditions are doing, what the road temperatures are. And I promise you, now with the sun out, even when it's snowing and cloudy, that can still warm up. You get enough ultraviolet radiation come through, it'll warm the roads up a little bit. But if it's precipitating, it's going to be a little bit harder. So let me go ahead and show you this real quick. We'll go ahead and highlight some of these road conditions here. And as soon as I get over to it, there we go. Got to open it back up. And I can zoom in here all these different stations. So, like, for example, Raven County, where they told everybody to stay the heck off the roads. It's the ground temperature on the road is 20 degrees. Okay, so that's just ice, snow, not melting, not doing anything at that temperature. Going nearest further south, it's at 411 at Furniture Drive. Looks like temperature about 26 degrees. That's pretty cold. Go down here to the interstate. All right, it's up 85. This is 85 at 441. It's 29, right near 30 degrees. So once we get into the 20s, that's when it gets really bad. The interstates will naturally come up in temperature if there's people driving on it. That'll help a little bit. Getting close to the South Carolina border, that's sitting at 30 degrees there. Right at the border, it's sitting at 30 degrees there. So let's go back here closer to town. The Gainesville area. Let's look at Gainesville. 85 at 53, sitting at about 29 degrees. You see how it's come up a little bit. These will, even when it's snowing, even though it's cold air temperature, the solar radiation will warm it up just a little bit. But again, once that sun sets, and with all that snow and ice, that road temperature is going to go like a rock, just drop like crazy, especially black asphalt. That's probably the worst. Here's Forsyth, sitting at 29 degrees over here. Roswell, they're above freezing there. That because it hasn't snowed there. That's been part of the problem. There's areas that have not snowed. Areas that have not had the snow, the road temperatures are fine. Marietta, sitting above freezing over here. Ackworth, above freezing over here. West side of Atlanta. Again, the areas that have not had the snow, their temperatures are above freezing at the roads. Yep, that one's out. DeKalb County out 40. You just see the big difference. You can see the difference where it's been snowing, where those road temperatures are doing, and where it hasn't snowed, what the road temperatures are doing. It makes all the difference in the world. So where you get in the snows, you're going to get the black ice. That's going to be the big problem, especially that northeastern section. Watch out for that, okay? So we'll be checking these, especially going in for tonight. Again, we're coming up on the 12 o'clock hour here on the channel. I want to do a big shout out to my first advertiser, my first one, Circle Y Pipelines. Circle Y Pipelines are out of Dawsonville, Georgia. Family-owned business, been there for 20 plus years, whatever, out there. They're in Dawsonville. They are obviously into construction. If you got a pipeline or anything that's got to be taken care of there, if you got something like that for a construction project or something like that, give Circle Y Pipelines a call. It's circleypipelines.com, circleypipelines.com. And I'm going to formalize this with some graphics in the future. But they were one of my first advertisers. He bought a 6-month advertising when they're our main daily forecast sponsor. So if you have a construction project, check out circleypipelines.com and give them a call if you've got anything construction related. Again, small businesses, that's what we like to support here, and check them out. All right, we're coming up, obviously we're across 12 o'clock. We got a lot of turnover here. Average viewership over on YouTube is running about 12 minutes. So we got some good audience participation out there. Let's go back to the radar. Go back to the radar. As we're looking at this thing, we're not done yet, folks. We got a few more hours of this. Now, if you're watching over on YouTube, if you can help us out, I've set the goal to go to 8,500 subscribers, and we got 146 more to go. So please help us out and hit that subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Very important. You can't just subscribe without the notification bell because it kind of defeats the purpose. It's a YouTube thing. Don't get me started on there. But if you don't hit the notification bell, nobody sees my stuff. I learned that on my last channel, so help us out there. Facebook, y'all hit the like button, okay? So what I'm going to do right here for both of you guys, since I got both y'all's audience, we're streaming on both platforms here. So what I'm going to do for you guys over on YouTube, I'm putting this in the chat. Please go over to my Facebook page. You get my regular postings and stuff, and give us a follow. There it is over there. Hit that follow button. Facebook, if you like to watch this stuff on your smart TV. I know a lot of guys like to do that. Okay, so I want you to go over here to the chat. I'm just putting this in here right now. There is the YouTube channel. You can subscribe over there. So I do a little cross promotion here with both channels so you guys can help support one another and get that going. All right, now we're kind of done with my business side of this. Let's get back into the stuff here. Commerce says they got about 2 inches and it's still coming down there in Commerce. DeKalb County, y'all got stuck in the dry slot all day, man. I don't know if y'all are going to get a lot out of this. It's starting to come back down into your area down there. You might get a dusting, but I don't think you're going to get much out of this. You kind of missed the window a little bit. It does appear that this heavier snow band here is backing it through Gwinnett, finally pushing off to the west here just a little bit. Maybe you get a little bit more in that area, but I wouldn't expect a lot. Not like they've seen in the eastern cone where they've been kind of stuck in the snow all day. We are seeing indications of this heavier snow coming in out of the Carolinas, kind of backing in here across northeast Georgia once again, which is something the models have been hinting at here for the last few hours. Say about weather system around 7 to 9. Is that true? Another bad system around the 7. Oh, no, I don't know about. Diane, let me get through this one snow event first. I've not looked at the long range model update for the European. I did show an example from the 14th. Let's focus on this winter event. I know what the long range. I've told all of y'all, if y'all have not been paying attention, I've been saying we're not done with winter. If you think this is the last one, what I've said is that the pieces of the puzzle suggest the potential for winter weather, another winter weather event in our area in February. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Statistically, we've already had 2. The odds of us getting a third, that starts going up a little bit. So, but the pieces of the puzzle between the polar vortex, stratospheric warming taking place up there in the Arctic suggests another cold outbreaks here coming into mid-February. La Nina dying, going to a neutral phase, a more active subtropical going in there. I do see the pieces of the puzzle for additional winter weather events. And you know what? If it happens, we're going to cover it live here. I'm going to do it again. We'll do it just like we did here. It would be nice to have time to buy certain equipment and get things up to get things going. I might try to get a live, if we get another winter event, I got the money. I think I'm going to go ahead and buy the live camera I can stick out my window and stream it back in here so I don't have to keep running to the door. But thank you for those subscribers. Y'all keep that stuff going. 35. Ignore that posting from the 14th, please. I mean, it's too far out. I'm not going to go. I see folks talking about it. It's what's so weird. What's hard today is that folks can go out there and look at model data and go, "Oh, look at this." You know, any snow posting for us, if it's not inside 5 days, don't worry about it. Okay, the odds of it still being there 14 days out are like next to winning the lottery. It is so low. But again, the one thing that the long range models can tell us is a tendency. We can see, we can look at that 10 to 14 day and say, okay, well, there's a tendency to something to watch. It's showing hintings that something going to be there to pay attention to, but it's not really a forecast. Again, weather is like a set of dominoes. You get the dominoes that are close together, they're going to fall into each other, right? So A to B, B to C, go on and so on and so on. What happens on a forecast model is those dominoes get a little bit further apart. What happens to dominoes when it gets to a certain point? Eventually, next one falls, and then everything after it doesn't happen, right? That's how you got to look at weather. Weather's like a set of dominoes. Eventually, the error rate gets out so far that anything beyond that point is irrelevant. Doesn't mean anything, all right? So that's why that's important to kind of look at. No snow in Snellville. Y'all been stuck in the southern Gwinnett. Southern Gwinnett got stuck in that Loganville, that area down there toward Peachtree Corners. Y'all got gypped because you got stuck in that dry slot here for most of the day. That's been really bad. I know it's tough to say. I had posted, you go back through my Facebook, you'll see where I said there's going to be have and have nots, and that's why I was suggesting that. It is starting to fill into Gwinnett right now, but Snellville's been stuck in that. There's Snellville sitting, where you at? Right there. Y'all been kind of stuck with nothing in that area pretty much all day. But you go up to Lawrenceville, they've been buried. I mean, Lawrenceville's they're 20. I'd love to see what the Lawrenceville stick is showing. All right. Y'all give me a second. I haven't gone to the bathroom in a little bit. I need to go to the bathroom and get a drink. I'll be right back. My dog absolutely refuses to go outside. He says, I ain't going out in that. No way. I'd say we got about 3, maybe 4 inches of snow here in Braselton in my neighborhood. So it's after 12 o'clock. I went to switch over to a beer. There you go. So there we go. All right, let's get back on into this. Again, I want to thank everybody. We're coming up on 19,000 views here on the YouTube channel. God bless every one of y'all. It's been a real pleasure. We've been going on now 6 hours. 6 hours of coverage here for this afternoon. And on YouTube, you can stream for 12 hours straight. Now, once we get our 24-hour channel going, it won't matter. We can stream forever. But as far as a live event, the way it's currently outlined, we can only do 12 hours. So we can only go till about 6 o'clock, but I don't envision this lasting that long. We still got a few more hours of this, it looks like. But I'll tell you, it looks like some pretty good snows coming up into Gwinnett again. And even in my area, it's snowing pretty good outside my window here. Up near the Flowery Branch area, some pretty good snows up that way. And coming down here to the south toward Buford, some pretty good snows falling in that area. Winder's getting good snows. Yeah, this same corridor has been stuck in with that band here pretty good. Atlanta looks like they're starting to fill in a little bit. Maybe getting a little more snow into those areas here. And again, watching this heavier blue across the areas of the northeast area, up there Tallulah Falls and up there Toccoa. This is starting to come back in this way a little bit. So that's filling in just a little bit. Let's go take a look at some of these cameras. Haven't done these in a little bit. Let's take start off with a quad look here. And Blairsville camera's still down, but looks like Helen is set up a little bit. The car is doing their business. Now, here's the thing, folks. I want to talk about this. My wife was mentioning this. Despite the temperatures being in the 20 degrees, you're still getting ultraviolet radiation that's going to come through. And you got cars driving all that stuff. That's going to melt a little bit. All right. The wind will help evaporate that up a little bit, but the air is pretty saturated right now. Once the sun goes down, all of that stuff will quickly ice up. It will take a matter of really minutes, really, in this kind of cold for this stuff to turn into sheets of ice. Right now, if you were to go out there on that road there in Helen, because they're driving on the road, that'll melt the action, the friction from the cars, the heat from the vehicles, the ultraviolet radiation will melt it just a little bit. But eventually, all that right there, come tomorrow morning, will be nothing but one big giant sheet of ice. Be a real mess. So a lot of folks are going to be staying in here for tomorrow. So that's what we're anticipating there. Let's go over to that Blairsville's still down. Let's go to Lake up to Hiawassee. 18 degrees there, still snowing. All right. Let's go up to Sky Valley. Let's see, they're at 15 degrees, still snowing up there as well. That's up there near that little ski place up there. That's real pretty. That's real nice. Very nice. Down toward Lake Lanier, let's see there. Still looking at pretty decent moderate snow there at the Lake Lanier Sailing Club there. The wind's starting to come up a little bit. You kind of see that wind there really kicking up there near Lake Lanier, seeing the water action. So the wind's going to come up this afternoon. We were anticipating that. Dalton, I think you guys are pretty much done with the snow there. Let's check that out there. Looks like they're pretty much done. They were really good. Now, the Athens campus, yeah, it's still snowing real good there at the near the Athens campus there at UGA. Looking at some good snows there as well. How about Dahlonega? Let's go check out Dahlonega. It's lightened up a little bit, but still snowing. Still coming down. And we'll check the Atlanta cameras here lastly. Let's take a look at these real quick. See how Metro Atlanta is looking right now. Again, not bad. Again, that's the airport. But you notice the camera is shaking. Okay, that's the wind action coming up. Wind gusts here, especially from that side of town, I would say west of Interstate or I-400, 400, Georgia 400. Get my brain to work here. That's where the winds are really going to start picking up in those areas there. So there is, here's Six Flags. Again, just some flurries in that area. There's the cab. Looking right through there. Let's look at hold on a second. It's Midtown. Look, these don't look bad. So the snows don't look that bad, but the connector, boy, that camera's just, it's just shaking in the wind. That's some very windy conditions up on that tower right there. But the interstate looks good, so everything's looking good. So, yeah, I don't think Atlanta's going to really be too much of a problem. So folks have to work in town. That's not a problem. But in the snow zones, man, that's going to be a mess. Absolute mess. Go back here let me go back to the satellite picture here. So here's our storm system. Kind of watch this thing go. We got the polar vortex. Look at this. We got cold Arctic air coming right down the pipe into this thing. Now you see this little dry slot's getting in here. We still got this energy rotating down. So we're still getting that coming on here. Let me make sure this is refreshing because that may be an old image. Hold on a second. That looks a little dated. Let me make sure that looks like a dated image there. Yeah, I thought so. Let me enable it again. Gotta make sure it's the latest stuff. There we go. That's better. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Come on. Come on, satellite. Let's get going. I gotta give it a second. There it goes. All right, so we got our low pressure system. There's our polar vortex, which is basically getting ready to drop down into Georgia right now. Seeing all the moisture in there. We're going to get a surface low that's going to be forming out here, and this thing's going to blow up and go on out to sea. This is kind of a glancing blow across the Carolinas and into Virginia. But we got a kind of like an umbilical cord here between the upper level feature and the low feature. So they're kind of connected a little bit. So we got some of that moisture working back into that extreme cold. And we're talking Arctic cold. We're talking, you go up just a few thousand feet, we're talking below zero cold. Very cold. So this is moving on through. And I'm going to look at the 12Z run here in just a second. I'll look at the GFS. Somebody was hinting at it, so I'm going to look at that in just a minute. But that's what we're looking at right now. So we got a few more hours of this, guys. We're still got the snows. We're still looking like we're getting some heavier snows here starting to back into Raven County and coming back into Habersham, Franklin, Madison, Hart, that whole area up in here as we're getting some of this snow starting to back out of South Carolina coming back into Georgia. And we still got some decent banding here across those areas that have gotten the heavier snows all day. What I suspect is going to end up happening, it'll be interesting to see where the snow totals are going to be the highest. Is he's looking at where the heaviest snows have been here for the duration of the event. I've been watching this ever since this morning. is areas up here to the north are probably going to be the highest up in here. But we're going to have a corridor here from Dawson coming all the way back through Gannett, right through this zone in here where this heavier blue band has been, where we're going to see spikes in the totals in that area. Because we had, that's where the bright banding was taking place, where the moisture was just congealing in that area and was concentrating in that area. The models did a pretty good job of hinting at that yesterday, and it looks like that's going to come true. Hey, the only thing when you're looking at something like that, again, we're talking tens of miles. You've seen firsthand how Snellville has gotten absolutely nothing. But what's the difference between Snellville and Lawrenceville? What, 14 miles, if that? And Lawrenceville's gotten hit pretty good. They've gotten buried pretty good up there. They'll stick up that way. So and we've gotten pretty good here in Braselton as well. So again, the big hump to do about the haves and have-nots. That's been a big thing. And we just cracked 19,000 views on Facebook. Wow, that's a nice thing. YouTube, I need y'all's help, man. We're getting toward the end of this broadcast. We got a few more hours, obviously. I'm not going anywhere. But I do want to make a run. I do want to get to 8,500. I really, really do. Help me out, man. Help a brother out. Help me out, man. Give me that 8,500. All right, let's go over here. I'm going to go to YouTube here, check things out over here a little bit. Yeah, Alpharetta, Sharon, you guys were in that no snow zone, man. It was in that area. Sorry about that. I see somebody posted some. That looks like a bot. Looks like Facebook caught that. Thank you. That's one bad thing about doing these live broadcasts. I remember we were doing one on YouTube, and I had a bot that was going in there, and I kept having block. Finally it stopped, but it took a while. But occasionally when you get these live broadcasts, you'll get these bots that'll try to get into your chat rooms, really disrupt the crap out of it. So hopefully it hasn't been too bad. Rob 11 minutes ago was saying it's coming down hard in Lawrenceville. Amanda was saying their dog didn't want to go outside either. Jonesboro, McDonough, y'all south not getting much. Y'all not going to get much out of this. Maybe some flurries. Banks County just notified that road conditions are deteriorating quickly. Stay home unless it's an emergency. So Banks County is telling folks to stay off the road there. 441 is down. Lumpkin, y'all been getting snow pretty much all day over there. Probably not as high as over toward Helen, but Dahlonega been getting good snows over there. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. And he's reporting about an inch so far in Lawrenceville. I've heard higher amounts there in Lawrenceville. I guess it kind of depends on where you're at in Lawrenceville, because I've seen other reports showing up to 3 to 4 inches in Lawrenceville. So it really kind of depends on where you're at. Toccoa, Georgia, stay off road. 5 inches of snow in Toccoa. Yep. And Jefferson getting some snow as well. That's all coming from our Facebook viewers there. Hey, again, I appreciate you guys taking it out. If you're on Facebook, if you'd like to be an active contributor to our effort to build out a channel, you can become a subscriber. Just go to it's on every one of my postings. You can subscribe. It's $1.99 a month. It's 16 cents a day. I do a daily weather brief called the Weather Report that you guys can get on there, and a way to kind of pool our resources to build the channel. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm taking all the membership and all of the Facebook subscriber earnings to back our weather app, which we're launching on March the 1st. So every dime of that money goes to help get that launched, and then eventually we'll go sponsor for the YouTube for that app. But for right now, we're going to try to fund it ourselves to get this thing going. You guys over on YouTube, there's 2 different levels y'all can come over there. There is the Brick Tamlin level. If y'all remember Anchorman, Steve Carell, the weather guy there, I killed a guy with a Triton, that guy. Well, you got that initial level right there, and it's the same as the subscriber service over on Facebook. Then we have, if you're really, really enthusiastic and you really want to help us out, there's the Jim Cantori level. You can go over there and do that. Again, Jim is not an endorsement of this product. I just using him as a famous weather guy on here. One fictional, one real. And you guys can do one on that, unless the Weather Channel comes after me and tells me I can't use that name. But I'll change it if you want me to. But I worked with Jim back in the 90s. And so those are the 2 levels there on the YouTube side. Anyway, I hope everybody's having an okay dive. It's a beautiful look outside. I swear, when I went to the bathroom, look out. It's something about the snow. When you see the snow following, you get the white picturesque out there. It looks so pretty out there. And I'll post some pictures on my Facebook page a little bit later showing the snow in our area and let y'all on Facebook kind of share your pictures as well. Just absolutely gorgeous out there. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that right now. I probably need to do that now. Probably should have done this earlier, but I'm gonna go do this right now. I do it now, that way I don't forget. Let's see. Post your snow photos. I'm going to put this on. North Georgia. Let's share. So I'll post mine later, but I'm just going to put this out there for folks to put on there. So, anyway, yeah, it's just something about the snow. It's very peaceful. It's very nice out there. It's a good thing to have. It's I don't know. I've always liked it. It's so funny when you go out in this falling snow because the snow falls. It kind of reduces the sound waves out there, so it sounds very, very quiet. You can hear the snow falling. It's very relaxing. Very kind of enticing thing. You just want to go out there and just enjoy a little bit of snow action. Watch it go on through here. It's a very peaceful type thing. So I hope one day to be able to enjoy something like that. But as long as I've got this weather page going, I'm not going to. So we'll keep it going. All right, let's go ahead and take a look here. We'll go to zoom in here to some of these locations here. Again, watching the heavier snow bands up here to the north, we got Dillard and Clayton and Tallulah Falls, and down here Toccoa, there's a heavier snows. You see the brighter blues in there, showing that. Then we kind of taper off to more flurries over toward Cornelia. Gainesville looks more, but still I got a burst of heavy snow going over my area right now. Flowery Branch getting some heavier snows. Lawrenceville, decent snows. Again, you can see that darker blue. You see the darker blue color. That's indicative of the heavier snows in that area. Then we got these weather bands, these snow showers where bursts of heavy snow has been falling through areas here west of Metro Atlanta here for most of the afternoon. But definitely been a very picturesque day to say the least. Now let me go take a look here. I want to look at a couple of things over here. And let's see if that European's going real quick. No, that's the old one. Let me look at I'm looking at just kind of looking at the new GFS to kind of see what it's showing in its long range. 12Z just got done chewing, so I just want to see if it's hinting at anything in the next 7 days. Right now, the next 7 days, we got a little rain coming in on Wednesday. That clears on out. And going out to 180. So for right now, the next 7 days, we got nothing. No winter storms coming at us for the next 7 days. We're all quiet right through the 8th, so next weekend's looking pretty good. I'm sure the church services are going to appreciate getting the patrons back into the pulpit, back in the pews there, because a lot of churches are going to be closed again for tomorrow, especially the areas that have been hit with the snows once again. And then beyond the 7-day, a little something there on the 10th maybe, a little cold shot coming down. And now it's showing something on the 14th to watch. Okay, so again, like I said, we're in a cold weather pattern. We're still going to have opportunities for additional winter weather in February. Stay tuned. We'll keep you updated on that. Waiting on the European to start chewing here in a minute and see what's going to go on with it. Well, look, I don't know. Hey, Tyler, you think we can get that extra 131 subscribers over on YouTube? I don't know. It's starting to really tail off. I may not be able to get any more there. Oh, Michael Seymour said, subscribing doubles your chance of snow on Valentine's Day. Michael, if you do that, you're going to chase the folks away. I think there's some people that don't want to see any more winter weather. Some folks that want to see a little fall out there. Rick is saying flurries there off of 92 in Roswell. No accumulations there. Yeah, Roswell was stuck in that dry slot for a lot of the morning. There's flurries in the area now, but I think you may have missed the opportunity for snow accumulations. Let's look at Canton real quick. I'm going to look at oops, not that. Go back here. See if Ken's getting any kind of accumulations finally. No, it still just looks like flurries there on that one. And let's try this one over here. Yeah, just very light dusting. I'm looking at these other cameras here. Oh, there you go. That's right. Y'all get that YouTube channel moving again. That was a nice little spike. Thank you. Let me go back over to this camera here. Hold on a second. So this is up in Cherokee County. See light dusting going on there right now. And I see my Facebook's blowing up because I put that winter photos on there. It's going crazy. If y'all want to check out some winter snow photos on Facebook, I just posted a little thing there, and it's blowing up on my phone. My phone's ringing like, hey, Zach, welcome aboard there on YouTube. Let's go. Okay, let's go back over here. I got distracted. And Phil Farmer. Thank you, Phil. Let's go here in Kennesaw. See what Kennesaw. Oh, I forgot that camera's not working. Let's go Bartow County. We were looking at some decent snows here earlier. It's not just showing flurries. Again, no accumulations there in Bartow there on that one. Cartersville. Let's check this one out. This one, at least is a dusting there. This was a pretty heavy snow burst through here earlier. So we got a little bit of a dusting there in Bartow County and Cherokee County. Very fluffy, very light snow. Edward Wilson. Thank you, Edward. Appreciate it for subscribing on YouTube. Adairsville. Let's check out Adairsville camera. Bartow County Fire Station. Pretty quiet there. A little dusting on the side of the roads. Nothing big here. Breaking some sunshine there. Pickens County. Let's go check out Pickens County. There you go. We were checking this out with the horses out there. A little dusting out there, but nothing too bad. 15 degrees there, by the way. Here's Pickens County Courthouse. Now, this has picked up a lot. Yeah, it looks like Jasper's really picked up there. Look at the snow on the roads there, and the camera really shaking it. Now, this is why I had Blizzard as my teaser on YouTube yesterday. And somebody chastised me for it, but that right there, my friend, is my definition of what a blizzard looks like. Near whiteout conditions, roads covered over, strong blessing winds. That as far as Georgia's concerned, that's a blizzard. So I'll take that validation. Thank you very much. But yeah, that's in Jasper, getting some good snows there. They were a little late to the game, but they got in on the action. Good to see Jasper. They're at 18 degrees there, dew point 11. They're still getting there. Check out this other one. This is 7 degrees. I think this is up in the mountains. So this 7 degrees there. Thank you there for Lisa, who just became a member. Thank you, later. She's a Brick Tamlin member there. Thank you for joining us. Look for your weather brief on Monday. All right. So that is, but that's cold there, man. Wind chill, -8, -15 degrees wind chill. Holy moly. Wow. That is some cold stuff there, brother. Woo. Man, that's terrible. Let's go into Dawson County here. Let's go out of here. This is Cherokee County Fire Station. I got a little dusting there. We looked at that one. I'm sorry. And we'll look at the Dawson City Hall. The kids were out here sledding earlier, and they still are. God bless them. But you see the roads out there. Those roads are going to be very icy again once that sun sets. Once the sun angle gets down low, I'd say by the time we get to about 5 o'clock, once the sun angle is down low in the sky, not high, and that ultraviolet radiation is not coming through, these roads are going to ice up quickly. They're going to be ice all over the place. Black ice, crazy. Even worse than what we had last weekend. Last weekend, it was, sleet and all that stuff, and we had all that big wind that came in and kind of dried things out. We're not going to get that this time. This time, where it's going to stay snowing right up until the last minute, and this stuff's going to ice up really quickly. The slush, all that's going to be black ice very badly. 22 degrees there. Let's look over here to the golf course here, Chastity Golf neighborhood. Good snow. They've got good snows there all day. Yeah, that's a good snowpack there. Still snowing. Still snowing. And up here in Raven County, 21 degrees there, 100% humidity. Just definitely something out of a picture postcard there. 124 more to go. Come on, YouTube, get it going. I need y'all to help me out to help our viewership numbers. Y'all got to hit that subscribe button, hit that like, put your comments in there. I've not been paying attention to our audience. Way YouTube works, by the way, just so you know how this works, is that it detects your actions. So y'all, as an active participant, dictate the viewership. Every 12 minutes, somebody leaves and somebody new comes in. If y'all not active on there, it drops back off. Let's go back to the radar. We'll pull back out here a little bit. See that trough there, inverted trough swinging back through here. So real good concentration along that line of the snow. And it's working its way down towards Savannah. Savannah's currently at 42 degrees. They'll start with some light rain initially, but they'll get snows a little bit later. We got flurries back in Alabama still. And we got flurries. Oops, sorry about that. Grab that. We got flurries going all the way down, all into the Florida Panhandle. Check that out. We got snow flurries down near Mariana now with all this. Wow. Check that out. That's some cold air coming out. Blakely getting some snow flurries. I got snow flurries down into Pine Mountain, Georgia. Going over to Zebulon, Peachtree City, getting those snow showers. But we're going to watch that, see how far east that snow band, that heavier snow. I'm watching this area very closely to see how much more of this heavier snow backs into Georgia or not. I don't know if it's going to back in that much, but it'll back in a little bit. So again, my big thanks to everybody. We've been broadcasting for 6 hours and 22 minutes, and I want to thank everybody for watching the coverage. It's been fun. It's good. We've had some good participation on everybody, kind of giving us y'all's updates. Like Christy saying that the snows are, Athens is covered now. Toccoa temp moving up now, 31 steady, snow all day so far. Officially at your stick, it's 27. Y'all been, which is really good because 27 is a really good snow threshold where the snow is a better water quality. So the snow content up there in Toccoa, as far as making snowmen and stuff like that, might be a little bit better than say where it's 20 degrees because the water content's a little bit higher. Such as north of Delana, it's still snowing. I tried to post a picture, but can't figure out how. Okay. Still a bit of a slow snowflakes there in Milton. Milton, you're probably not going to get that much. I'm sorry about that. Hey, welcome aboard there, Troy. You just subscribed to the channel. Thank you. Lithonia. Oh, that y'all might get some flurries, but I'm not expecting anything really accumulating. Y'all really missed this. Northern Sandy Springs getting some snows finally. Again, that steadier snows are to the east. Y'all are getting a lot of the snow shower stuff. Let's see. Just made a snow cream near Commerce. Coming down steady, have over an inch in Commerce. Okay, that's good. Coming Mile Creek 19 degrees and snowing. 5 inches so far. Wow. Oh, I need to get up. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to blow my nose. I muted my mic for that. All righty. Yeah, we're coming up on 20,000 views on this broadcast. That's very good on the YouTube side. I don't know about the Facebook side. I'm going to go back over to Facebook. I want to check the chat over there. Stand by. Okay. Oh, get the right one. Hold on a second. There we go. All right, going back over to YouTube. Toccoa, still reporting good counting. Good. Okay. Making sure I missed anything over here. Yeah, Forsyth, being a lot of more reports of some heavy snows in the Forsyth County area here. County between Choteau and Track Rock got 5 inches in there. I'm not exactly sure where that's at. Got a lot. Apparently, there's a lot of snow chasers out there. So, yeah, I suspected that was going to happen. You got people who wanted to see the snow, but they're not getting in their area. So they're getting in their cars and going to find the snows. Understand that. Been there, done that, know that. Just know that if you're doing that, please be careful on these roads. Again, right now is probably not the worst time because, again, you got that solar radiation still coming through. You know, it's 20 degrees and cold and freezing. Road temperatures are down. That does help a little bit. But I do advise, do not stay out too late into the late afternoon and the evening hours to do anything like that, because once that sun goes down, the icing will be a big problem, guys. It's going to ice up badly. We're going to have black ice tremendously tonight. Very bad. Hopefully we'll get some drying out for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, black ice is going to be a very big problem here across a lot of areas. Thank you, Maria, over there on YouTube. Thank you very much. We got to get 19 more to get to that next 100 threshold. Let's make a run at 8,400. Come on, YouTube. It's 478 of you guys out there. I'm sure not all 478 of you are out there are subscribers. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Please, please hit that notification bell.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
Looks like they're updating some of the winter storm warnings there. So that ticker down below, which it runs out of number of characters, it's designed for severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff, not really so much winter weather. So it runs out of space when it gets updated there. So that's why it's kind of cut off there on some of those counties. Thank you, John Vanis III. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. All right, here we go. Going back to here to Facebook. Canton off 6th Road is getting light snow. Thank you there. Somebody's asking about the HRR. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let me look at that real quick. Let me see if that's changed any here. Waiting for the new weather. 16Z is in. Let's go take a look at that. We got the new one in. Let's go check on this. And here we go. All right, so let's check on that other band that we've been tracking to see if it's going to come out. Still showing it. We're favoring that east. Looks like it shifted a little bit east. And I was noticing that on the radar myself. So it's not coming further west. It's staying further east. Just a little bit. But coming through Toccoa, coming down, it's really making an eyeball for Athens. Athens might get a little burst out of that one. It moves on. So, like in my neck of the woods, still looking at maybe another inch of snow here, 1.5 inches over toward Winder, another 3 inches up near Jefferson, 4 inches up near Toccoa, 4.5 inches down near the Athens area, as that little burst comes through that area. So that's that snow. We're watching it kind of coming around, rotating around, coming out of South Carolina and coming back into Georgia. So it's favored a little bit further, just a touch a little bit further to the east, but that's what we're looking at right there. So what we're looking at is some of the stuff here kind of rotating down this way. So that's what we're seeing right there. Boy, I tell you, I ask for snow photos. It is blowing up. If you want to see some good snow photos, go to my Facebook page and you can go through the deck and see some of the snow there, especially if you're in an area that you can get a lot of snow. You want to see some nice snow pictures, go check that out. There's a ton of them out there. Looks like over 100 photo postings I've already posted here in the last few minutes. You can check that out on the Facebook page. Buford says 2.5 inches and still dropping, still healthy. I got about over 3 in my place. In Gilmer County, they're reporting the wind is cutting like a bone. Yeah, I bet. That again, the wind chills are going to be falling all afternoon, folks. Single-digit wind chills, quite a bit in here. So bundle up. No exposed skin. Cover your ears. Cover your hat. Cover your head. Cover your head with a hat. Cover your face if you can, because it's going to sting your face, make it feel really red. Gloves a must. Scarves. Dress in layers, because it'll cut right through your regular clothes. It is very cold. We're not used to this down here. Jefferson in that heavier portion. Yeah, it looks that way, potentially. Jefferson may be, if it stays to your east. It's going to be really close. Hickory Flat area finally getting a little snow on the windshield. All right, well, let's hear for the Hickory Flat area getting a little snow there. Again, I appreciate everybody checking us out here. It's been a real pleasure, real honor here to kind of cover y'all's weather here for today. I want y'all to pay attention. I'm going to go ahead and put this link. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this in the chats here. I want y'all to have this. You can put it in your phone. You can kind of keep a watch on this. Let me get this going. Again, I've been putting this out here. We've talked about it. But I really want y'all to pay attention to this. So let me open this up real quick. Hold on real quick. All right. I'm going to put this link in the chats. This is the where all the thermometers are as far as the road temperatures are. So I want folks to pay attention, especially if you're going to be out doing any chasing and stuff. So I'm putting in both chats. This is the network of sensors across North Georgia as far as what the road conditions are as far as the temperatures are concerned. So I'm going to put this in both chats. If you want to have that, put it in your favorites, leave it in your phone. You guys can check on that. So again, where it's been snowing, that's been the worst as far as the temperatures are concerned. The whole northeast area, especially. Like you go over here, that's sitting at 34 there. Athens, sitting at 30 degrees there. Again, we're getting radiational warming now. This should help at least a little bit. That's at 29. So these have come up a little bit. I-85 at 441, that's sitting at 27 degrees there. Gainesville, 411, that's sitting at 23 there. God, that's got to be icing up bad. Up near Toccoa, where they're telling everybody to get the heck off the roads, it is 20 degrees there, completely saturated. Wow. The air temperature and the road temperature are exactly the same. Heading up 85, heading up toward South Carolina. Looks like 27.5 degrees there. Looks like 29 degrees there. So again, you can check these road conditions for those areas and keep an eye on that. Here are the cameras again. Looks like the snow's starting to taper off a little bit there in the Helen area. Sky Valley's still looking pretty good. Can't see Brasstown Bald, but here's the Helen camera there. I mean, it's still snowing, but it's just not as heavy. So those cars driving back and forth are going to help a little bit. Again, we got solar radiation. It's going to help a little bit there, but we're going to get a lot of icing tonight. Those roads in Helen, especially that color asphalt, that's going to be really bad ice. See Lake Lanier. Still snowing decent there at Lake Lanier. Not bad. And we'll take Athens real quick. Yep, still good moderate snow still falling there in the Athens area. You can barely see the stadium from here. All the rooftops have all turned white. Dahlonega, let's look up here. Looks like the snow's tapered off in Dahlonega a little bit. I can see the mountains off in the distance, so that's should indication of the snow beginning to taper off there in Dahlonega a little bit. All right, let's go over here, Radio Omega here. Seeing if I can see any more heavier snows in here. Looks like the heavier snow is still favoring Gwinnett County into Forsyth. It's coming back into Fulton County a little bit. You can kind of see this is slight returns. You see there coming into Gwinnett a little bit, coming in toward northern Fulton. Here are the snow showers. Those are tapering off a little bit here across southwest Atlanta. So seeing that a little bit. Yeah, I definitely think we have definitely peaked, I think, as far as the snow is concerned. We still got some more covering. We got that one more band we got to watch there across the east. We're going to watch. That's what I'm going to be watching here for the next couple hours. I'm going to leave it right there. I'm going to leave this right here as that uploads. Okay, I'm going to go to the restroom. Be right back. And hit that subscribe button. Come on, YouTube. I only need 16 more to get to 8,400. That gets us within 100 of the goal. So move that needle. Get it moving. Hit that subscribe button. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry. One thing I'm noticing, and thank you for those subscribers. Yeah, keep that thing going, man. I'm noticing the winds are definitely picking up here in the Brazelton area. And again, this is a very fine snow, powdery snow. So it's really starting to blow the snow around a little bit. So the areas that are getting a little good snow right now, you're going to see a lot of blowing snow, I think, here for the afternoon hours. It's going to be whipping around with that. And that'll keep the roads wet, too. Yes, please, dear. Nah, I got to stay over here. Got to take care of my public, man. Sandwich be fine. Turkey sandwich with some cheese and mayonnaise. I did earlier. Knock on the door. 20,000 viewers today, guys, on YouTube. All right. So, what are we going to expect here for the rest of the day? All right. Let's talk about this. All right. We're going to continue the snow here for the rest of the afternoon, especially favoring the eastern zone. There'll be flurries and light snow and snow bursts with these snow showers. All right. Winds are going to come up here for the afternoon. Wind chills are going to get down into the single digits to down near 0. A lot of North Georgia tonight will have wind chills below 0. No pets outside. If they aren't sure to be outside right now, make sure they're inside. Animals, farm animals and stuff, bring them in the bars. Horses, make sure you take care of those animals. All right. We're going to have very cold temperatures tonight, folks. I do suspect we're going to see areas getting into the single digits and teens out there, lower end of the teens tonight, and probably into Monday. Now, tomorrow, the areas that got the most heavy snow out there, we'll get some melt, obviously, during the day, but a lot of areas will stay below freezing. There are going to be people who are going to be below freezing probably close to 70 hours before it's all said and done. We'll get above freezing on Monday. We'll start the thawing process. We'll get things going. Sunday's pretty much going to be a washout. I know some people are going to try to look at some snow and do some things. We'll start to get some drying and stuff, but the black ice problem was going to linger straight into Monday as well. A lot of places, schools will probably still be closed on Monday. I'm not going on a limb here to say that's not going to happen again. There were a lot of schools in up in northeast Georgia that were closed all week because the power was out. So they didn't have issues with that. So, and then they're going to do it again for a few days this week. So we'll keep that. We'll keep an eye on, watchful eye on that. So a lot of the major snow, what I'm currently seeing here on the radar, is favoring right up against this northeastern zone. Still some decent snows right through this corridor. It's a little more of the fine snow blowing down in my area outside my door, but still coming down at a pretty good clip. Not bad here. And we're finally getting snows in the metro Atlanta, but again, most of it's just snow flurries, light snow stuff. I doubt it will do much to the road. So I think metro Atlanta is going to be spared here as far as any major icing or road concerns down there. The western areas did not get all that much, like Rome and Tryon and Cedartown and all those areas of the west. They were in that winter weather advisory. Didn't get much. No, I'm good. I'm good right now. Thank you. I got a beer. You could wait. You could wait till I'm. Wait. She's taking all my soda cans. So that's what we're looking at right now. Let me go back over to YouTube here. Mel Knox to subscribe. Thank you, Mel. Appreciate it. I doubt this is any records. I don't think we're any records as far as the snow totals are concerned. I know the Superstorm 93 had a lot higher than this. 21 in Brazelton. Yeah, I'm showing 22 at my house right now. Decula getting hammered. Got snow coming down hard for hours now. 3 to 4 inches there in Hull, Georgia. Praying for more snow in Decatur. Boy, it's still not sticking. Yeah, it's so light. And you guys missed Decatur, DeKalb. All y'all got stuck in that dry slop for hours. You really missed your opportunity to get snow in there, especially up to Canton, North Fulton. It was very, very tough. All right. I'll go over here to YouTube, over to Facebook. Let's check out Facebook real quick. Cynthia's reporting snow good in Augusta now. Yes, Augusta's getting the snow now. The heavier snow has moved into Augusta right now. Macon getting something? Probably not. Maybe some flurries. Macon's not going to get anything down that way. Sun is out in East Cobb. Yeah, unfortunately, that sun ain't going to do much. Hey there, Kia. Thank you. Appreciate it. We only got to get 7 more. Let's get 7 more subscribers on our YouTube side, please. Let's get us to 8,400. We may come up a little short from 8,500, but as long as we get over 8,400, I'm okay with that. I'll live with that. That's not bad. We got really close. All right, let me see here. Chattanooga, you guys are just taping off to snow showers up there right now. Y'all just got flurries in the area, not looking too bad there. It's been snowing in Dawsonville all day, Chris. Are you being sarcastic? I don't. I've been showing those cameras off to noon. That's somebody being funny. There's another alert on Banks County. Telling folks to stay off. Essential workers only in emergencies. So they didn't want anybody on the roads up there in Banks County. Yeah, Banks County. I would suspect a lot of the areas up here in northeast Georgia. So Banks, Habersham, Stevens, Franklin, Rabun, probably parts of Hall, Jackson, those areas, Madison, Barrow, the areas where the heaviest snow bands have been setting up. And y'all need to just stay the heck off the roads. They're telling folks to stay clear. So please stay off those roads. All right. All righty. There we go. I guess, is that Raleigh? Rayle? I'm not sure where that's at in Georgia, but they're getting snow there. 3 inches in West Athens now. All right. There you go. Athens got into the thing. Oh, 2 more. Oh, come on. We can get 2 more. 2 more. Come on. Who's going to give me the 2 more? Come on. Just 2 more. And make sure hit the notification bell, please. When you subscribe, hit that notification bell. I will not make that mistake again. Yeah, Tyler, they're trying. They're trying. They'll get it. We'll get the 2 more. I just don't know if we're going to be able to get that last 100. That's going to be tough. That's going to be a little tough. Anyhow, all righty. Let's go check out some. Again, we've been talking about the ratios, the snow being a little bit different. Like Toccoa has been around 27, 28 degrees, so their ratio has been like 10 to 1. But down toward Gainesville and down toward like Lawrenceville, it's been more like 15 to 1 because the air is so much drier and colder. So there we go. We hit 8,400. There you go, Tyler. We just hit it. All right, so we only got to get 100 more. Well, 99 more to go to get to the big goal. We'll see if we don't make it. That's okay. We'll get close. All right, but the ratios have been higher where the temperature has been colder. So the colder the temperature, the higher the snow ratio. The milder the temperature. So that when it's 32, 33 degrees, you're going to get the 5 to 1 ratio, which means a half inch of precipitation, like 0.6, is going to get you 3 inches of snow. Standard ratio, if it's like 30, 29 degrees, you're going to get 6 inches of snow. But as dry as this stuff's been, we've been getting the higher ratios. That's why I think when we get the final amounts out of this thing, I think we're going to see a few more 7 and 8 inch totals than what you would have expected. I think we're going to see a little more of that around the area. But definitely, I would call it a healthy snow where it is set up. And I just wish my prediction of what I had said a couple days ago didn't come to pass, because I know some kids that were looking forward to seeing some snow and didn't get it. I had posted a graphic about the fact I said there are going to be haves and have-nots. And unfortunately, that's what's happened here today. As we got folks that got like outside my door. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. A lot of snow. Kids can sled, can do a lot of fun stuff. And then there's other places where they didn't get squat nothing. So knew that's how this was going to set up for this particular setup. Now, if we get that coastal low with a nice snow band that's over the entire area from west to east, maybe it'll be a bit better set there. Hey, we got a new member there. Always good for good members. Regina. Is that Regenesis? Thank you for becoming a member. The Brick Tamlin level. You will get your the weather report, the North Georgia edition, which posts. I typically try to get it posted by 8 o'clock every morning. On there, it'll be. I'll have it up on YouTube as well as on the Facebook page. So that's kind of your daily weather brief. It's where you can ask me your questions. It's a little easier to handle the member services because it's a smaller audience. Whereas when you got 70,000 Facebook followers and people post a bunch of stuff asking questions, you can't get them all. But I can at least give my personal service to the smaller audience for the member services as well as for the Facebook subscriber services. So it's good to have that. Snow starting to pick up there in Duluth, Lawrenceville, Satellite Boulevard, Bass Pro area. Yeah, you got a pretty good band still coming back through there. I don't know how much more. The major snows have pretty much moved up. The main energy that was bringing us the most of our snows is moved down here to the south. This was the energy. We're still getting some snows in here, and we still got this little heavy band up here across northeast area that's going to rotate down. But the real heavy stuff has kind of moved on to the south right now. Boys got to eat. Especially when you've been doing six, almost 7 hours of coverage. I get so excited. Let's see. Toccoa has accumulated 4 inches now. Snowing hard like a blizzard. Yes. I said blizzard, and somebody was chastising me for that. Blizzard implies hurricane. Do you have any idea what a blizzard means? Blizzard means snow, blowing snow, and falling down where visibility goes down to damn near zero. That's a blizzard. And I've already seen a couple instances on the camera. So whoever that guy was who was chastising me saying having blizzard as my thumbnail yesterday, well, it came true. So I'm right and you're wrong. There you go. I like the Super Chicks food. Hey, we got Craft Talk. This became a Jim Cantori level member. Thank you. Thank you for coming on board there. I appreciate it. Again, everybody who's joined the membership stuff, your membership is going to help fuel our weather app. That's to pay for our data feed. The data fees for the professional weather app that we're getting developed here for the channel from Barron Services, it's about $7.50 a month on that. So using all that combined until I can get a sponsor for that app, it's going to help cover the data fees. So I think operationally we're going to get there. Between the growth we've seen today on the subscriber services and the member services, we're going to get that, put that to bed, and that's going to be running pretty good. So I'm very, very happy on that. That launch will come March 1st. Now, for you Android people out there, they have warned me. The Apple Store is pretty easy. That'll come up pretty quickly. Android's got a few extra steps on there. So the Apple side of the app, when we get it launched, will be a little bit, might be a delay a little bit. I'll just give you a heads up there. But I will let you know when we're up on Android. And the app will be the first. That's the easy one. Android takes a little bit longer. So that'll be coming. Then eventually on that app, when the 24-hour channel is there, there'll be a link for that channel. You can actually stream the 24-hour channel on the app as well. So you'll have both on there. Ooh, the 93 blizzard. That was in March. I can't remember the exact. I want to say it was the 14th or 15th of March, somewhere in there. I can't remember the exact date. What's that here? Hey Siri, when was the superstorm in 1993? March 12th to the 15th. I was close. March 12th to the 15th was the superstorm in 1993. So, yeah, I remember that because it was interesting. I was living in Pensacola, Florida. Thank you. We got another new follower on there. Thank you very much. Yeah, everybody was. I was living in Pensacola, Florida at the time. I was senior in college and getting ready to. We were doing a run for the St. Patrick's Day run. We had severe thunderstorms. And the Gulf of Mexico looked like a hurricane was offshore. I remember going to the beach and seeing how the high surf and how well it was going. And then we had snow flurries, and it was snowing the next morning on that Saturday. So, yeah, I remember the superstorm of 93. Hopefully we do not get a repeat of this. This is definitely not the superstorm of 93, not even close. I mean, so, yeah, that was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime type stuff. The Yes Dear Y'all bot is on top of him. Yeah, no, my Yes Dear is my, yeah, the y'all bot. I don't know. That thing gets things wrong every now and then. I know that's the AI stuff. that Mr. Hall does out there on his YouTube channel. But this is our channel. You know, he's national. This is North Georgia. This is North Georgia specific. So you can consider this. I ain't Mr. Hall, and but we're gonna get there. We're gonna have a very nice channel for you guys here long term, and we're gonna have some community stuff in here too. Again, I've talked to a couple of other social media folks to perhaps bring in some additional material for the channel, some interest stuff, and I think y'all will really like it once we get that up and going. And it'll be a great channel here for everybody. I try not to talk. I sometimes can talk fast. I do get off the races when I get excited. I sometimes do that when I'm at Fox 5 and I'm getting there. If I get into a time crunch where the producer goes, "Hey, Greg, I need you to do a minute and a half here." I'm like, "Oh, great. I've only got a 2-minute. I only got a 2.5-minute show put together, but yeah, I can do it in a minute and a half." So it's a little bit different. The Greg from Hall? No. Greg from. I am in Hall County, but no, I'm not going to call Greg from Hall. Now, Majestic Weather. Again, my first name was banned because First Alert is trademarked by one of the TV corporations. They trademarked it first. How could First Alert be trademarked? But I guess it was. So I had to change the name. I decided to go with Majestic because of my last name being Majeski. And I always liked Majestic. One of the first versions I thought about doing, I mean, the whole Ryan Hall thing, I had that idea in 2018. Boy, I like to shoot myself in the head for not going forward on that because I would have beat him by 2 years. But I was going to call it Majestic TV. And I had a logo and some ideas on it. Then I kind of got sucked back into the Army world and couldn't do it. But I decided, I said I would go with Majestic TV. Let's go with Majestic Weather. You know, tells a story. And it is a play off my own name. So we'll let me go back over here to the YouTube side. To the Facebook side. Live cameras. Yes, we're going to get live cameras out here. We're going to get more out there. Going strong in Windy Ridge. Yeah, getting some snow there. And it's snowing good in Winder. That's good. Yeah, we're definitely still seeing that. Boy, I tell you, this thing's going crazy. I posted on here, post your snow pictures here. This thing is buzzing nonstop. It's just buzzing. So if you want to see some snow photos, go to the Facebook page and check it out because I haven't had a chance to look, but boy, it's well over 100 photos in there going nuts. Go and take a look at those photos and I'll go them earlier. What I might do with these photos is I might put a video together. In fact, I probably will. I'll just put some generic music together and I'll put together a video. So if you want to go over to the Facebook page over here where I ask for photos, go ahead and dump them over there and I'll probably put a little video together. I think I could do that this week. And it'll be nothing fancy, like 5-second dissolves, and just kind of put them all together. So if you want to do that, go over on the Facebook page and put that over there. I'll put a little pause going on there. Wow, 20,000. Yep. I think between the both platforms, we cracked 50,000 viewers here between Facebook and on YouTube on our coverage today. That's pretty good. Not bad for a old weather guy trying to do some good weather coverage here for y'all. I'm starting to see this now. Yep, there it is. Here's that heavier batch coming over Toccoa. So that's that batch that the model was hitting at. So how far east and south this goes, I don't know. Athens, I think, might be in the path. Not sure if it gets over toward Jefferson or not. But that's where watch. See that darker blue? That's that last gasp of heavier snow that the models were hitting at. You see it right through there. So we got some heavier snows working their way down 85. I don't think it'll make it into Gainesville. I don't think it'll go that far to the west. Jefferson will be close. Athens, I think, will probably get pretty close to this. It's going to be real close. How far south does this get? Well, watch. This is another batch of some heavier snows that the models were hitting on. It's drifting on south. So we're not done yet with those with that heavier snow burst. That'll probably be a quick inch or 2 inches of snow that'll come on top of those totals. So coming into Mives, Unity, might get in a Homer, maybe. It depends on how far east it goes. But watch that closely, guys. So we got that. That's our last. This is why I'm staying on here, because I wanted to see how far west this last batch of heavy snows goes. It should be the last real gasp of the storm coming across the northeast corridor. Might make its way down to Commerce. That's only up the road from me. I don't think it gets, darn sure shouldn't get as far south as me. I don't think it's coming that far to the west. But Jefferson and Athens, definitely, and maybe down at Homer, definitely in the path of that heavier burst of snow coming down 85. Yeah, we've been waiting on that. It's starting to show its head. How many on there? Man, it's been like nonstop. Holy cow. Wow. 688 postings right now on my snow picks. 688. Wow. So check that out. I posted this like 45 minutes ago, and it's got over 688 postings on that one posting. Go check that out. So we've had on this current one, we've had 10,000 on this current one. Our earlier one, that one wasn't working. And then we had 25,000. So yeah, between both broadcasts, I think we're going to get close to 50,000 viewers. Outstanding. I want to say thank you, God. That's a nice big number. Not bad for 7 hours of coverage. Not bad. 7 hours of coverage and 50,000 viewers between YouTube and Facebook. That's excellent. Very good. Thank you. All right. Let's do a little cross sharing. I haven't done this in a hot minute, and I've been doing this religiously, so you guys know I've been doing this. What I've been doing is I've been asking the channel, the people who are on YouTube, to go to my Facebook page and give me a follow. So I'm putting the link over there in the chat. So please go over there and give us a follow on Facebook. And then on the Facebook side, I've been putting the link to the YouTube channel over here in the chat over here. So please go over there, subscribe, and hit that notification bell there. Because again, different audiences, and I just want to make sure both platforms get the opportunity to watch both YouTube and Facebook. Now, here's the thing about social media, guys. I don't know if you know this, but and thank you for the stars there, Brittany. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The audience differences are different between YouTube and Facebook. Facebook tilts female, like 2/3 female, 1/3 male. That's how mine breaks down. And then over on the YouTube side is the exact opposite. I think last time I checked, it was 58% male and 42% female. So the audiences are a little bit different for each one of them. And to me, it makes sense why guys would love YouTube. I've been saying this before. YouTube was made for a guy. And you might say, what are you talking about? Well, I'm a guy, so I can say this. So what was it like before YouTube? What did a guy do in a chair? We'd sit back at our thing. Hey, thank you, Kirk. We'd sit back in our chair. We'd have our remote right here. And we'd just be surfing. Not really watching anything, just kind of clicking on through, watching. And that's all YouTube is one big giant, hey, let me surf and watch stuff and go through stuff. I mean, it was meant for a guy. Females prefer to watch that stuff on Facebook, on their mobile devices, not in front of the TV. So it's a little bit different. That's what the studies show. That's what the demographics show. So what I'm trying to do here is to make sure I build up my demographic for both Facebook and YouTube, so that when I go to potential sponsorship, when we get to try to get the big sponsor, they got the statistics to show the breakdown for both guys and girls on the Facebook platform and guys and girls on the male platform, on the YouTube platform. So there's a little education for you. Probably says, well, I didn't need to know that, but there you go. It's got to take you a little education session there. Only got to go 80 more, 91 more to go, man. That's all right. If we don't get it today, we'll get it in the near future. Real close. 91 more to go. I'm taking my glasses off because my eyes getting tired. So, let me check this out real quick here. 17Z still chewing. So, I want to show this. This is no joke. This is some serious stuff here tonight, folks. Let's say it's what 1 o'clock. So let me back this up to 1 o'clock. I want to show these here and get out there. All right, so these are the wind chill estimates right now as of the 1 o'clock hour, based off the model data here. All right, this gray area you see up here is below 0, 8, 10, 8, 8. I could tell you the winds outside my house here in Brownsville have definitely come up. It's blowing the snow around like crazy. So as we go in forward tonight, these winds are going to stay up a bit. And thank you, Heather. Thank you. We got 90 more to go. Heather Berry, thank you. And you see that gray area expand. That's below 0. These are single-digit wind chills here for tonight. Very nippy. And as the cold air goes down, it's getting down to 1, 4, -3. I mean, very cold here for tonight, going in for the evening hours. And look at more of the gray coming out there. 1 o'clock in the morning. -1 down there toward Gainesville. -8 there up in Blairsville. -10 up there in North Carolina. Going up for tomorrow morning. Oops, that was the end of that rope. Yep. So as you can see, as we get toward tomorrow morning, we're going to have some very bitterly cold wind chills. So the extreme wind chill, extreme cold advisories and warnings in effect. Wind chill is going to be quite cold in the morning. Many church services are not going to be closed anyway. Western areas may have church service, so if you do go to church tomorrow, just make sure you dress appropriately. Make sure you get out and start the car early, warm it up, and make sure that you got all your expenditures covered because this is really cold stuff. You can get a little touch of the dealing with the cold there. You don't want to have that happen to you. So just be careful out there. Be safe. All right. Especially the kids in the snow zones. Y'all don't stay out there too long on this. Go back over here. Oh, looking at the radar here. Yeah, it may stay just the right. It's going to be close. At Athens, it's going to be close. That last batch of heavy precipitation is going to be really close. That's what I'm watching right through here. This is one last batch of heavy precipitation that's kind of moving down this way. And it's going to be close to the Athens area. Very close. $15 degrees in Blairsville right now. Wow. 18 in LJ. 18 in Ball Ground. Look, cameras here. Looks like that snow is starting to blow around a bit there in Helen. Brasstown Ball is still sitting at 8 degrees. Helen is at 19. And the wind's starting to pick up there a bit. So some of that snow is going to start blowing around off those rooftops. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Lake Chattooga is sitting at 18 degrees, light snow. It's definitely let up. Boy, that's a pretty sight. We couldn't see across the lake earlier, so the snow's really let up here. But that's a really beautiful picture. Let's stay here for a second. It does a quick pan here. Let it pan across the lake. You can see the winds are blowing across the lake a little bit, so the wind chill is there. That's a beautiful shot. That's nice. Look at that. Gorgeous. Put that on a postcard. That's very nice. Sky Valley, let's see how they're doing up there. They still got it coming down good there. Still some heavy snows up there. That's where that heavy burst is coming in from right now. So looking at that. Lake Lanier, let's see how you're looking. Still some decent snows Lake Lanier. I'm really surprised. Yeah, that's updated. It's still coming down decently in Lake Lanier. Good snow there. Dalton is done. There should be completed. Yeah, they're finished. It's cloudy and cold there right now. UGA's been stuck in their decent snow. It's it's even gotten heavier there. So heavier snow is moving into Athens area right now. Good falling snow in there in Athens. Dahlonega, how are we looking at Dahlonega now? Dahlonega, looks like they've settled down. Looks like a dry slot's moved in from Dahlonega area there, looking at the radar. So if you look back here at the radar, you see up there in Dahlonega, things have definitely got a little dry slot that's moved into that area. So you see that coming right through there. So a little bit of a dry slot. So it looks like that may pretty much wrap things up for Dahlonega. Maybe you get a few more flurries, but that's definitely shutting you down a little bit there as that little dry slot comes in there. All right, let's go back down here to somebody's camera. Let's look at the Atlanta cameras real quick. I'm going to check out Metro Atlanta. Just want to make sure they're not. All right, so we got some good snows there and falling back into the Atlanta area. It looks like we're starting to get some accumulations on the buildings a little bit. I hadn't checked that camera in a little while, but some decent snows there. And notice the camera shaking there in the breeze, so we're getting some good winds there. Here's the other Midtown camera. That wind is really blowing that snow around. Very windy, very cold, low wind chills there. And now it's getting over toward Decatur, getting some snows there finally. And expecting more of the dusting there. Six Flags never got that much. They never did. Just some flurries there at Six Flags. Here's the airport. Airport's done pretty well. It's definitely a heavier snow to their north in the downtown area. But the airport operations look like they're still moving. But the windy there as well. And there's PDK getting heavier snows down in DeKalb County now. So DeKalb County getting a little more snow into the action. And oh yeah, that's getting better. That's the highest snow I've seen out of the north end. So we're getting some accumulating snows down in the metro area finally, with some of these heavier bands coming in here, and that wind is with it. So again, whoever was blasting me for saying blizzard, well, this is a Georgia blizzard. We'll take that. And I think that's up in Rome. That one's clear. They're done there. So there we go. I'll put this back on the Atlanta camera here. But it is breezy. See that camera shaking around the winds. Very windy there in Atlanta. Let's go back over to the main radar. Oops. Go back to the... It's been a very good broadcast day. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Yeah, definitely get some good snows there across Atlanta. You can see that. Pretty good band going right through downtown. See the darker blue with that wind. The snow showers kind of turned it that way. So it's 22 there in West Atlanta, 25 at the airport. Airport didn't look quite as bad, but downtown definitely got the darker blue. 22 up there at PDK, 23 at Dobbins, 19 in Kennesaw. We get snow there. All in Gwinnett County still showing light snow there. 20 degrees there in Lawrenceville right now. 21 over in Winder. 22 in Monroe, still looking at snows there. Athens, snow 24, don't look too heavy there. 22 there in Jefferson. 20 in Gainesville with the snow falling. And then we got this heavier snow batch. This is coming southward, coming in toward Toccoa. South to the Toccoa, getting some heavier snows there. As that brighter blue works its way south. That's the last little thing that the model was indicating here with the heavier snows, which might make it down into the Athens area. So you guys in Athens need to pay attention. You're probably about another hour away from that, moving to your area. No, I think y'all about done. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Look up here toward where Cleveland is. And you got this dry slot coming on down south in here. So I think you guys might be done up here. So we got this dry slot coming in here. Couldn't rule out some flurries, but as far as additional real accumulating snows, no, I think you're pretty much done. So again, whiteout conditions being reported up in Toccoa. That's what that last batch of heavier snow coming on in here, and blizzard-like conditions being reported up there in the northeast Georgia. Be careful there. Thank you, Prospector Al. Thank you, Prospector Al, for coming on board. 87 more to go. And it's so close, so close. I mean, I know I was going to get my Facebook goal. That was a little bit. That wasn't going to happen. I think I was being a little greedy there. But we're at 66,657 over on Facebook. We might get 67,000. We may, a little close. But we're so close. Hey, no problem. Glad I could help you out there. Let's go over to Facebook here. I'm watching both chats. Can you enlarge the map? No, ma'am, I cannot. I cannot. Mary, when we get the weather computer that I want to get, it'll be a little bit easier to read. This is a app settings. I cannot control the settings, especially when I zoom in and out. So I try to call out the cities, try to highlight them as best I can. But when we get our weather computer, our Baron Link system, this will look a little bit better. Okay? I promise you that. Don't know when we'll get that system. It's really going to depend on if again, you guys are helping us out here by becoming a subscriber and a follower on Facebook and growing those audiences, and the viewership numbers I have on this will help me to get that bigger sponsor to be able to provide, so whether it be like, okay, welcome to the Reliable Heating and Air Studios here and for the North Georgia Majestic Weather Station, something like that. That they will be, whoever that big sponsor will be on all the products. They'll be there all the time. They'll have their ad running in the 24-hour channel all the time. Again, they get maximum bang for their buck, and asking for the amount that we're looking for a 2-year commitment, really in the grand schemes of their advertising digital dollars, is very, very low. So I don't think it'll be that hard for us to try to get that sponsor. It's just a question of me putting together the proposal and the nice little packet and getting out of my house and doing it. Just going to have to, get out there and say, here, Pound Sand, here's the stats. You want to sponsor us. Here's what we're looking to do. I've already got the vendors. I've already done all the groundwork. I got the audience built. I just need a sponsor. You want to be a sponsor? Come on board. I'm not, right now we're doing low income advertising dollars for little small companies, which we've done. We've got, we got our Peach Diesel up there in Cleveland. We've got our tax folks there up there at Family Tax Prep. Sorry, I had a brain fart there for a second. And then, of course, we got Circle Y Pipeline. So those are our 3 main advertisers right now. But again, those are for the small business. What I'm looking for is an established business with a big purse strings, so it can give us the big dollars to get what we need to do here. Now, I will say this much. YouTube, if I grow this thing YouTube up enough, with the amount of money and donations we had on there, it is possible, if we were to get big enough, that maybe that would generate enough funds to fund the capital investment I need for the equipment I need, because it's not cheap. It's not as expensive as the broadcast stuff, but it ain't cheap either. The weather computer itself, the hardware is $15,000. The data fees on that thing per month is $1,500 a month. Now, it's a lot for lay people like you and I, and the broadcast end, that's really kind of low. It's really cheap. And then there's the camera network. Those are $5,000 per camera. So again, expensive, but in the advertising world, it's really relatively low. So we got to try to get those up. Now, could we do it through social media? I don't know. I honestly don't know. It really depends on how big of an audience we have here on both YouTube and Facebook to be able to pull this off. I really don't know. So I'll just kind of feel it out day by day, try to grow the numbers day by day. It's amazing to me that we were able to get my YouTube, this YouTube channel up to almost the exact same number I got on the other channel. It took me 2.5 years to get. So that says something. So we're making real progress there. And then Facebook, we get back to our regular advertising money and all this stuff like that. We're going to get to that 100,000 probably by the 1 year mark. which is the goal I set, to get 100,000 followers by June 5th. We're going to hit that. Civil engineering company, Addison and Toccoa. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. I would love to get a camera I would love to get cameras in places that are not readily available. I'd like to get one in Toccoa. I would love to get one up in Clayton. I would love to get one in LJ. I would love to get one in Canton. I would love to get one in Rome. Those places that don't have cameras that are open source to everybody. I would love to get one in Dalton. I'd like to really spread the network out. And then I'd also like to get those cameras in the wineries. The wineries across North Georgia. They're all across North Georgia. I'd love to get what I was going to call a winery network of cameras and get that established. That's something else I want to try to do. Hey, Christy, go ahead and just point in my direction. My contact number's on the call. If they're interested in wanting to do serious sponsorship, again, it's not we're not talking small potatoes here, but if they want to do kind of advertising, or if they want to get a camera, which is again the company that does these they're $5,000 install, and they do the maintenance stuff on it. Now, if you just get the camera, which I would never recommend to anybody, it's cheaper, but again, you risk parts failing, things going down, not getting the maintenance on it, and then you lose it. Would never recommend just getting the camera. Got a little food on my tonsil. Ugh, hate that. God blessed me with these humongous tonsils, and I don't know why my parents didn't get them removed when I was a kid. Can't do it as an adult. You bleed to death, but it bothers me. Again, I appreciate it. We're coming up on 1:30 right now. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out. Things are starting to settle down. The numbers I see are starting to come on down here a little bit. But for those who are still watching our channels, we're watching this last, what I call gasp of the real winter precipitation here coming out of South Carolina, moving southward here. I appreciate you checking us out. If you are over on YouTube and you haven't subscribed yet, please hit that subscribe button. And if you're on the Facebook channel, please hit that follow button, please. I got something on that tonsil. Will not go away. Man, that's terrible. It's driving me crazy. Who cares? I've been talking for 7 hours and 20 minutes. I will suck on through this. We can do this. All right, not a problem, Christy. I appreciate it over on YouTube. Again, I got some people that I was supposed to have a conference call with some people to talk about what we're going to do going ahead, but January turned into such a blur, and I knew it was going to turn into this. Between 11 days filling in at Fox 5, two winter events back to back, my AMS convention stuff that I had to do this week, January went by like whoop, fast, so fast. It was like I blinked twice and it was gone. Now that hopefully February will settle down a little bit and I can actually start working on some of the stuff I need to work on, from desk. I need to go buy this desk I want to get by. I want to get a camera for the next view. Start working on stuff to kind of build the business. I love doing the daily stuff, but I do need to dedicate a little time, even if it requires me not to post as much stuff, to make this channel reality. Just one person. And I need to consider, now that I'm making some money, to hire people to do certain things that I can't do. All right, so I need to consider. I cannot do it all on my shoulders. It's a lot for one person to do. So take some money, take some of those earnings, pay an engineer to come in and do certain things, and just kind of take it easy a little bit. Yeah, gum log area is slowing. The radar is not showing it. Yeah, it's starting to. It will show up there in a minute. Yeah, this stuff will start to taper off as the dry air moves on in. I'm clearly seeing a dry trend here on the radar. I'll just kind of zoom this out here a little bit. As you see the main low kind of featuring back over here, we're still tracking a little bit of this heavier precipitation backing this way, rotating around that low. We still got the cold air advection, still squeezing some good snow showers here across metro Atlanta right now. The real heavy, the steadier snows that were over us earlier has kind of moved here to the south, heading down toward the Savannah area. All snow. And now we're going to have to deal with these cold wind chills. So we got about, I'd say about, it's 1:30 right now. So I would say probably by the time we get toward 5 o'clock, when that sun angle gets lower enough in the sky, that's when the icing is going to be a problem on these roads. So really a big problem there. Brenda says it's still snowing in Cornelia right now. And Houston's still getting the snow right there. It should be tapering off there as well. And we got William Wright watching us from Athens. And snowing's like been a pretty high clip. Yeah, let's pull up that Athens camera real quick. It's been snowing very good there. And as you can see on that live shot from Athens, it's still coming down pretty heavily there in the Athens area. And Athens, it's snowing good now, but I tell you, if this precipitation band that I'm watching to your north gets that far enough away, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Y'all could see some even additional heavier snows moving into that area. So, again, we're talking about you in there in Athens. See this little heavier blue in here? I mean, it's just here north. It's coming this way. It's going to be real close. But at least maybe the eastern portions of the county there over toward, Clark Oconee County, the eastern part of the county, probably will see that. Oglethorpe for sure. Madison will probably see that as well with the heavier snow amounts in that area. But Atlanta's getting a pretty good burst of some heavier snow. Finally, it took all day for it to get there, but they're finally getting some snows. Oh, my dogs. What's wrong, Oliver? Come here. This here's Oliver. He is a 13 and a half, 14-year-old Jack Russell. We don't know how old he was. He was like maybe 1 or 2 when we got him. Yeah, puppy. And his mama went outside, so he started white-minding a little bit. Oh, sit down. He's also a little mad at me because he didn't get his car ride and he didn't get his cheese today. So a little bit there going, but he's a good dog. Tyler, my friend, I think we're going to be a little short today, my friend. I think we've run out of gas a little bit on the YouTube channel, but that's okay. We did really good. We made a really good ride and tried to get to 8,500. Very good ride. We were 7,000 something this morning, I think. So we made a very good run at it. I'm okay if we come up a little short. So Tyler, he's my unofficial promoter out on YouTube channel. You'll see him. It's called Title of the Truth. He was on with me over on the YouTube on our Weather Nerds channel. So again, appreciate y'all's effort out there helping us grow. I'm gonna be honest with you. Eventually, both these channels will have such a great big audience on both of them. I won't have to do that anymore. They'll do it on its own. There'll be a certain degree, like the Ryan Halls of the world never have to say that stuff. They don't have to worry about it because their audience has gotten so big, it's self-sufficient. It does it on its own. Don't have to worry about it. So we're getting there very slowly, very steadily. I mean, we had over almost 21,000 views here now on the YouTube channel. Very close to 25. So between everything else, we've been really close to getting there to getting to the big audience that we're gonna need to get here. And eventually we'll do this and we'll have 100,000 views. I mean, it'll happen. One subscriber at a time, one follower at a time, we'll make it happen. Oh, now I got to get them look. Hold on a second. My wife says it's really coming down. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord, you're covered in it. What the hell? Yeah, that's a good 4 inches of snow, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say I've got a good 4 inches here outside my door. It's pretty, it's very fluffy, very pretty, but about 4 inches of snow here. What do we got here? It says, we are breezy 25 degrees here in Cobb County right now. Not really snowing. Yeah. Cobb County, y'all got in that dry slot here and didn't get a whole lot of snow there. Although the radar is still showing some snow flurries in the area. So going closer here to the metro area, getting some decent snows across metro Atlanta. Gwinnett County, Monroe, still getting some decent snows. Still one this going on through. And this is our heavier batch here. I think it's going to get so close. But I think it's probably going to favor Oglethorpe County, I think, as far as this heavier snow. I think it's just to the east of Athens. But, boy, these temperatures are cold. And we got that wind really coming up, boy. Single-digit wind chills and temperatures around 20. That's something we don't see here every day, guys. Really don't. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I want to check something. I've been wanting to check the European model. I was checking this earlier because the European model was showing something fun later in the month of February, but I wanted to see if it's still there. My guess is probably not, but let me take a look here. Take a little look. There's our little rain on Wednesday. And it turns cold at the end of the week, guys. We're going to warm up briefly. Tuesday and Wednesday, maybe Wednesday, we'll get close to normal, and then we're going to chill back down at the end of the week. So get ready for colder weather at the end of the week. And right now, showing, other than that little rain there in the middle of the week, that's it. So we got no weather. Next weekend is looking good. I got to work at Fox 5 next weekend, so I don't have to worry about anything to worry about winter weather-wise. So I'm working next weekend for the morning show. And then going in beyond that, right now it is showing it dead quiet. Boy, it's dry as a bone. I really hate this pattern. We really need to get some rain in here. I'm really worried about drought conditions. And that little 14th event that was showing up earlier, we were showing as an example, it's gone. As I said, we don't look at anything beyond a 7-day because the error rate's too high. All right, so the 0Z run was showing something. Oh, look at the 14th. Yeah, it's 2 weeks away, guy. And on the afternoon run, it's completely gone. So, but like I said, I was telling folks earlier that we're in a weather pattern that looks still supportive through the month of February for potential winter weather. Now, I'm saying that's going to happen. Is that the jigsaw puzzle, the pieces are there that if they line up correctly, we can still get winter precipitation into February. Now, we've already had 2 in 1 year. We had 2 in 1 year last year. The odds of us getting a third, statistically speaking, not very high. So, hey, thank you there, Exercise. Thank you for subscribing. 85 more to go. I appreciate it. So we'll see what happens. But one thing's for certain, I think we're gonna see probably another decent, substantial cold shot coming down later in the month of February, especially sometime around the 15th or so. That's what I'm currently thinking, and that's not based off any kind of model thing. That's just based off what I'm seeing going on in the stratosphere or the stratospheric warming up in the Arctic region, and the time usually takes for that stuff to displace is about 2 weeks. So it's the 31st, so sometime around the middle of the month, I think we get another cold shot. Well, thank you, Central Georgia. I know this is a North Georgia page, but anybody's welcome to watch this page. Anybody's welcome here on YouTube or anything else. Obviously, I'm going to tell you, folks, even if you don't live directly in North Georgia, if we got a big weather event going on, we're going to cover it here if it impacts the state of Georgia. Like we got a landfalling hurricane or severe weather tornado outbreak coming into the state, we're going to cover it. So, even though we are a North Georgia specific forecast page, just so you know that. Snow's picked up in Flowery Branch. My wife just noticed that too. She went outside. She was covered in it really good. Let me go back over to the radar. And there's clearly a little heavier. There's drier weather coming on down here. This should be coming to an end here pretty good. Here's Flowery Branch. I'll kind of point this out for y'all. Let me get my bearings straight here. Yeah, right down here. So here's Flowery Branch right here. And I'm sitting right about there. So we got a pretty good growth. There's some drier air coming down here from the north. So we might get a break here. There's over toward Jefferson, 22. So we got this area. And there's that heavier snow band still coming down the pike, coming down 85. That might get into Athens. That really might. That darker blue, you see it right through there. It's working its way down. This is a nice little burst of heavier snow coming right down the pike. So Athens, y'all might get this in the next hour or so. I don't know if that dry slot in there will impact it or not. It might, but it may also be a little bit of a squeeze play going on here. But we got a pretty good, look at this. This is pretty decent. Look at it. Look at the snow band here sitting up in here. Right down, right through here. That's a nice little burst of heavier snow coming through the eastern zones right there. All right, I got to go to the restroom real quick and grab another beverage. I'll be right back. It's like my first one. I milked for almost an hour and a half. So I'll be right back. Hold on. Mic on. There you go. All right. Got me some more tissue. I'm good. It got me one more beverage. We're good. Oops. Sorry. My apologies. Sorry about that. Wow. I got to tell you, I don't know how many photos this thing's got. There's over 1,000 pictures. 1,000 plus on the Facebook page. Wow. Amazing. Y'all check that out. Want to see some pictures out there. Hope my internet is fluctuating a little bit. Okay. YouTube is saying the audio strength's current bitrate is lower than it recommended. So hopefully whatever the internet issue there is improves here in a second. Looks like it's coming back up. All right. Anyway, I just want to tell everybody, if you are new here watching the channel, and we had a lot of people watching this all afternoon long, please take the time to please subscribe to the channel on YouTube. It's interesting. This channel has been around since March, but didn't take off until 2 weeks ago on Monday. 2 weeks ago on this upcoming Monday, or basically 12 days ago, we had 378 subscribers. That was all we had on the YouTube channel. It was growing 20 or 30 a day. It wasn't doing anything. I was posting forecasts every day, wasn't doing anything. And then finally, when we had that ice storm, the algorithm found an audience, and it just took off. So the fact that we've got 21,000 views on a channel that really, to be frank, it ain't been around for 2 weeks, I think that says something. That is very, very promising. So we got some very good things there on YouTube. Again, if you want to become a member, by all means do that. That's a way you can help contribute our ways to build the channel. Facebook, please hit that follow button and hit that. If you want to become a subscriber, you could do that. I'm not exactly sure what the numbers are. I'll look at those after the fact to see where we are as far as our numbers. Well, you know, I can look. I mean, let me see. I'm going to give you all an update. I want to do this live. I'm going to be up because I'm going to try to be as open and honest with this stuff with you guys as best I can here. So, even though my phone needs to go low power mode because it keeps buzzing every 50 something seconds. Let's see here. Memberships. So right now on YouTube, we've got, it doesn't update till the end. Okay. It will not show my current, I know we had a lot of new members, but it does not show it live. So YouTube does not do that. Now Facebook does. Facebook does the other way. So Facebook, I can see the live membership over here, and it is showing. Let's show what this is showing. I mean, I'm just getting pictures like crazy. Unreal. Didn't know it was going to blow it up that bad. Let's see here. We are at subscriber list. up to 206. Wow. And there's our new member there over there on the side. So again, 206 subscribers over on the Facebook is basically $400 a month. Okay. That's $400 a month. The subscriber fees for the data fees for the weather app is $750. So I already got 400 over here. Now I'm not sure how many new members I have over on the YouTube side. I ballpark guess I'd say 50, maybe 60 over there. But I could throw those two numbers together. We've got our data fees for our weather app. So I'm very excited about that. That's very, very promising. I really like that. So again, every dime, every cent, every penny that's been contributed to this endeavor will go to that. But it's good to have that annual or that monthly money coming in to know that will cover our data fees for the app. So I got to worry about the weather app. It is taken care of. Now I just got to figure out how I can pay for the weather data fees for the weather computer, because that's more expensive. Now that's when the regular advertising is coming in, when we get the 24 hours going. So, and PD Krantz just joined us there as a Brick Tamlin level member there on YouTube. Thank you. So once I figure that out, it's kind of juggling the peanuts around. The one thing when you're doing a project like this, they tell you need to have multiple sources of money coming in. So you get monetization through YouTube postings, you get monetization through Facebook postings, you get money coming in through member services, subscriber services, you get advertising money coming in. You have I have the weather call service. I get money from that. So I'm trying to spread it out as best I can to help support our endeavor and our effort to try to grow the channel out here. Yeah, so that's where we're at. We're getting there. Winder, no snow in my local or Winder in the last hour. So it's got, Winder says it's kind of, even though the radar's showing a lot there, a lot of it's probably that very fine, very slow blowing snow. Now we'll say this much, Winder, y'all got some step upstream. I don't know if it's going to make it that far away. So I've got Winder's right here. I don't think it's going to, this is tracking, this looks like this is going to drop, stay just to your east there. So I don't think that heavier band is going to get into your area there. And then you guys hit with northern again. The snow is shut down there in Helen. You see that dry slot that's moved on in here. So we got some of the dry air kind of moving on in here. So Helen's shut off here. Northern part of Hall County, heading back over to Lumpkin County. Things are starting to dry out there on the northern tier of this. The snow is really kind of crunching in around Metro Atlanta. So they're getting their little burst of some decent snows now across the metro area right now. And Athens, you guys are still on the edge. I still think Athens is going to get hit with this. And let me look back at the Athens camera here. And it's still coming down pretty good there. So Athens looks like they're going to get a real burst of snow. And thank you for the new subscribers there. We're 81 away from our goal. Like I said, I think we're going to come up a little short. But we made a good run at it for today. Made a really good run at it. I knew we were going to get very close. But let me go back over to the radar here. Yeah, everybody's getting tired. I've been going since 6 o'clock in the morning, so we're coming up on 8 hours of coverage here. Long day. And I just want to track this last bit of heavy snows into Athens to see if it's going to be too big a deal. So I think I was originally planning on trying to stay up till about 3 or 4 o'clock today. So that's my mantra for what you guys want to know. Noah Gerbage, I sent you a comment on Facebook. Sorry, I've been going back and forth here. Snow was coming down at a pretty good clip in the Athens area, and you recognize me on there. Oh, okay, no problem, William. I'm trying to bounce between two of them. I'm going to tell you, I really need to get my Chat Ninja program replaced. I need it. When I was on my Weather Nerds channel, I had a program called Chat Ninja, and I could pull up y'all's individual feeds. It showed up on the feeds from Facebook on YouTube. When y'all made a comment, it came up on the lower, showed y'all's emblem, showed y'all's question. It was so great. Chrome stopped supporting it. I don't have it there, so now I got to find me a replacement to bring up y'all's individual comments. So again, I'm not the most technically inept person in the world. I got to figure out some things. I'm sure if I find the right young person who's techno savvy, I could probably figure that problem out. But I really loved it. It's an extension to the Chrome program. It showed out great. I really want that back because those who watched this over on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel, it was a great thing. I loved it. I loved being able to pull up y'all's comments and comment stuff. So really, really great thing to have. JM Choppa is saying 5 inches counting in Hull. Toccoa says we got a major wind gust now, and I can't see the end of my property. So that blizzard conditions, and again, Toccoa is getting part of that heavy snow band that's coming in there right now. So again, that's part of that heavy snow band coming out of South Carolina that we saw on the high resolution models that were showing that. And it's now pulling into the south. So we're probably getting some whiteout conditions along the interstate here, coming in down here toward, what is that road? That is Velipo there in, what county that is? That's not Banks, is it? No, Homer's where Banks at. That's over to the east there. Madison, that's Madison. Okay, that's over toward Madison. So, yeah, getting some pretty heavy snows coming through there right now. 7 inches in Hamersham. Yeah, I gotta say, I got a funny feeling some of these snow totals are going to be fairly high on the end of this. Hey, thanks again there to Jesse White. He donated $4.99. It's about 5 inches in Northeast Georgia Medical Center. My nephew Hunter will be born here shortly. Snow baby. Oh, congratulations. Let's give a round of applause to Jesse. Got a new nephew coming. Congratulations. Snow baby. Boy, so when I was born, there was a snowstorm. There, going to give him the middle name Snow. No, I can't do that. Can't use Snow because if you watch Game of Thrones, Snow meant something bad. If your last name was Snow, it meant something bad. So if y'all noticed the show, you know what the reference meant. Can't talk about that. Let's go back over here to YouTube again. I appreciate everybody there on obviously on the Facebook side. It's the stars program. All y'all that's been giving stars over there, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Although our audience on Facebook's about gone, I will figure this out for next time. I'm not going to shut this down again. Yes.
I'm going to Publix to get cat food.
Publix is closed.
I just called Derek.
They're open. All right, please be careful. Yeah, do it now because those roads.
I forgot cat food. We were totally out.
Yeah, after 2 because it gets late. Yeah, drive safely. I don't.
Military gloves. I couldn't find them.
I don't know where my military gloves are. I couldn't tell you. I probably turned them in. I don't have them anymore. My wife would sit there all the years I was in the military, and we get all this. If those who've been in the military know this, they give all that equipment, all that gear. They give you cold weather gear and all that stuff. And she would borrow that stuff all the time: the underwear, the gloves, all that kind of stuff. Of course, when I retired, I tried to tell her I don't get to keep this. I got to give it back. So it all goes back. So that's how it works out. He'd be Snow White. Yeah, well, if he's in, oh yeah, that's true. If it's Habersham County, that's White County, right? Absolutely, man. This has been an awesome day. I tell you, a lot of work and effort to put this together. Okay, it's a lot of time talking with you guys, sharing stories and experiences, answering questions. Someone's asking about I'll look at the HRR here in just a second. Give me 1 minute. And it's been really good to kind of talk about this, watch what's happened, seeing your forecast verify, which for me, in my opinion, it has verified, and it's good because you don't want to get it wrong. And I think we got this one right. I think the Weather Service got it right. Although I think they knee-jerked a little bit on the winter storm warning yesterday. That's my opinion, not a thought. But I understand why they do it. Again, they're always going to go on the way of caution. But again, this has been a real fun endeavor to raise the money, to take advantage of these weather opportunities to raise money. And we're going to do it again for severe weather season, folks. Severe weather season, we're going to be on the ball. Now, it'll be a little bit different for severe weather season. I'm not going to be sitting there calling for the donations and all that stuff on there because I'll be too focused into tracking whether it be a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, or anything significant like that because I don't really think that's the appropriate time to be doing that kind of stuff. If people donate, I'm going to be thankful, of course, but I'm darn sure not going to do it when we're talking about life and death type stuff. This is not really life and death as long as people are not crazy on the roads. It's life and death if you get stuck out in the cold, but a lot of this can be avoided here with this kind of stuff because it's a big event. We know it was coming, You just want to be on the safe side. Now, someone was asking about the HRR model. Let me take a look at that real quick. I will let you know in about 2 seconds. See what it's showing here for the rest of the afternoon, although I got to get my state back up because I clicked out of it by accident. All right, let's take a look at the high resolution map and we'll look at the snow. Let's look. I don't know how many pictures I got on here, but it's got to be in the thousands. That thing will not is just nonstop post. All right. That's the 12s. I'm looking for the well. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. 1 second. Dude, I'm sorry. That's not right. Where's the? Hold on a minute. 3 kilometer. Not sure what it's doing. Let me start back up here. My hourlies aren't coming out. Why is it doing that? Well, I don't know why it's doing that. For some reason, it stopped showing me my hourlies. I don't know why. It was showing there all afternoon. It's been there, and now it stopped doing it. All right, well, I don't know what. I go to the experimental. That's not showing it either. All right, well, something must happen to Weather Bell because they stopped showing me my hourlies. It's showing me the morning 12s he runs. Let me go over to this. Let me go over here. Let's see if I can pull up from another site. Sometimes you can backdoor it. Yep, there we go. I got 18Z going. Ha ha ha. Always one way to skin a cat. Okay, here is this one's just coming in. I want to back this up to 17Z. So here's the 17Z. This is your radar representation, so you can kind of see what's going on. Again, watching that heavier band, see where it's going on between Winder and Athens. Going right over Athens area, and then pulls on out. And we're done here going into tonight. So there is that last little clip. Heavier snow. Let's see what the totals are. No, damn it. It's messing up. I can't mess with it. It's doing something weird. I'm not going to fool with it. That's the provider, not me. But anyway, we kind of see the model. We still see the model run here. So you see that heavier snow coming out. It is 2 o'clock. So right about here, which is about right. So it looks like that heavier band we're looking at is going to split the difference right between, go over here, right between Winder and Athens. With that heavier snow band, that darker blue. That's at 3 o'clock. So within the next hour. And then after that pulls away. So like I said, I think 3 o'clock is probably a good time for me to, it's coming up on 2. So I got another hour, I think, maybe 2. And I think after that, we're pretty much done at that point. So we'll keep on going. We'll still see if we can get that last 80. I want to get that 8,500. I really do. It's the little things that matter. I'm tired. I've been doing this for almost 8 hours. Anyway, let's go back over to the radar here. I digress. I get a little loopy when I'm tired, guys, so please pardon me. Go back over here. Yeah, it's still lining up pretty well. I gotta admit, they did a pretty good job because there's our heavy snow band right through there. Only thing I will say on the radar, it looks like it might be slightly to the right, just a little bit. But again, we're talking tens of miles here, maybe 10 miles difference. Pretty decent snow starting. It looks like we got a little bit of a squeeze plate going with the moisture in here. This is picking up a little bit more in intensity. Notice the darker blues in here. So areas that didn't get a lot of snow earlier might be getting it now. We got Mind My Biz B and Nosy. I just moved here to North Georgia a few months ago from Atlanta. This channel is right on time since I've never lived this far north. This side of Georgia definitely needs its own weather channel. Thank you. Well, hopefully we'll get there. Thank you, Robert Lewis. I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll make that a reality for you guys. Like I said, I will say this much. if you go, I tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna do this for y'all on YouTube, okay, on Facebook. I'm gonna just give me 1 second here for a minute. I'm gonna post to you guys. It's not gonna look exactly like this. There'll be some minor changes, but I'm gonna post to y'all a sample from another. It's a friend of mine. We used to work together in Panama City years ago. In Atlanta years ago. And I'm going to show y'all what the channel is going to look like. Get an idea what the 24-hour channel will look like. So I'm grabbing his channel. Kind of give you an idea of what the color scheme is going to be different, obviously, because our color scheme is red and yellow. It'll be a little bit different, but it'll give you an idea of what it's going to look like. And he's got a partner in crime. He actually took a young meteorologist with him, so there's 2 of them to do it. And he did something really ballsy that I would never do. I just can't do that in this point. He actually borrowed some money against. Actually, I shouldn't say anything about that. He did something brave. Let's leave it at that. That's personal information, and it's been real successful for him. And I give him a lot of kudos. And he's taking on the channels down there and doing some big stuff. So I'm gonna put this in the chat, and there it is on in the chat if you want to get an idea. There on YouTube. And here on the YouTube channel, on Facebook here, this is a sample. So if you want to take a look, that's the streaming channel on YouTube. That's the 24-hour channel. Again, it won't look exactly that way because our color scheme is obviously different, but the setup's generally going to be generally the same thing. We'll have advertisers, and it's a weather wheel that plays. There'll be runs, there'll be short forecasts and stuff. But I wanted to give you guys an idea what the end state goal is going to look like for the channel. So when you guys become a member or you become a subscriber on Facebook, or when you donate, you know where the end state is, where it's going. So thank you, Sherry. So right now, again, the name of the game for me over the next 4 months is real simple. The 2 numbers I want to have to go to any advertiser is I have 100,000 followers on Facebook. I have 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, both growing. Here are the numbers from a most recent weather event. And so I can go there armed to the teeth, and they're going to go, wow, these are awesome. We want to be your sponsor. Yes, here's a big fat check. Here, go make it happen. So that's what I'm hoping to do. So we'll see what happens there. Hey, somebody says we're finally getting some stone and Stonecrest here in DeKalb. Yeah, y'all were stuck in that dry slot all day for you guys down there. I know how sad this was for you, but you're finally getting some DeKalb County. Atlanta's finally getting some decent bands in there. Right toward the end of the snow event, y'all finally get some decent snows down there. Maybe enough to have a light accumulations, maybe ½ inch or so. But you're finally getting some decent snows down that way. Let's see. We got a central whiteout in the north of Athens, roughly 5 inches of snow. And boy, you got that heavier band still working your way. Check this out, guys. I mean, look, it's coming right at you. It's kind of drifting here to the east. You can see the snows. See that heavier blues? Here's Athens right there. I mean, it looks like it's coming right at you. We're going to add some more to that total. And I'm really surprised that the darker blue showing up here across Metro Atlanta and finally Gwinnett, areas that didn't get squat, finally getting some decent snows in there. It's good to see that. So everybody's, Janet says, nice. Jennifer says, love it. Yeah. Now, I want y'all's opinion. Y'all look at there on Facebook, on YouTube. You saw the sample there. Again, wouldn't you like to see that for us, for North Georgia, with that nice little playing channel, camera network, little advertising? Again, I'm going to do a little bit more than what he's doing. There's a couple ideas that I want to do that's a little bit different than what he's doing down there. Again, I've got a couple of social media people who I'm not going to name now, who I've had initial conversations with, to include their content as part of that weather wheel, a little bit of community stuff, including with the forecast. So I want to make it kind of a real community type channel. Hopefully in the end it works out that way for us. Attention, I feel like we've been seeing the same model run on the replay since 10 this morning, but you have influenced me to partake in my own beverages. Maybe I won't belch. I'm sorry I belched earlier. I did. But no, what it says is that we've had model consistency. We have been looking at the model run, but they've been pretty consistent. And at this short range, it obviously it's not been very bad for the models to lock in. I really haven't seen any big major changes on that. So that's actually a good thing, Lee, not a bad thing. That's been a good thing. Now, I will say this snow down in Atlanta, it looks like what's happening is we're getting a little bit of a crunch between the air masses here. That dry air to the north, we're taking whatever moisture there and we're kind of crunching it there. So we're getting a little bit heavier snows here coming into metro Atlanta and down toward the Gainesville area. Let's look at a few more. Let's look at a few of these cameras here. I'm going to pull up. I want to take the Rockdale camera, for example, see if it's snowing down there now. Should be. Flurries, not bad. Rockdale getting some flurries. Let's look at the Atlanta cameras real quick. I know we got some folks from DeKalb watching, so let's go check those out real fast. Let's go take a look. Hold on a minute. My eyeball's getting worn out here. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're getting some decent snows there. Cannot complain about that. But that wind is a factor. Boy, you could tell that. Not bad. You see the snows there falling there. Someone tilt the camera down there. Now, that Six Flags ain't got much there. There's the airport. Airport's down. The airport's looking a little more white. Yeah, you can't see across the tarmac very well. But looks like the jets are still moving. I see a Southwest airline there on the tarmac there. So definitely that's the heaviest snow I've seen on the Atlanta airport there for today. There's PDK. Definitely getting more there. Thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you. 76 more to go. And the King Queen better. That's definitely accumulating snows there now. But the interstate traffic's moving pretty good. So the roads are not overly wet, which is good, but pretty decent snow. So this is definitely the best snow event we've seen so far into the metro Atlanta area so far. But those the cameras, they're shaking in that wind. It's very breezy out there. Those wind chills are down low. Go back here to the radar. So there we go. Dude, 76 more. Damn, it's so close. So close. We were so close. And we're knocking on the door to 22,000 followers here on our 22,000 views on the YouTube channel. How long do I think it's going to snow in Gwinnett here? I think we're getting probably for a couple more hours. Where you see it kind of shrinking a little bit, but Gwinnett's still in the center of this. Like here's Gwinnett County right here. So he's still stuck in this. We got some dry air that's been trying to work its way down. Looks like it's kind of stopped there. I think it's because it's reacting to this moisture coming back here from the west or to the east of it. So still seeing a lot of metro Atlanta still stuck in the snow here. I'd say we got a couple more hours. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. I don't get alerted on every subscriber. Only for some reason I can't figure out why the stream program I use does not alert for all of them. But I think it might have to do whether you're on an app or not. So whether you're on the phone or not. But I appreciate you subscribing. But yeah, we still got that heavier snow heading right down the pike toward Athens, and they've been still seeing the heavy snow there. I gotta check out what the number is on. It's gotta be over 1,000 now. Has to be. Let's see here. Yep, 1,100. Ask for photos, and I got 1,100 photos out there on there. If you want to go check out some snow photos, if you're interested, go to the North Georgia Majestic Facebook page. It's the first posting, and there's 1,100 photos out there. If you want to see some of the pictures around there, there's 1,100 of them out there. Quite a bit. Oops. So 10,000 there. And yeah, it's just going crazy. Amazing. Just going absolutely nuts. And I didn't realize asking for photos was going to blow up that much, but boy, it blew up big time. Woo. Blow up big time. So we're getting to 2 o'clock now. So, we got, the sun sets like what, 5:45, 5:50, somewhere in there. So once we get toward 5 o'clock, okay, the main concern for me right now is, we're getting into the last few hours of this snow event, and it's going to continue to snow, and then the sun's going to go down. So the timing on this is kind of a little bit bad in some places because it doesn't allow the UV radiation from the sun and the wind to help kind of dry some things out. So we may run into a situation where we get icing formed pretty quickly. I expect once that sun angle is down low enough and that UV, because the temperature is cold, we're down to 20 degrees in a lot of places. So we're well below freezing. So is the ground temperatures. But once that sun sets, anything that's we got any kind of slushy snow, especially the eastern zones where the heavier snow's fallen, it is going to ice up. That's why I told my wife to hurry up and go to the store and come back because the roads are going to ice up pretty significantly here for tonight. Expect black ice, especially the snow zones. West areas there, like from Lafayette down to Rome, Cedartown, areas there west that didn't really get much. Carrollton didn't get much snow. Y'all are okay. You're not going to worry about it. Metro Atlanta, you're getting your snow now. There might be some icing issues there, but especially the northeast zones where the heavier snow fell all day today, watch out for the icing. If it looks wet in the morning, it's ice. It's ice. Obviously, a lot of churches, a lot of stuff's going to be coming down to here. Butterbean says it's coming down heavy again there in Toccoa. That's probably the last gasp of that heavier band coming out of Toccoa right now at 25. We saw that band. It lit up really high, like 6, 7 inches of snow with that band. I'm in Lumpkin County. I'm new to that side of town, so I'm not ready to be stuck. I've been in Atlanta since last Friday. I'm not going to those mountains until probably next Friday when the ice melts. Yeah, we're going to get a good ice melt this week, especially with a lot of areas by Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll get above freezing for a little while before that cold shot comes on down. I haven't had a chance. I've been doing this all day, so I haven't had a chance to look at the European model, and I'm probably going to, let me look at the European real quick. I want to give you all kind of a ballpark here of what the temperatures are doing. So bear with me for a second. So going for the week ahead. All right, Monday's going to be really cold. You know that. Monday morning's going to be very cold. Showing 11 in Blairsville, 20 in Gainesville, 22 in Atlanta. I'll switch over. I'll go ahead and show this to y'all. So this is Monday morning. Monday afternoon, we're in the 30s and 40s. Warming up a little bit. 20s and low 30s into Tuesday. We're going to warm up going into Tuesday. Right, look at that. 50s, we'll take it. Warm up on Tuesday, but we got another front coming in here. So we head toward Wednesday morning. Well, this got a little gap there. There's a jump here. So, but look by the end of the week here. Look by Thursday morning. We're back in the 20s again. Here comes the 21, 22. We're back cold again by the end of the week. So Thursday afternoon highs back in the 40s again. And then Friday morning, we're back in the 20s again. So we get a brief warm up for a couple of days, back up to near normal, and then back below normal again at the end of the week. But tolerable. Not the crap we're dealing with today. Sorry about that. That's what drainage does to you. All right. I'm wearing my Gore-Tex. I have a great Gore-Tex jacket from the old CBS Atlanta station. Never gave it back to him. I kept that sucker. A whole little perk. It's a great jacket, too. It's got a liner. Perfect for like sub-zero weather. Gorgeous. It's got an overliner and the Gore-Tex. Love it. In fact, I was thinking about taking that old logo, ripping it off, and putting my own one on it. Although the color scheme's not exactly right because it was blue. But yeah, that was pretty cool. All right. We're doing over here on Facebook here. All right. So that's where I'm leaning toward right now. I think I'm going to stay on until 3 o'clock, and that will be 8 hours and 45 minutes of weather coverage. And I'm looking forward to see what our final numbers are when this is all said and done. Let me go back to the radar here. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Got to take that off there. And see where our final numbers are. I want to, again, thank everybody, all our new members who joined us over on YouTube. I don't know what the final number is. I'm guessing maybe close to 50. That's a nice, good start there. We added some more subscribers. We're over 200 now on the subscriber base on Facebook. Again, very good start there. And obviously we had a lot of star and donations that were made here as well. So all that's going to go back to the channel to build that profile I just showed you guys of what the 24-hour channel will look like. So again, when you get these opportunities like this, whether you like it or not, I worked last weekend. I've worked every weekend since December. It's like, you know what? Suck it up, Buttercup. You got to do what you got to do. You got to get out there and grab it by the horns and just do it, or because they ain't gonna do it for itself. So I've never been afraid of doing hard work, and we'll see what we get going there. Oh, you just gave me one more. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you for putting. You put it in your company Slack thread. Well, thank you, thread. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, I just try to do the best I can, and hopefully will help everybody here as best I can. I'm sorry I'm belching here. Just getting tired. End of a long day. Going to watch some TV. Next weekend, of course, is the Super Bowl, and we got no weather for the Super Bowl. How about that? Weather looks absolutely clear next weekend. Nothing going on. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of folks that want to get out in the weekend and have some fun after being kind of stuck for 2 weekends back to back. That's for sure. We'll get that going. I'm looking forward to this week for a couple things. Getting back in a normal routine because I was in classes all this past week. I do have to work next weekend, which, I should have said no, but I still said yes. I'll do it. But then later this month, my wife and I are planning on going down to Disney World for a weekend. My dad lives in Cleveland, Georgia. He just escaped the snow. He landed in Manila, Philippines this morning seeing family. Oh, well, that's great. He just beat the snow and got out of here. Well, it's good he got to go to the Philippines. It's a lot warmer down there than here, that's for sure. 72 more to go. Yeah. 72 more subscribers to go to 8,500. Oh, man, we were so close, Tyler. We were so close. I think if we had the heavier snow here for a little bit longer, we might have made it. Might have made it. Let's see. Do you think that dry slot in North Georgia will fill in and potentially keep the snow through this evening? I don't think so because the models all indicate that it'll be moving on out. Oh, we got a little glitch in the radar there. That'll clear. That's a little glitch. That did not all of a sudden turn to rain. Yeah, little glitch. But what's interesting, there in the green, it does help to see the heavier precipitation a little bit easier. See where the heavier precipitation is there across Gwinnett County and DeKalb County and down here near Covington. So, yeah, we can take a look. It's interesting that the green actually shows up for the heavier precip. It's a little bit easier to see than the blue. So, we take a little bit. South side of Atlanta. Hey, Gene Shorts, thank you. Thank you very much. 71 more to go. 70 more subscribers to go. Oh, he was without power for 4 days. Ooh, that sucked. I bet that was terrible. That's right. Who needs the TV when you got North Georgia majestic weather? Amen. No for dogs. Yep. I got my Georgia sign back there. I'm sorry. I was 10 years old when I watched the national championship team with Herschel Walker on it in 1980, and I've been a Bulldog fan ever since. I wasn't smart enough to go to school there, but of course I was a military brat too, and kind of went with my dad, so that kind of thing. But my daughter could have gone to school there, but the school was just so big for her. She was like, wow, it overwhelmed her. So she went to Mercer and graduated down there. She loved her. Mercer was just the right size for her. But Georgia campus, she loved it, but it just the size just overwhelmed her. She'd gone to smaller schools. She wasn't really used to that big environment. So, but she did like the campus though. She really did. Yeah, Swanee's been steady all day. Yeah, it's been pretty steady here all day. It's still snowing outside. Let me see outside my door real quick. I think it's still snowing here. Come on, we got 67 more. 67, 60, 60, 66. Count it down. get that subscribe. Make sure you hit that notification bell. I'm going to look outside my door real quick. Hold on. Yeah, that's pretty much down to flurries here now, so that's good. I think we're about done with the heavier stuff. I see that unless that heavier stuff upstream goes parallel 85, because I'm sitting right about there. That's where I'm at. You get the heavier snows back here, back near Toccoa. You see some of that dry air kind of coming in here, shutting that down a little bit. This has been pretty steady down here. This has been a little bit heavier. Again, a little bit of a squeeze play going on there between that. I think that dry air is kind of pushing that moisture in with that other air, and it's kind of squeezing it. So it's giving this little burst there down toward southern part of Gwinnett County, which missed most of it for today. I'm just across from South Carolina border, up 85. Glad to see you're streaming. Excellent local coverage. Well, thank you, Alan. I appreciate you. You're up there up on 85 corridor there. Yeah, you guys have had some pretty good snows up there near Gumlog, and you got the heavy snows there just to your north. So it's not going to hurt my feelings that this is the last winter event of the season. If I got to do it again, we will. But I am starting to turn my attention to severe weather season, which is why I want to get that weather app out by March 1st. I'll be talking to the Barron guys next week. I've already signed the contract. I got to pay the initial startup fees and all that stuff. I've got all the money set aside for that. We're ready to go. And then I'm looking forward to the big reveal. Say, go download the North Georgia Majestic Weather app. And I would love to show, you know what I really like to do? When that they track the app launches and stuff. What I love to be able to do is launch that app and say, look at this here at Metro Atlanta. You guys have been ignoring North Georgia long enough. Look at what this weather app did. I love to, crack the top 10 as far as downloads in the Atlanta area. That'd be pretty cool just to show it, because they include North Georgia as part of the Atlanta Metro as far as apps and stuff. So, welcome aboard Twisted Acres Artisan LLC. That's a heck of a name you got there, my friend. Heck of a name. Now, what happens this afternoon? You'll notice we got this little snow bit here, flurries over toward Alabama and all that stuff. When you got very cold air like this, and you got the daytime heating, it's like shaking up a bottle of Coke. You're going to fuzzle up. You're going to get little snow showers to buzzle up. Once the sun sets, that'll settle down. So the flurries will settle down a little bit. But you generally see where the snow is lingering. We knew this was not going to be a hit and run thing. This stuff started fairly early. We were tracking the snow at 6 o'clock this morning. So a lot of this East Georgia area has been snowing pretty much all day. It has not been a quick hit and run. So very long, for us, what I would call a duration event. We've had snow events where it's been, a couple hours. This is definitely a longer duration event because you're watching a couple of features that are kind of rotating around each other with the polar vortex low coming in, the surface low developing off the coast. South Carolina been buried. I can't even imagine what their snow totals are. I mean, we've got some pretty good totals in Georgia, but South Carolina, man, their totals are gonna be through the roof. I'm looking forward to seeing what the final totals on that is gonna be for them. How are we looking far as current winds in and around Cleveland? Let's go take a look at those wind looks there. So let me pull up the latest current wind estimate. Well, actually, I can go to hold on. Let me do this. Wind gusts. All right. So here are the wind gusts as of the 2 o'clock hours. This was like 25 minutes ago. So let me show you this. So as you can see here, look at the winds here around Metro Atlanta. 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So you got some higher winds up here in the mountains. Here's 24 near the Gainesville area. So that's the closest to you there in Cleveland. So I'd say probably 20 to 25-mile-per-hour winds. So you're getting that snow whipping around with 25-mile-per-hour winds in here. But Atlanta, boy, they're getting some very gusty winds there. We saw the cameras down there shaking in the wind, and we know why. Those are the reported wind gusts in the area of around 40 miles per hour. So we're surprised there wasn't a wind advisory issued today. There probably should have been, because we got enough areas that have been flirting with 40-mile-per-hour winds. They should have probably issued a wind advisory, but not my department. It's somebody else. It was close. I think I would have put a wind advisory up. But I guess with everything going on, why bother? You got a winter storm warning up. You're putting the winds in there anyway. You said 35-mile-per-hour winds. So, again, I'm not a government employee. I don't know how they operate. So I think it was incorporated as part of the winter storm warning. There's no need to put a wind advisory out when you have it in the warning. That makes sense. Now that I thought it out. So anyway. So we're going to go. I think again, I'm leaning toward 3 o'clock. That'll probably be my shutdown time today. Yeah, there were. Yes, Christy, there were supposed to be 30-mile-per-hour winds today. Absolutely. Hey, Bryson Potts, thank you for the stars. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So we came up a little short, 62. That's not too far off. Got real close. Boy, I just can't get over how many pictures I posted. I honestly did not know I was going to get a blow up like that. That's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Uh, 1,200 photos have posted. I'm gonna have a hard time going through and picking those, which one I want to put in for a weather video. I'll put a little video together if I get time, either Monday or Tuesday. Or I'll probably do it tomorrow. I might have some time tomorrow. It's not going to be stuck in the house anyway. I might put a little video together. Look at those videos and see what I got. There is a lot. Boy, there's a lot out here. It's kind of going through. There's a lot of videos. Oh, that's cute. Oh, this man. You got to check that out. Go to the Facebook page, guys, and check out there's videos and there's pictures all in there. A ton of it. Here's somebody showing they got 7 inches of snow. There you go. Not sure where you use that, but that's a lot. Yeah, a lot of video, a lot of snow. 9 inches up in Rabun County. Wow. 3.5 inches in Cumming. Yeah, a lot. Just tremendous amount. Thank you, everybody on Facebook, for posting that. That's awesome to see that kind of participation there. Just a nice breakthrough number. And we got 3 new followers out of that posting, too. That's always a good following. Yeah, 46,000 views on that one little post. That's very nice. All right, got another subscriber there. Good. 61 more to go. We got close. Got as close as I could get. Let's go back here. Let me go back to the radar here. I'm sorry. I got stuck on there. I got distracted. Which is easy to do since I'm tired as all get out. Got a little cramp on my side. Looking back over at Athens. I'm watching Athens because they were close enough to where that band's coming in at you. It looks like they're probably getting part of it now. So I would assume Athens is probably still looking pretty bad. Let's take a look at Athens camera. Yep. Hold on. Yep. Oh, it's even worse. Yep. There it is. That heavy band is definitely in the Athens area. Talk about a whiteout. Can't even see the stadium barely anymore. Yeah, compared to what we were looking at this morning, yeah, they're definitely getting very heavy snow there in Athens right now. Very heavy snow. Oh, thank you for the stars donation. Who was that? That was Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate the stars donation. Again, one thing, Delonica said they had a wind gust of 40 miles per hour. That would not shock me. We've definitely seen some 40-mile-per-hour winds this afternoon. Snow just stopped in northeast Forsyth County. We got about 4 to 5 inches of snow. All right. I think overall, when this is all said and done, we're going to find some places that probably overperformed with the snow coverage, and some areas that didn't get as much as we thought because of that dry slot that was stuck there all morning. It was really weird to watch that. So that's part of that issue. And like I said, it's 2:30 in the afternoon. We got about 2.5 more hours of decent sunlight. And then, like I said, once we get to 5 o'clock, things are going to get a little bit crazy out there, and the icing is going to become a problem. So hopefully the black ice, hopefully that wind will play a factor. I'm really hoping and praying that these gusty winds will get the chance to dry out a little bit of this road conditions once the snow starts and before the sun completely sets. It's a kind of a timing issue, but if the snow stops and it stops precipitating enough to allow the wind to dry up the roads a little bit, the black ice should not be as bad. Now, we still got enough snow that's on the ground that's going to melt off. We're going to get icing. There's no way around not having icing, but hopefully we reduce the amount of black ice. That's all. I'm trying to be positive, trying to think on a positive thing we do here. Started watching you from the Waffle House from the start this morning. You are a trooper, friend. All right, trooper, my friend. You appreciate it. Well, thank you very much, there, Scotty Mac. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. It's been a fun broadcast, and I'm excited about the new members. I'm so excited about the new subscribers. I'm excited about the donations that are made. I'm excited about this is the last day of January to see exactly what amount of money we're going to bring in and what, prioritizing what equipment I need to buy. One thing very clear, I need to get a weather station. I need to get a weather camera outside here. I got to do that first. The desk I've already got to order next week. The cameras there I got to get. The interactive TV monitor I want to get, the teleprompter I need to get, hook up this other monitor. The bigger desk will allow me to put in, I got another monitor I want to put over here on the side. When I had two 28-inch monitors, now I got one 49-inch monitor, which is awesome, by the way. It gives me all this workspace. So I can put one monitor here on the side and put just the radar over here or put the broadcast over here. So I might put one on either side. So I've got the big 49-inch monitor, two 28 inches on either side. And then I'll have my wall over here. I got a video monitor on the wall over here for broadcast, just like I am when I'm at a TV station, so I can look on both sides when I got a green wall. I want that for severe weather season because when I'm in severe weather mode, I want to be able to go in and show folks what's going on with a specific cell or a tornadic cell or something like that, so I can really dissect it. So I like going to the wall and be able to do that. So, and then over here on the right side will be where the little interactive wall will be. So I'm gonna have 3 cameras. I have one here, one for the wall, and one for over here on the right side. It's a cramped space in here. It's a little tight, but I think we can make it work. So one I'll stand up and I'll stand next to the wall and I'll draw on it. Do a little bit of that, even though it's going to be kind of weird because I'm going to have to stand on the left side and I'm right-handed. So, but that's okay. And then over here will be the green wall. Or maybe I switch it. Maybe I'll put the TV wall over here and put the green wall over here. I might switch it. I'm thinking about it. Might switch it up. We'll see. But those are the things that are exciting to me. That's what's so cool about this, So it's really, really great to see all that. Boy, man, I don't know how many pictures. I'm not going to be able to go through all this. Hiawassee posted some, one of our subscribers posted about 5 inches of snow there. One of our subscribers did that. Georgia Walters just posted that. So I appreciate that. Big old flakes now in Toccoa. Yeah, you guys are getting that last little grass, but you're on the edge of this, man. This is almost done, Toccoa. You are almost out of it. And a lot of Atlanta's over. We're in the last gasps of this winter storm. And now it's going to start moving off into the Carolinas, North Carolina. I tell you, Charlotte was in a snow drought for I don't know how many years before this year. They went years without a decent snow. They're getting it right now. Charlotte is dead center of this thing, and I really want to know what their final snow total is going to be up there in Charlotte when this thing's over, because their snow drought is definitely over. They got teased with other little minor snow events potentially here and there, but they're definitely in the thick of it right now. That's for sure. They're looking at that right in the face. Oh, man. Right in the face. Now, what's interesting on Facebook deletes these live broadcasts, I think, after, I don't know if it's 30 days or 60 days. I can't remember for sure, but they go bye-bye. YouTube, it's there forever. Doesn't go anywhere. So that's always there. So now the live streaming is just streaming all the time. You can't go back and watch the live broadcast and stuff on that. But so I got to figure out when, probably through OBS or something like that, when we're doing live, if I want to record something, I need to record it. Now, I bought one of the big upgrades I did here for my operations on top of the Stream Deck, which is not programmed yet, is I bought a very large drive because I have a gaming computer that didn't have a lot of memory, and I was maxing that thing out, and it was causing my system to slow down and creep. So by getting that external drive, I moved all my video stuff over to it and deleted a bunch of stuff off the hard drive off the computer, made it much more manageable to run because I've got so many applications that are up and running when we're doing a broadcast like this. Cleveland, yeah, I think Cleveland's pretty much done with this now. They got that dry slot moving in there now. So I think Cleveland, for the most part, is done. You may see a flurry or two, but I think Cleveland is pretty much done with this right now. So Cleveland's right here. Cleveland, you see, is right here. Here's Cleveland. Cleveland's in that dry slot. There's Helen. Helen's done with this too. Gainesville's looks like they're about finished with this. I'm still getting flurries in my area. I think that dry slot is killing that heavy snow band that we were tracking earlier. That was coming down. It looks like that's kind of zapped a little bit of life out of it a little bit. Although it's still snowing pretty good there in Athens. But that darker blue is definitely taking a little punch now that some drier air is kind of filtering into it a little bit. Yeah, thank you, sir. The humidity dropped from 77 to 53. Yeah, that drier air is filtering on in there. But I'm going to tell you, with the snow back on the ground, and the only thing that's going to help us tonight is the wind. If the wind stays up, which it should, that's enough mixing that we probably won't get it cold. If the winds had gone calm tonight with that snow on the ground, oh man, we're talking about some very low temperatures. I think Monday morning's lows, it might be a little colder than advertised because of that snowpack, because the snow's not going to melt tomorrow. It's going to be there for the most part for most areas. Panther Paul 9. Congratulations, you're my official Georgia Weather Channel. Well, thank you very much. Thank you there, Panther Paul. I appreciate that. And my beautiful bride made it home safely without wrecking.
Closing at 4. That's just right.
All right, yeah, before the roads got bad. So Publix is closing at 4 o'clock. And there was a reason, again, and they're smart to know that because they know what's going to happen. As soon as that sun sets, those roads are going to get very bad, very icy. Areas that got the heaviest snows today expect massive black ice. You guys in the West, you didn't get a lot of snow. You guys are okay. But areas there around Metro Atlanta, up Gwinnett, Hall County, Forsyth County, Dawson County, heading up toward the north, we're talking about White, Habersham, Raven, Union, Towns, Stevens, Banks, Franklin, Madison, Clark, Oconee, Walton, Morgan, Oglethorpe, Elbert, Hart, all those areas that have got the heaviest of the snows, everything else, y'all can expect very bad black ice tonight. The snow is going to end. We're going to get a couple hours to dry out a little bit. That's going to help some because the wind is going to help dry out the roads a little bit, but not a lot. So we're going to still get, because temperatures are 20 degrees. Once that solar radiation, that sun gets lower in the sky, we don't that solar radiation come down the roads anymore to absorb it into the ground, and it gets down low enough, that stuff with a 20-degree temperature and falling into the teens is going to easily turn to black ice all over the place. So all unprotected areas are going to get really bad out there. Yeah, Athens, it's now 2 o'clock. I don't know. That dry air is trying to work its way in there. It may not last that long in Athens. I know what they're saying there on again those apps. But you see this dry air working its way in here. Athens is right there. This snow band I was watching in the north is taking a real hit from that dry air filtering on in there. So I don't know if it lasts quite that long for Athens for 7, 8 o'clock. We'll see about that. Tyler, you keep trying, my friend. We're just not having the numbers, man. The people know this thing's starting to wind down. Our numbers are dropping. So we're down to 279 people on YouTube. And there's no way we're going to get 60 more. We might get 10 more, maybe 10 more. and we're close. For those who don't know, we had made it the goal when we started our broadcast this morning was to try to get to 8,500 subscribers, and we were trying to get to 67,000 followers on Facebook. And I think we're about 200 short on Facebook, and we're only about 60 short on the YouTube side. So we're close. It's close enough. I'm happy with that. It's okay. We made some very big strides. And the 85 number was reason why I picked 8,500 was because that's the number I had on my Weather Nerds YouTube channel. It took me 2.5 years to get to. And we just did this in 12 days because I only had 378 subscribers on the YouTube channel the Monday before the ice storm. So not quite 2 weeks ago. So it really did good. Totals in Toccoa, I've heard up as high as 7 or 8 inches there, Chris. It's pretty. We'll get the official totals out tomorrow. Still coming down in Commerce a little bit, but should be coming to an end. You got that dry slot coming into Commerce here real soon. Look at Commerce is right here. You got some snow coming away. And what I'm getting outside my door right now is predominantly just some flurries, not really adding too much. I'm right about there. Again, this dry air is coming on in. So we're looking pretty good. I want to thank everybody. Now, anybody who's still out there, and we'll throw this out there once again because I want everybody to know about it because we still get the turnover and stuff. If you want to become a subscriber on Facebook, it's $1.99 a month. Just go to the subscriber, and you can help. And you get the daily weather report, the weather report, North Georgia edition, Monday through Friday. And you just kind of like hire me as your weatherman. Over on YouTube, it's members, obviously. You can become a member over there. I think we added 50 or 60 new members today. You guys can do that over there. So you guys can check that out and get that, be part of this weather family as we continue to grow. All right. So, but we're going to come up a little short, but that's okay. We're good. We got a really good run today. I'm very, very pleased. Very pleased. No, actually, I think you guys are in East Athens. Yeah, you're in the ballpark and everything that was going on here. I mean, Toccoa says 5 3/4. I think all the totals from what I've been seeing have been pretty much right on. In those eastern zones. Yeah, I think Athens is right on target based on what I've been seeing. And the Athens area here, let's look at the camera here. It's still snowing pretty good there right now. So, yeah, I think Athens is on target for their numbers here. The winter storm warning area was 3 to 5 inches. So, I mean, I got over 3 inches here. I got close to 4, and I'm in Brazelton. So, yeah, I think you guys are pretty much on target here. I think we're going to have some higher numbers out there. There are going to be some that are going to be individually like 7, 8 inches here and there on some spot locations. But overall, yeah, I think it's verifying pretty decently. Not bad. All righty. Oh, thank you for the stars. We got another star donation. Who we got here? Oh, there it is. Dwayne, Dawn, thank you for your stars. Thank you. I appreciate that. Lilburn, 1/4 of an inch. Yeah, it's amazing. Isn't that amazing? Lilburn got like 1/4 of an inch, but I guarantee you Lawrenceville probably got like 4 or 5 inches. It's again, the south part, for those who didn't know earlier, there was a dry band that set up here. It was through Canton, through northern Fulton and southern part of Gwinnett, where they were stuck in this dry slot and they weren't getting anything. All the heavy snow, snowing like the Dickens up there in Lawrenceville and just north of there, up toward Beaufort and everything else. But south there, Lilburn, nothing. I mean, it illustrates what I had posted on Facebook. You go back and look through my postings. I said, we're going to have a story of the have and have nots. And boy, that's about as clear as it gets. We got 1/4 inch in Lilburn, but Lawrenceville, we got 5 inches of snow. And definitely how it worked out. Wind changed directionally in Gumlog. Yeah, I wasn't surprised that. Oh, my volume's low? I didn't realize it was that low. That's probably because I'm getting away from the microphone and I'm losing my voice a little bit. So sorry about that. Just need to speak clearly into the microphone. There you go. That's better. Sorry about that. One thing I got to get used to, I used to have like a wireless one, and this one, it's an omnidirectional. You got to really speak into it, but I've been having some issues with the volume where I don't want it to over distort. So I'm trying to make sure I get the volume just right for you guys. I don't want to go too crazy there. How the roads will be early Monday morning since I have an appointment at 7:15. Where are you at for your appointment? Where are you located? We're going to get, if you're in an area that got a lot of snow, we're going to get some dry out for tomorrow, but the bridges and overpasses may still have icy spots and stuff going into Monday morning. I expect really bad black ice tonight. We are going to be sunny tomorrow. It'll be cold. It'll be below freezing for most of the day, but we'll get enough UV radiation to help dry out the roads. But wherever we get any kind of melt off of that snow, any kind of ponding on the bridges and overpasses, you're still going to have some black ice around on Monday. But tomorrow morning will be the worst for the black ice. Monday will be a little bit better, and then we improve greatly after that. So still plan on black ice around for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the worst day. Monday will be a little bit better, but still around. And then after that, we'll really get better after that. Probably not. You're in Auburn, near in Gwinnett. You're about ready to wrap this thing up. No, you probably don't have a whole lot more coming. We're wrapping up the end of this event. And I'll be wrapping up my broadcast in about 13 minutes. I'm gonna stay on here till 3 o'clock. Because I think we're definitely in the home stretch of this thing. I think we survived it pretty well. I think everybody did pretty good. I think the forecast verified very well. We'll see the official snow postings from the Weather Service, which I will post on here later as soon as they post it. Probably tomorrow they'll probably put up what the official snow totals were for the area for the storm. And again, I think overall it's verifying pretty well. Those dry slot locations are going to be the ones where you're going to notice big differences between the heavier snow and who got nothing. Now that's something you just can't forecast for. It just kind of happens there. But still getting some decent snows. It looks like Atlanta's still getting. Go back to that Fox cams here. Still looking pretty decent. They're still getting some decent snow down into Atlanta. Atlanta got kind of caught on this late. They really got it kind of late here. But there's the King Queen building. There's PDK Airport, looking a little bit better there. There's Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson. See how windy it is there. They have 40-mile-per-hour winds there at the Atlanta airport there. Still got some flurries. They got nothing out of Six Flags. Cobb got nothing. That's near in Decatur. There's Midtown again. Wow, almost back to whiteout conditions there at Midtown again. So you can see how the heavy the snow, when these snow showers burst up and you get that wind, it really gives us near whiteout conditions there in the metro area. Here's the other camera. So still looking at some pretty decent snows and some whiteout conditions in the Atlanta areas as those heavier snow showers, we'll call them, continue to move through the area. But yeah, and there's that heavier snow. That's interesting where you can see there the heavier snow here coming over toward the Covington area, Social Circle, Rutledge, Conyers, a little bit. Let's check out this camera here, see what Rockdale looks like. They're down to 21 degrees. Still got some flurries coming down there now, but not accumulated. You can't see anything on the ground or anything, just some very light snow showers. Again, very low water content on this guy, so it needs to be really concentrated. But Covington's probably getting some decent snows. Rutledge, Social Circle getting some decent snows. The fact that it's showing up on the radar that clear. Let's see what Milledgeville looks like down here. They had some decent snows earlier. I'm gonna load. Nope. They got nothing down there. They missed them, so they're at 29 degrees. Milledgeville missed. What about over here? Let's check this camera here. Jefferson County. There you go. They're getting good snows down there. This is the initial heavy snows that were up our area earlier. So that's down in the southern part of the state. Look at that wind, though. Woo! Got that wind and the snow. And that's getting down here, southeast of Augusta there on that camera. Let's see Raven County camera. See how that's looking up there. See if they stop. There they go. Oh, that's pretty. That's a pretty shot. The snows are settling down. You can see all the snow coating all the trees. That's a beautiful shot. I wish the Brasstown camera would load up. I bet that would look very nice. But I think it's still up in the juice. Yeah, I still can't quite see up there. Not quite, but this Brasstown. Check out the Brasstown bald camera tomorrow, guys. That's going to look really, really pretty. Here's Helen, Georgia. Still got some flurries around there in Helen. Not showing much, but again, some roads are going to be turning very icy once that sun sets tonight. So watch out for that black ice. It's going to be around. And we just cracked 22,000 views on YouTube. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. It's slowed down a bit, obviously, because things have settled down a little bit. But 22,000 views on YouTube. And what we got over on Facebook, 50,000 for the event. Very happy. I'm going to make a nice little graphic for Facebook on that. Probably do that before I go to bed. I'm probably going to take the rest of the evening off. I will do a forecast tomorrow. I'm a little beat, so I will post my regular forecast tomorrow, since we're going to be stuck inside anyway. But today I'm going to take it easy. Just know it's going to be very cold tonight. It's going to be very cold, and we're going to have some very chilly lows here for tomorrow morning. What somebody here said they got 2008, we got 9 inches. I can't remember the last time we had this gorgeous snow, and we had groped, but nothing good. Yeah. Well, we got some good snows. Like I said, this is a pretty snow. It's fluffy snow. When it was coming down heavy, it looked really pretty. I got to admit, when I saw it here, it looked very, very nice. But I'm definitely going to be investigating a good camera for that I can Wi-Fi or Bluetooth into this computer. I'll probably put it outside my street or out my backyard, so I can punch it out without me having to run to the door anymore. Thank you, that new subscriber there. We got 58 more to go, and we'll get those in the days ahead. But looking forward to serving you guys here in this year. And again, for those who don't know, if you didn't hear me from earlier, we're saying we may not be done with winter weather for February. I think February, the opportunity for additional winter weather is in the cards. The ingredients are there. The pieces of the puzzle look like they're going to be there. It looks like we're in store for another big, what we call a stratospheric warming in the Arctic, which dislodges the polar vortex to break off and come loose again. We may see more of that come the middle of the month. That looks like that's in the cards. And we got La Nina that's dead or almost completely dead. We're back to a neutral phase. We got a subtropical jet stream that's going to get a little more active. We need the rain, folks. I mean, we're heading right toward a bad drought for the summer if we don't start getting some decent rains in this area. And taking every 2 weeks to get rain is just not a good thing. But still got the flurries there going there in there in Helen. Still going on there. I want to double check this camera real quick. Make sure it should be the latest and greatest. Should be. Yeah, it's the latest and greatest. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I was just double checking. Yeah, still getting some flurries there. But again, look at those. See those roads? See how they got the slush in the middle? And in the middle and all that stuff? All that's going to ice up. That's black asphalt especially. That stuff's going to ice up really bad here just as soon as that sun goes down. It's going to turn to ice. So even though Helen, the radar is not showing it, we're still seeing obviously some flurries in that area. So yeah, you may be looking at again, William, right? The roads in Athens, especially if they're getting they continue with that heavier snow there, they still may be looking at some pretty good icing on the roads, even more so than that event potentially what we had a week ago. So, again, there's the Athens camera. Let that refresh one more time. Uh-oh, did I lose that camera? No, there it is. Yeah, still looking at some good moderate snow. It's not quite as heavy as it was a little while ago. It's come up a little bit, but still some pretty good snows there in Athens. Good sized flakes, too. I know it's a little bit choppy. Hard to see it on the camera unless you're really looking, but still good snow there in Athens right now. Lake Lanier, did it finally stop snowing there? Yes, there. Athens finally settled down. Seeing some of the wind coming across the lake, but it looks like the snow is tapered off there at Lake Lanier finally. And there we are with our snow image right here. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's okay. I'm more when you get a lot of snow on the side of the road and it's just sit there and you get a little snow melt. That's why it's been my experience when we get snow and any kind of melt or runoff. That's when you get more black ice. That's just my experience here. Snowing in North Decatur about 1 inch so far. Okay, so Decatur did catch up. They did get about an inch of snow in Decatur. That came in a little bit late in the game, but they did get some snow down toward Atlanta. So that's good to see that. They were kind of missing out on a lot of this so far. Thank you for reporting that in from Decatur. Oops, hold on a second. All right, let's go a little zoom in a little quick. We'll do a little bit of run around here a little bit. So we're looking up here toward Toccoa. It looks like Toccoa is starting to get out of the heavier snow. They're at 25 degrees. Cornelia is at 20. Again, the snow is tapering off as it moves into the south. 21 over there in Jefferson. You got 20 over there in Gainesville. 20 in Lawrenceville. 21 in Winder. 21 in Covington. You still got the darker streaks. 21 over there in PDK. 20 at Dobbins. 21 in West Atlanta. 23 down at the airport at Hartsfield-Jackson. 19 up in Kennesaw. 21 over there into Dallas, and 23 in Cartersville, 18 in Ball Ground, 23 up there near Calhoun, 21 in Dalton, 18 in LJ. Rome says 27, but that stick's always warm. I don't even believe that stick half the time because I think they got that thing next to something. They shouldn't. But again, that's where we're currently at. All righty, man. Let me go over to YouTube real quick. Melissa says we got about 4 inches there in Cleveland. That's about what I got here in Braselton, was about 4 inches. I'd say 3 to 4 inches here locally. So that's what we got here. But fun snow day for everybody today. What's this here? We got somebody here. Lithonia area here, we just got dumped so bad, I just don't get it. Yeah, I just came in. Are you saying Lithonia got some heavy snow that's hitting now? Is that what you're saying? Because it looks like some pretty good bands are coming through that area right now. 22 in Griffin right now. Yeah, I appreciate you too, Abby. Thank you very much. All right. Hey, we just packed 66,708 on the Facebook channel. That's looking pretty good. Like I said, we'll probably get 67,000 tomorrow. So we are in the groove there. And thank you for those new subscribers on YouTube. I do appreciate you guys. And hopefully you guys can join us again for future coverage on this. I do appreciate you guys checking us out. And it's only going to get better, folks, as I make the equipment upgrades and equipment buys, and we get the right equipment in place. The broadcasts are only going to get better. The quality is going to get better. You're going to be able to see stuff a little bit better, and we'll be able to do some good stuff for you guys in the future. So hopefully we'll get a little better for you there. So I want to take this opportunity to say again, thank you to everybody. I want to thank all the new members we have on YouTube. I want to thank all the new subscribers over on Facebook. I want to thank the donors. I want to thank the guys who took the time to subscribe to the channel on YouTube, to hit the follow on Facebook. Again, that matters. Even if you're not doing the monetary stuff, just adding to our numbers is such an important part of this game, because that's what this is, a game you got to play when you're trying to build a brand, build an audience to go into a potential advertiser. And hopefully we'll get the right one in here. So it's coming up on now 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock here in about 30 seconds or so. And I want to say thank you, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and shut down this broadcast. I'm going to go crack up a cold beer and relax after 8 hours and 50 minutes of coverage. I think we did a good job today, and I look forward to serving every one of y'all again in the future. Just watch for our regular forecasts here throughout the week. And if you ever have a weather question, please, when it's not 50,000 y'all answer me at once, please just let me know, okay? All right, that's it. I'm shutting down. 3 o'clock. You guys have a great afternoon. And please be safe out there. Don't get on any black ice tonight. Again, once that sun goes down, stay off the roads, okay? All right.